Ned Stark stood in the godswood of Winterfell, the faint scent of pine drifting across the still water of the small pool. The heart tree's red leaves rustled ever so slightly in the night breeze, and moonlight glistened on the pale bark. His breath caught in his throat as he considered the secret that had weighed upon his heart for all these years. Jon Snow, the boy everyone believed to be his bastard, was not his son at all, but rather the trueborn child of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, his sister. He had sworn an oath to Lyanna as she lay dying to protect the child from Robert's vengeance. But that night, the wind whispered a warning. The realm was already on a knife's edge, with King Robert's fury growing, rumors swirling of Targaryen survivors. Ned sensed that time was running out, that silence might end in tragedy for Jon and for all he held dear. He remembered standing in the Tower of Joy, how his blade was slick with the blood of Arthur Dayne. He remembered Lyanna's weak voice, her hand gripping his wrist, trembling as she forced him to promise. He had not foreseen how that promise would imprison him in secrecy. Every time he looked upon Jon's face, a pang of guilt and love stirred inside him. Jon's dark curls were so much like Lyanna's, but he bore an echo of Rhaegar in the solemn intensity of his gaze. Now, on a cold northern night, Ned wrestled with a decision. Was this the time to unburden himself of that fateful vow? Was Jon safer hidden behind the Stark name, or was he in greater danger if Robert, on discovering any Targaryen blood, took extreme measures to eradicate the last trace of House Targaryen? His breath plumed like smoke in the air. The temptation was too strong, the love for Jon too deep, and the guilt for lying to everyone. His wife, his children, his friend the king, gnawed at his soul. He closed his eyes and prayed to the old gods for guidance. And in the hush of the godswood, Ned Stark realized that silence no longer served them. So he made his choice. By dawn's first light, he summoned those he trusted most into his solar. Catelyn Stark came first, her face stiff with worry, expecting news of an imminent threat or a political crisis. Robb and Sansa were asked to remain with their siblings for the moment, while Jon, Arya, and Bran assembled quietly in the corridor, uncertain why they had been summoned but obeying out of respect. Maester Luwin arrived soon after, tired eyes blinking behind his reading glasses. Finally, he asked for the old master-at-arms, Ser Roderick Castle, who had been a friend and mentor to many in the Stark household. This was no ordinary gathering, and the looks passing among them were wary. Ned's heart pounded. The weight of what he was about to reveal made his voice shake. He asked each person to swear absolute secrecy until he advised otherwise, for he would not endanger them without their knowledge. One by one, they consented, confusion in their eyes, loyalty on their tongues. Catelyn regarded her husband with fearful curiosity, suspecting the discussion might revolve around some impropriety between the king and a new mistress, or perhaps something graver. Jon stood by the wall, glancing warily at the others, always the outsider. He had no inkling that this moment was about him. Ned began, his voice quiet but resonant. He told them how, years ago, he had ridden to rescue his sister from the Tower of Joy. He told them of her final request, how he had promised to keep her child safe from the wrath of Robert Baratheon, whose hatred for Targaryens knew no limits. A hush fell across the room. Even the snapping flames in the fireplace seemed subdued, as if the old walls of Winterfell bent closer to hear. Catelyn's eyes flickered, a rush of conflicting emotions crossing her face. If Jon was not Ned's son, then, but Ned pressed on. He revealed that Jon was not the bastard son of Ned Stark and some unknown woman, but the legitimate heir of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, married in secret under the old gods, whose union had been concealed because Robert and the realm believed Rhaegar had abducted and raped Lyanna. The child was the living testament to a bond that had never been fully explained. Jon's face went pale, and for a time, he looked as though he might retch. He stared at Ned, mouth opening and closing but making no sound. Catelyn placed a hand over her heart, tears glistening on her lashes. All at once, it felt like the world had shifted beneath their feet. Ned explained it was Lyanna's final wish that Jon be raised as a Stark, for she feared Robert would destroy him simply because he had Targaryen blood. In the hush that followed, Maester Luwin let out a trembling breath, his hand slowly slipping from his chain of office, as if the revelation had robbed him of his bearings. Catelyn, after the initial shock, had tears coursing down her cheeks, in part from relief that Jon was not Ned's bastard, but also from sorrow for what the boy must have endured, hated or pitted by some because of a rumor. She stared at Jon through brimming eyes, remembering the years of tension between them, the cold treatment she had extended to him because she believed him to be living proof of her husband's infidelity. Now, the shame of her own cruelty stung her deeply. Jon pressed his hand to the table, knuckles white. "You mean to say, my father was Prince Rhaegar? The same Rhaegar who was slain at the Trident by King Robert?" The words came out as a gasp. Ned nodded, his brown eyes filled with empathy and sorrow. Jon could scarcely believe it. He had grown up hearing how the Targaryen prince had stolen away Lyanna Stark, triggering a war that toppled the Targaryens from the Iron Throne. He had lived his whole life believing himself the unwanted product of a dishonorable affair. Now, the truth threatened to tear him apart. He was Targaryen and Stark both. Silence reigned as each person in the room mulled over the consequences. Ser Roderick, the loyal and grizzled master-at-arms, placed a comforting hand on Jon's shoulder. Maester Luwin asked how this knowledge might affect the realm. Ned was frank. If Robert discovered that a true Targaryen heir lived, and one with such a powerful claim, son of Rhaegar himself, it might spark new conflict, perhaps even a war. There was no telling how the king would respond, but Ned believed Robert's anger had cooled over the years. If Ned brought the truth to Robert in a measured, careful way, perhaps the king would realize that Jon, his best friend's nephew, was not the monster Robert imagined Targaryens to be. But to Ned's surprise, Catelyn, teary-eyed, insisted that they tell Robert swiftly, while controlling the narrative. Better for the king to hear it from Ned than from a rumor planted by Varys or Peter Baelish. She reasoned that if Robert learned of it from Ned's own mouth, from an act of honesty, perhaps he would take no rash action and might even pledge to protect Jon. The alternative, letting this linger in secrecy until it leaked at some ill-chosen moment, invited disaster. Ned was inclined to trust his wife's instinct, though worry gnawed at him. Jon's eyes were still wide with shock as he tried to process the enormity of his parentage. He did not even register Arya and Bran peering anxiously from the corridor until Arya stepped forward and demanded to know what was going on. In the swirl of intense emotions, Ned decided that his younger children should know as well. This secret touched them all. So Arya and Bran were ushered in, and the secret was laid bare to them in simpler terms. Arya, impulsive as ever, asked if that meant Jon was some sort of prince. Bran stood wide-eyed, thinking perhaps of dragons and Targaryen histories. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place for them. Jon was as much their kin as any of them, not by Ned's fatherhood but by Lyanna's motherhood. A day later, a messenger crow was dispatched to King's Landing, urging King Robert to travel north to Winterfell on a matter of grave importance. The raven carried Ned's personal seal, so urgent and somber that Robert could hardly ignore it. The king, who had once visited Winterfell with half his court, came this time more quietly with only a small retinue. He brought Ser Barristan Selmy, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Lord Renly Baratheon, his jovial youngest brother, and a handful of others, including his queen, Cersei Lannister, who insisted on accompanying him though Robert would have preferred otherwise. They arrived at Winterfell amid swirling snow, a smaller, humbler procession than the royal caravan that had come many years before. Robert looked older and heavier than Ned remembered. The king's face was florid from too much wine, and his beard had more gray than black. Yet when he saw Ned waiting in the courtyard, he let out a booming laugh and embraced him, calling him old friend as if no time had passed. But the warmth of his greeting cooled quickly when Ned, after a few awkward pleasantries, asked that Robert come inside for a private discussion. They settled into Ned's solar, the king slamming the door shut with the force of his broad hand. Cersei was summarily excluded at Ned's insistence. He explained it was a personal matter concerning Stark family business. Robert wasn't sure whether to be offended or intrigued. In the end, he obliged, though not without a scowl. He sensed something was amiss, for Ned's demeanor had always been honest and straightforward, and seldom did he cloak matters in secrecy. Finally alone with Robert, Ned unfolded the truth, step by step. He recounted the last days of the rebellion, the confrontation at the Tower of Joy, Lyanna's final plea. He explained the secret marriage ceremony between Lyanna and Prince Rhaegar, a union that no one had known about outside a few loyal friends. And then he told Robert that the child, widely believed to be Ned's bastard, was in fact the trueborn son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, Jon Targaryen Stark, hidden in plain sight to protect him from Robert's wrath and from the bloodlust that had ravaged the Targaryen line. Ned watched Robert's face slowly darken. Each word seemed to spark a new wave of anger and betrayal. The king's jaw clenched, muscles bulging at his temples. He rose from his seat, pacing like a caged animal, fists knotted at his sides. He questioned whether Ned had gone mad, whether this was some twisted attempt to place a Targaryen on the throne. He reminded Ned that Rhaegar had killed their friend, had abducted Lyanna, though Ned tried to clarify that Lyanna had loved Rhaegar. But Robert's memory burned with the horrors of war and the intense hatred for the Dragon Prince. He could not easily accept that Rhaegar was anything but a villain. Yet as Robert reeled, Ned calmly pleaded for him to think of the truth. Lyanna had not been forced. If anything, she had run to Rhaegar of her own volition. Furthermore, Rhaegar had treated her with dignity and respect, something that complicated Robert's version of events. Rhaegar had not been the monstrous tyrant that Aerys was, nor had he committed the brutalities that House Targaryen was infamous for. Slowly, through Ned's quiet but insistent words, Robert began to see that this was no cunning ploy. Ned was risking everything: his friendship, his honor, his family's safety, to tell Robert this truth. Ned assured the king that Jon wanted no crown. The boy was a teenager now, as humble as he was brave. He had been raised to be honorable, to serve the North and the Starks, not to covet power or to stoke old rivalries. He had never claimed a birthright because he did not know he had one. The king, trembling with rage and old wounds, demanded to see the boy at once. So Ned brought Jon Snow, who, despite the news, remained outwardly calm, though a tempest raged inside him. Robert looked at Jon for a long, silent moment. He saw only a boy of dark hair and gray eyes, a lad with a serious expression and something in him that was reminiscent of Ned. But if one looked closely, one might see the Targaryen angle of his features, or a touch of Lyanna's spirit shining in his gaze. Robert's memories of Lyanna struck him like a hammer blow. Her bright eyes, her courageous streak, the way she'd bested him in the yard, or teased him about his boisterous nature. Here was a boy, the living testament of a love Robert had never understood and never fully believed existed. Tension filled the solar, thick and suffocating. Jon said nothing but stared at the king, uncertain whether he would face a swift execution or acceptance. Ned stood by, hand resting on the pommel of his sword, though the prospect of violence between him and Robert was almost unthinkable. Yet he would protect Jon with his life. Robert exhaled, a strangled noise. Rage contorted his face, but sorrow glimmered in his eyes. Slowly, he extended a hand, then dropped it, uncertain. Finally, with a voice that shook, he told Jon that if he ever meant to press a Targaryen claim, Robert would kill him. But so long as he remained loyal to the realm and to House Stark, so long as he harbored no illusions of kingship, Robert would not harm a hair on his head. It was all the king could manage, torn as he was between old hatreds and lingering affections for Ned and the memory of Lyanna. Relief washed through the room like a wave. Jon bowed his head, tears collecting in his dark lashes, and promised he did not desire the throne. All he wanted was to serve honorably, to be worthy of the Starks who raised him. In that moment, Robert Baratheon saw more than just a dragon's spawn. He saw a boy who had grown up in Winterfell's halls, shaped by Ned's unyielding sense of duty. The king let out a harsh breath, nodded once, and signaled for Ned to make sure no other living soul learned of Jon's true heritage except on pain of death. Not even Cersei, not even Renly. No one else was to know. There was a certain irony in that, for Ned had summoned Robert to tell the truth that had weighed on him so heavily, only for them to decide the secret must still remain carefully guarded from others, with King Robert himself now among those who carried the burden. Yet that night, As the king lay in a guest chamber with a jug of strong mead at his bedside, he tossed and turned, wrestling with ghosts of the past. He wanted to hate Jon, but his anger felt hollow. He wanted to love Lyanna's memory, but it was tainted by heartbreak and betrayal, her betrayal of Robert's illusions. So he drank because that was all Robert Baratheon knew to do when faced with bitter truths he could not fight with his hammer. The following days in Winterfell were tense. Robert spoke gruffly with Ned about other matters, the Greyjoy threat, the Iron Islands, and the possibility of a Targaryen girl rumored to live across the Narrow Sea. The king said that if there were any Targaryens across the sea, they posed a threat. He did not speak Jon's name, but the unspoken truth hung between them. Ned saw the conflict in Robert's eyes, recognized that Robert was resisting the urge to lash out. The presence of an actual living Targaryen in front of him day after day pricked at old scabs. Some nights, Ned suspected Robert might pack up and head south as soon as possible, leaving the unspoken tensions to fester. But the king lingered a while longer, perhaps to test Jon's character, or perhaps seeking some resolution with Lyanna's memory. Jon felt adrift, as though the very foundations of his identity had shifted. His father was not Ned, but the dragon prince he had been taught to revile. He was not a bastard at all, but a child of two great houses. He felt guilt at the relief he experienced. Relief that Catelyn Stark might finally show him warmth. Relief that he was not the shame of Ned's past. But what did that make him? Where did he fit in the grand scheme? The weight of it pressed down on his chest like a dire wolf in the cold night. Catelyn, for her part, began to extend small acts of kindness she had once withheld. She would nod to Jon in the corridors and greet him with a tight but genuine smile at breakfast. She told him quietly that she was sorry for all the years of cold silence. He saw how her gaze softened when she looked at him now, as if trying to atone for old wounds. He responded with courtesy and gratitude, though their relationship felt tentative. The scars of the past do not heal overnight. Robb, too, was stunned by the news, which Ned had shared with him and Sansa in private to keep them from hearing it through rumor. Jon was no longer simply his half-brother, he was his cousin, yet also something more complicated, the rightful heir to the Targaryen dynasty. Robb tried to assure Jon that nothing would change between them, that Jon was still a brother in all the ways that mattered. But a subtle tension lay between them, as if their childhood bond now carried an enormous political weight that neither had asked for. Arya, by contrast, seemed determined to ignore all the fuss and treat Jon just as she always had. As her older sibling whom she loved dearly, who listened to her rebellious dreams, who gave her practical advice about swordplay. She teased Jon at times, whispering conspiratorially that maybe he could command dragons to fight for the North. He would roll his eyes, but her playful acceptance warmed him. Bran was more curious than anything, though he asked pointed questions about whether Jon might ride a dragon, which made Jon laugh uncomfortably. Even Rickon, too young to grasp the political ramifications, just clung to Jon's leg and asked if the king had come to kill him. Jon scooped up Rickon and assured him that no harm would come. While the king stayed at Winterfell, he put on a show of normalcy, hunting during the day or indulging in hearty feasts at night. But the truth was a crack in the foundation that threatened to widen at any moment. Queen Cersei noticed Robert's unease, pressing him for answers. She suspected Ned Stark was behind his agitation, and she was not entirely wrong. However, each time she cornered Robert, he barked at her to mind her own affairs. This only fanned her suspicions. Peter Baelish had not come north this time, but Varys, the master of whisperers, had his little birds even in the north. Rumors began to swirl about the king's strange journey and the private audience with Ned Stark. Word had it that the king was seen entering Ned's solar with a severe expression and exiting even more grave. Some said that Ned was imploring Robert for assistance against a hidden threat. Others guessed that Ned might be pressuring the king to name Robb as Warden of the North officially. No one guessed the truth outright, but Varys was too canny not to sense that something important had transpired. One night, Robert made a show of drunken merriment in the great hall. His laughter was coarse and loud, echoing against the high rafters. He demanded that the minstrels play his favorite bawdy tunes. that the servants bring more ale. He cajoled Ned to join him, slapping him on the back. On the surface, it seemed a celebration, but the underlying tension never left Robert's eyes. Jon sat at the far end of the dais, wanting to slip away, yet the king suddenly beckoned him. All eyes turned as Jon walked forward, uncertain. Robert commanded Jon to fetch him more ale from the cask, half joking, half testing. Jon obeyed in silence, bringing back a flagon of strong northern brew. Robert seized the flagon, drank mightily, and then stared into Jon's eyes as if searching for a flicker of Targaryen madness. Ned watched, heart pounding. The room was hushed, though music still tried to fill the silence. At length, Robert belched, clapped Jon on the shoulder, and commanded him to sit. Awkwardly, Jon took the seat beside him, where once, in another timeline, Joffrey might have sat next to his father. The king's glance flickered down the length of Jon's form, taking in the broad shoulders and solemn face. "You're a quiet lad," Robert muttered, swirling his flagon. "Your father was not quiet." The words hung heavy. Jon had no reply to that, unsure if Robert was testing him or simply reminiscing about the man who had once been his hated rival. Finally, Robert grunted, took another swig, and bellowed for more music. Jon was dismissed as quickly as he had been summoned. That night, as the feast wound down, Ned watched Robert slump from the hall, his shoulders bowed under the weight of secrets and regrets. Only later would Ned learn that Robert locked himself in his chambers and battered a wooden chest with his warhammer, cursing the memory of Rhaegar Targaryen. The next morning, the king announced he would depart for King's Landing the following day. He offered no lengthy farewells, only telling Ned to keep him informed of any new developments. Ned sensed that Robert still harbored deep resentment, yet for now, the king had chosen not to move against Jon. That alone was a victory of sorts, though it felt precarious. Before Robert departed, he pulled Ned aside and told him that he would expect Jon to take the black if the boy ever showed any sign of Targaryen ambition. If Jon wanted a place in the realm, let him earn it quietly, away from the seat of power. Ned pressed his lips together, not wishing to argue. He did not think it wise to push Jon toward the wall, where the Night's Watch was in a steady decline, but also recognized that Robert was offering a compromise. They parted with a firm handshake and lingering tension. Soon enough, the royal party rode out of Winterfell's gates, torches flickering in the cold dawn air. Winter fell once more upon the north. The short days and dark nights gave Jon ample time to wrestle with his identity. He had once dreamed of joining the Night's Watch, thinking himself a bastard with no prospects. Now, as the recognized, if deeply hidden, son of Rhaegar and Lyanna, he had a potential claim to the Iron Throne that he wanted no part of. But it changed how some in Winterfell looked at him. He heard the whispers of servants who suspected that the king and Ned Stark had quarreled over something to do with Jon. He saw the newly considerate approach of Catelyn, the friendly but slightly cautious tone of Robb. For Arya, nothing changed. She remained as fiercely loyal to him as ever, but there were times she asked him if he would ever journey south to see the Targaryen seat at Dragonstone. He had no answer. Meanwhile, news reached Winterfell that Viserys Targaryen, Rhaegar's younger brother, was still alive across the narrow sea, presumably with his sister Daenerys. Ned wondered if the pieces were slowly converging, if the Targaryens would discover that Rhaegar's heir was still alive and well in the north. Word of such a revelation could ignite conflict across the realm. Ned worried for Jon's safety, especially now that Varys or even Littlefinger might discover the truth. If either of them thought to use Jon's lineage as political leverage, it could rip the Seven Kingdoms apart. Amid this tension, Ned turned his attention to forging alliances that would shield Jon. The Starks of old had always commanded loyalty in the north. If the Northmen stood united behind Ned, Robert might hesitate to act hastily against Jon. Also, Ned quietly reached out to a few key lords with the careful wording that House Stark required their unwavering support if rumors arose about Jon's parentage. He did not reveal the truth to them outright, but he sowed the seeds of loyalty, ensuring that if whisperings began, the North's response would be to close ranks around House Stark. Jon threw himself into his training with the sword, finding solace in the ring of steel and the discipline of the yard. Ser Roderick saw a new ferocity in him, an undercurrent of tension that pushed him to fight harder, to refine his stance and technique. Sometimes, Robb would spar with him, but it felt different now. Robb recognized that behind each blow might be the swirling conflict of a boy who had just discovered that he was more than he seemed. Their matches grew more competitive, but also more respectful, as if they were forging a brotherhood anew, one shaped by honesty and acceptance rather than the illusions of the past. One dawn, Ned found Jon standing on the walls of Winterfell, gazing out over the snowy landscape. The cold wind whipped Jon's dark hair around his face. Ned joined him quietly, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. They stood in companionable silence for a time, father and not father, bound by love and duty all the same. Finally, Jon turned, eyes troubled. He asked Ned quietly, "Did my mother, did Lyanna know what kind of life I might lead? Did she realize I'd be living a lie, overshadowed by fear?" Ned swallowed a lump in his throat. "She hoped for peace," he said, voice hushed. She believed that if I claimed you as my own, it would shield you from Robert's rage. She loved you fiercely, enough to surrender you to me, so you would have a chance to grow up safe and loved. But I know it hasn't always felt like that." He looked away, guilt once more gnawing at him. "I'm sorry for all the ways I failed you." Jon's eyes glistened, but he nodded. "I don't regret how I was raised," he said. "You've been my father in every way that mattered, and I will always be grateful. Only, now that I know the truth, I cannot help but wonder who I am meant to be." Ned gripped his shoulder. "That is for you to decide, Jon. You have both the wolf and the dragon in you, but you are your own man first. My greatest hope is that you forge your own path, guided by honor and love. That is all Lyanna would have wished for you." Jon bowed his head, tears threatening, and Ned pulled him into an embrace. The cold north wind whirled around them, but they stood there, father and son, however unconventional. In the days that followed, Ned made a decision. He had to ensure that Jon would not become a pawn in someone else's game. Robert had extracted a half-hearted oath that Jon would not assert a Targaryen claim. But what if others tried to push him into it? House Tyrell, House Martell, houses that had once been loyal to the Targaryens, might see an opportunity to reestablish the Dragon Dynasty. Ned wanted to preempt that possibility, for the sake of the realm and for Jon's safety. So he quietly began to arrange for a betrothal. He considered the daughters of northern lords, or perhaps some arrangement with the Riverlands. If Jon had strong ties to a prominent family, it might shield him from being used as a Targaryen figurehead. Jon, however, was wary when Ned broached the subject. He did not wish to be bartered in marriage. Still, he recognized Ned's concern. Perhaps if he were married to someone in the north, he would be seen more as a Stark than as a Targaryen. The notion weighed heavily on him, as he had never considered such alliances. Bastards did not usually make matches of political significance, after all. But he was not truly a bastard, and the Game of Thrones now had a place for him, whether he wanted it or not. Catelyn, meanwhile, found herself drawn to moments of quiet reflection in the September. She prayed to the Seven for guidance, grappling with the guilt she felt for years of resentment toward Jon. She also prayed for the safety of her own children, for she knew that secrets as large as this seldom stayed hidden forever. If the realm discovered Jon's identity, it would set the North ablaze with controversy, and her own children might be overshadowed or even threatened. Yet she could not bring herself to resent Jon for it any longer. She had seen the look in his eyes, how lost and conflicted he was. There was a piece of her that longed to console him like a mother, to undo the harm she had done by her own coldness. She was not sure if that was possible, but she knew she had to try. Winter transitioned into early spring with surprising swiftness, the snows melting into muddy grounds around Winterfell. A new restlessness fell over the Stark household as they prepared for changes. Sansa, who had blossomed into a graceful young lady, was set to join her grandmother at Riverrun for a season, partly to keep her safe should tensions rise, and partly so that she might escape the swirl of secrets in the north. Robb focused on managing the castle and the lands, stepping more firmly into the role of heir to Winterfell. Jon found himself in an odd in-between state. No longer a despised bastard, but not exactly a recognized Stark, nor did he wish to claim the Targaryen name. He dedicated himself to the tasks of the keep, training with the guards, overseeing the ravens with Maester Luwin, and listening quietly as Ned spoke with northern bannermen about alliances. He was hungry for knowledge, diving into the library to learn more about Targaryen history. Late at night, he pored over old tomes, reading about kings and usurpers, about dragons and rebellions, about the horrifying madness of Aerys and the valiant but doomed nobility of Rhaegar. The more he read, the more he realized that House Targaryen was as varied as any other house, capable of cruelty and tragedy, greatness and ruin. He did not see himself in their pages, not exactly, but a faint sense of belonging stirred in him, along with a fear that such a legacy might claim him. Unknown to Ned, in the hidden bowels of King's Landing, a spider spun his web. Varys's little birds had picked up rumors of tension in Winterfell, of the king's hurried visit, of hushed conversations. Varys was too shrewd not to piece together some measure of the truth, or at least suspect that the so-called bastard Jon Snow was involved in something bigger. He did not know the entire story, but the mere possibility of a surviving Targaryen child in the north was cause for meticulous planning. Varys was sworn to serve the realm, and if the realm needed a Targaryen to unify it, or if it needed to be protected from a Targaryen threat, he would make the necessary moves. A new peace was on the board, and the Master of Whisperers had every intention of anticipating its next move. Back in Winterfell, the seeds of another complication were growing. Word reached Ned that Lord Balon Greyjoy, resentful and proud, might once again be stirring rebellion in the Iron Islands. The letters spoke of iron-born ships patrolling the coasts, men muttering about the days when the Greyjoys had crowned themselves kings. Ned weighed how to respond, for if conflict erupted in the north and the Targaryen secret was revealed, the realm could be plunged into chaos. Robert's hold on the throne was secure only as long as no credible Targaryen heir showed themselves. One winter morning, as Ned and Jon rode along the edge of the Wolfswood, they spoke of duty and choices. Jon expressed a longing to visit the Wall, to see for himself the watch that was meant to defend the realm from old nightmares. Part of him thought to embrace that life, to become a sworn brother, to leave behind the swirling politics of his heritage. But another part whispered that it would be a waste to forfeit the knowledge, training, and connections he had. Ned, sensing Jon's conflict, told him to wait. "The Watch is no place to run," he said with gentle seriousness. "It must be a calling, not an escape. And the realm may need you elsewhere, Jon." Jon nodded, uncertain. He glanced at the towering pines, their branches heavy with frost, as if seeking answers in their silent witness. A raven soared overhead, cawing ominously, drawing his gaze skyward. He wondered if across that broad horizon, someone else with Targaryen blood might be looking back. Would Daenerys or Viserys sense his existence? Would they come for him, or resent him for living free while they wandered in exile? When Ned and Jon returned to the castle, they found a raven awaiting them with a message from King's Landing. The king demanded Ned's presence in the capital. Some matter of state required the hand of the king, for Robert had named Ned his hand once more, wanting the counsel of his oldest friend. The letter also carried a subtle threat. Robert expected Ned to bring Jon. Perhaps the king was not entirely convinced by Jon's meek acceptance of his fate. Perhaps he wanted Jon under his watchful eye in King's Landing, or maybe the seeds of suspicion had been planted by cunning courtiers. Ned read the letter, brow furrowed, feeling a pang of anxiety. King's Landing was a viper's nest of intrigue. To bring Jon there, under the gaze of the Lannisters and the Tyrells, under the watchful spymaster's eyes, was to risk everything. But refusal might be seen as an act of defiance, feeding Robert's dormant paranoia about Targaryens. With a sigh, Ned met Jon's gaze. The boy nodded, as though ready to face whatever storm awaited him. So it was that they prepared to journey south, father and son in all but blood, carrying with them a secret that could shake the foundations of the Seven Kingdoms. Catelyn worked in a frenzy to organize the departure, insisting that Robb remain behind to rule the North in Ned's stead. Arya and Bran pleaded to go with them, but Ned refused, wanting to keep as many of his children away from the court's treacherous waters as possible. Maester Luwin prepared official documents for the journey, while Ser Roderick and other guards readied the horses and provisions. The day they set out, the sky was a wide expanse of pale northern blue, the crisp air biting their cheeks. Catelyn embraced Ned, worry etched in her features, and then, to Jon's surprise, she pulled him into a hug as well, whispering, "Stay safe. Both of you." Jon promised he would, touched by her gesture. Then he mounted his horse, turning back to see Arya wave from a tower window. His heart twisted with the knowledge that he might not see her for a long while, and who knew what might happen in King's Landing. But he steeled himself, for he was a Stark in all the ways that mattered. He was also a Targaryen, though he had yet to understand what that meant beyond the realm of blood and heritage. As they rode out of Winterfell's gates, Ned cast a final, lingering look at the grand old castle, at the banner of the direwolf flapping in the chill wind. He whispered a silent prayer to the old gods, to watch over them, to guard them in the south, to keep the north safe. Then he urged his horse forward, with Jon by his side, heading down the King's Road into uncertain territory. The secret was out between them and King Robert, but the rest of the realm was yet ignorant, and ignorance was the only thing standing between Jon and a fate of war, betrayal, or worse. The journey south stretched over weeks. They made camp in the evenings, telling stories around the fire. Sometimes the talk was casual, of small things. Sometimes it slipped into heavier topics, like the war that had toppled the Targaryens, or the uneasy alliances that kept King Robert on the throne. Jon would lie awake beneath the stars, wrestling with quiet dread, imagining what new challenges awaited him in the capital. He worried about crossing paths with those who had fought in Robert's rebellion, men who had sworn to kill every last Targaryen. Would they see him as an enemy? Would they see him as a bastard boy from the north? Could he keep the secret from them? When they arrived at the bustling outskirts of King's Landing, the stench of the city assaulted their senses. The travelers pressed on past hovels and crowds of beggars. The walls of the city loomed overhead, the gates flanked by gold cloaks who recognized Ned Stark. They entered the capital, a wave of noise crashing over them. Street vendors hawking their wares, smiths hammering steel, urchins running underfoot. The Red Keep rose above it all, a fortress of stone and power. There, in the courtyard, Robert awaited them, a hardened expression etched into his thick features. He offered a curt nod to Ned and cast a probing stare upon Jon. Cersei stood at his side, her green eyes narrowed in calculation. She gave Ned a thin smile and regarded Jon with a faint sneer, as if evaluating a threat. Behind them were other members of court, men and women who observed everything with predatory interest. Thus began the next chapter of Jon's perilous journey. The secrecy Ned and Robert had agreed upon would be tested in a city rife with schemes and whispers. If a single rumor escaped, if one well-placed spy glimpsed something that might confirm a Targaryen bloodline, everything they had tried to protect could come undone. And so Jon walked into the Red Keep as Ned's ward, overshadowed by the knowledge that in his veins flowed the blood of the wolf and the dragon, and that the lines between truth and deception, loyalty and betrayal, love and hatred, had never been so thin. In the days and weeks to come, each moment within those stone walls would be fraught with tension, each conversation carrying the risk of revelation. Yet Jon was determined not to shrink from it. He had never asked for this birthright, but he would not deny who he was. He would face it with the same steadfast courage that Ned had taught him. A courage that Lyanna herself must have possessed when she placed her faith in love, defying the whims of kings and lords alike. And so the question lingered in the torchlit corridors of the Red Keep. What if Ned Stark's truth, once chained by oaths, now set Jon Snow on a path that could reshape the destiny of the Seven Kingdoms itself? For now, that answer remained hidden, waiting to be revealed in the serpentine dance of politics, alliances, and hearts that yearned for honor in a realm too often governed by greed. But as Ned led Jon deeper into the palace, He laid a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. Their fates were bound together by love and duty, by the memory of a promise made in blood and tears. Whatever storms might come, they would face them as Starks, and perhaps, in Jon's case, as a Stark and Targaryen both. Ned Stark guided his horse beneath the towering gates of the Red Keep, Jon Snow, his nephew, though the realm did not know it, riding at his side. A host of onlookers gathered in the courtyard, craning necks to see the arriving northern party. Rumors always spread fast in King's Landing, and many had whispered of something unusual spurring the king's summons. The king had come north in a small retinue, then left with Lord Stark and the boy who bore his name. Something was amiss, or so court gossips claimed, and the more cunning among them guessed that Ned's bastard might stand at the heart of the mystery. Stepping down from his horse, Ned cast an assessing glance around him. King Robert stood by the great doors, flanked by Ser Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard. At the king's other side, Queen Cersei Lannister lingered, her pale green eyes alight with curiosity and disdain in equal measure. A swirl of courtiers, servants, and guards parted as Ned and Jon approached. "Ah, there he is," boomed Robert. His tone feigned cheer, but Ned detected the underlying wariness in his old friend's voice. "The hand of the king returns to the nest." Ned bowed stiffly, mindful that they were on display. "Your Grace," he said, and then turned to acknowledge the queen. Cersei inclined her head, her lips curling in a thin, formal smile. Jon did as Ned had instructed. He stepped forward, placed a hand over his heart, and bowed respectfully to both monarchs. Ned sensed the tension in his nephew's rigid posture, though Jon's face remained calm. Robert glanced at Jon, a flicker of recognition passing in his heavy-lidded eyes. "Boy, you're taller than when I saw you last. The North must feed its wolves well." He forced a grin that did not reach his eyes. "Your Grace," Jon replied politely. Cersei's gaze darted from Jon to Ned and back again, as though seeking a clue. At length, she stepped forward, a graceful swish of her green and gold gown. Her voice was civil, honey poured over ice. "Welcome to the Red Keep, Lord Stark. And welcome to you, Jon Snow. Do you find the city much changed from your arrival? I recall you visited once as a child, though perhaps you were too young to remember." Jon shook his head. "I was very young, Your Grace. All of this is new to me." She peered at him with cool interest. "Indeed, I imagine it must be overwhelming. King's Landing has a way of devouring the naive." Before Jon could reply, Robert waved for them to enter the keep. "Come, Ned. We have much to discuss. The council waits on us." His gaze flickered toward Jon. "You, lad, best see to your things and settle into your new quarters. The servants will guide you." Jon looked to Ned, uncertain if he should follow. Ned gave him a small nod. A steward stepped forward, motioning for Jon to accompany him. So Jon departed, leaving Ned and the king to vanish into the corridors of power. The castle's labyrinthine passages surrounded Jon in shifting shadows of red stone and flickering torches. He followed the steward wordlessly, absorbing the unfamiliar atmosphere. The drone of footfalls on the polished floors, the hush of watching guards in golden cloaks, the faint whiff of sour wine wafting from unseen chambers. So far from the crisp air of Winterfell and the simple directness of the North, Jon felt like a cornered animal in an alien environment. He arrived at a modest suite of rooms near the Hand's private apartments. The walls were hung with threadbare tapestries, but the furniture looked sturdy and well-maintained. A pair of narrow windows overlooked the city below. The steward bowed stiffly, asked if Jon required anything, and departed. Alone, Jon set his sword belt aside and took a moment to collect himself. The magnitude of his presence here weighed on him like mail he had never worn before. He reminded himself, no matter what else happened, he must guard the secret of his parentage. His life and Ned's depended on it. Moments later, a sharp rap on the door startled him. He swung it open to reveal a slight figure with curious eyes and a wry smile. Arya Stark. She had arrived a day earlier by ship, as Ned had finally relented and allowed her to come south with a small party of guards. though he had forbade Bran or Rickon from following. Behind her stood one of the Stark guards. "Arya," Jon said, surprised. "When did you—" She threw her arms around him, ignoring the guard's discreet cough. "I came by sea," she said, releasing him. "Father told me not to roam the city without an escort, and he's locked me up with Septas half the day. Sansa's in the north with grandmother Tully, so I'm stuck here with no one to talk to except sycophants." Her brown eyes shone with mischief. "But now you're here." Jon's heart lifted at the sight of her. "You should be careful, Arya. This place isn't like Winterfell. Father wants you to stay safe." She rolled her eyes. I know. I'm just glad you're here. Maybe we can train together in the courtyard. I brought Needle." She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Or we can slip out and see the city. I've heard the Street of Steel is a wonder, swordsmiths everywhere." Jon's lips twitched in a ghost of a grin. "Perhaps in time, but first we need to keep our wits about us. We're playing a dangerous game here, Arya." She shrugged. "The only danger I see is dying of boredom. But you always were too serious. Come on, let's see if we can't find you something to eat. You look half-starved." They stepped into the corridor, the Stark guard trailing behind them at a discreet distance. Arya chattered about the sights she'd glimpsed from the castle ramparts. The sprawling city rooftops, the ships in Blackwater Bay, the swirl of exotic people from the far corners of the realm. Jon listened, though his mind strayed to the possibility that even the walls had ears. They passed windows that overlooked the gardens, catching glimpses of courtiers meandering among hedges and fountains. Jon recognized no one. It unnerved him. In Winterfell, he knew every face. Here, everyone was a stranger, and every stranger might be an enemy. At last, they reached a lesser-used courtyard where a cluster of wooden practice dummies stood. Young squires sparred under the watchful eye of a drilling master-at-arms. One of the squires, a pale youth with straw-colored hair, gave Arya a sneer. "Look, it's the wolf girl." Arya bristled, hand drifting to Needle's hilt. But Jon placed a cautionary hand on her shoulder. The squire looked Jon up and down, unimpressed. "And who's this?" "Another northern savage." Jon met his gaze calmly. "I'm no savage, but you do well to keep a civil tongue." The squire snorted. "Don't presume to teach me manners, bastard." A ripple of tension passed through the group. One or two of the other squires shifted uneasily, aware that an insult to a Stark retainer could have consequences. Jon felt heat flood his cheeks, though he controlled his temper. He'd been called bastard all his life, never had the word carried quite such danger. For if the boy only knew the truth. Arya squared her shoulders. "You'd better mind your own steel, you worm." The squire sneered again, but the master-at-arms barked at him to resume training. Arya rolled her eyes and gestured for Jon to follow her away from the yard. "See what I mean?" she muttered. "I hate this city." Jon sighed. "Perhaps we shouldn't wander too far yet. Father will want to speak with us." Sure enough, that evening, Ned summoned them both to his private rooms. He looked weary, and the furrow in his brow spoke of long hours in council with the king. He seated them in simple chairs near the fireplace. A tray of bread and cheese lay untouched on a table, along with a half-drained cup of wine. Arya perched on the edge of a seat, leaning forward with eager curiosity. Jon stood by the hearth, arms folded. "How went the council?" Jon asked at length. Ned exhaled. "Robert is under pressure from all sides. The coffers are low. The crown is in debt. Lord Tywin's gold props up half the realm, so the Lannisters wield outsized influence. As hand, I'm expected to keep the kingdom running, deal with threats, negotiate with the Iron Bank, all while dodging the Queen's interference." He pinched the bridge of his nose. "And that's not the half of it," Arya asked. "Did the king say why he demanded you bring Jon?" Ned hesitated. "Not in so many words, but it's clear he wants to keep watch. He's uneasy about the truth, about your parentage." He looked at Jon directly. "We must be careful. Above all, we cannot allow rumors to spread. Robert gave his word he'd not harm you so long as you keep your head down." But if others learn you're Rhaegar's son, Arya inhaled sharply. Even months after first learning Jon's secret, the name of Rhaegar Targaryen hanging over Jon's head still struck her with a mix of awe and foreboding. Jon turned his gaze to the fire. I understand. I'll keep my distance. Avoid attention. Ned nodded, though he looked troubled. Yes, but the court is full of prying eyes. As the Hand's nephew, bastard or not, you'll be noticed. We'll devise some tasks for you that keep you out of the main swirl of politics. Training, perhaps study with the maesters in the keep's library. If you must attend events, speak little, observe much. Do not trust easily. He turned to Arya. And you, my wild wolf, must promise me you'll behave. The Queen has little fondness for me or my children. She'd find any excuse to cause mischief. If you provoke a Lannister or a court favorite, it could come back on us all. Arya frowned but nodded, albeit reluctantly. Yes, father. Satisfied, Ned offered them both a tired smile. Now off to bed. There's a long day ahead, with formal introductions and a small feast tomorrow in honor of our arrival. Jon and Arya rose. They bade Ned good night, stepping out into the corridor. A hush had settled over the Red Keep as the hour grew late, the torches throwing long shadows that danced on the walls. Jon escorted Arya to the chamber she shared with her new septa, then found his own quarters. The events of the day swam through his mind, making rest elusive. Finally, exhaustion forced his eyes shut. Morning arrived with the muffled clamor of a city already awake. Outside Jon's narrow window, the horns of dockworkers echoed from the harbor, and the bustle of peddlers on the streets seeped over the castle walls. He rose, dressed in practical northern garb, simple gray wool, plus a belt and boots. As he left his room, he nearly collided with a figure sweeping down the hall in fine silken robes. Lord Varys, the master of whisperers. A gentle smile curved the spider's lips as he paused, hands folded. Ah, Jon Snow, is it? Varys's soft, airy voice carried no malice, only curiosity. How good of you to join us in the capital. Jon bowed slightly, wariness stirring in his gut. He had heard Ned speak in guarded tones about this man, an enigmatic presence who seemed to know every secret in Westeros. My lord, he said politely. Varys took in Jon's features with a keen eye. I was present at the feast King Robert hosted in Winterfell, when you were just a child. You've grown into a fine young man. His gaze flicked momentarily to Jon's dark hair, his pale skin, searching for something. Jon felt as though under a magnifying glass. Thank you, my lord, Jon replied, tense. Varys let out a small sigh. Such formalities. I dare say you'll find the Red Keep both fascinating and dangerous, depending on where your steps take you. If you have need of guidance, perhaps I can help. After all, I strive to serve the realm, in my humble way. Jon's heart thrummed. He forced a polite smile. I'll keep that in mind, my lord. With that, Varys continued along, his slippers making scarcely a sound on the stone. Jon watched him vanish around a corner, feeling uneasy. Every instinct told him that if anyone in the city could unravel his secret, it was Varys. The day wore on with dull but necessary routines. Jon joined Arya in the practice yard. They sparred lightly with wooden swords under the watchful eye of a patient arms instructor from the north, Harwin, a man from the Stark stables who trained with them in Winterfell. Across the yard, knights and guards took measure of the newcomers. Some dismissed Arya's efforts as child's play, but a few recognized a spark of skill. Jon found some measure of solace in the rhythmic clash of wood. For a while it felt like home, but soon enough, afternoon shadows stretched across the walls, and the time came for the small feast in the king's solar. Unlike the grand feasts that included the entire court, this was a more intimate affair. Only the royal family, Ned Stark, Jon, Arya, and a handful of high lords. They gathered around a polished table laden with roast meats, honeyed carrots, bread, and jugs of summer wine. Robert drank heavily, as was his wont, while Cersei looked on with regal composure. A smattering of conversation about the realm's financial woes and rumors from across the narrow sea punctuated the meal. Jon kept his head lowered, chiming in only when asked direct questions about the north. Partway through the feast, Prince Tommen and Princess Myrcella arrived, Robert's younger children. They were polite enough, smiling shyly at Arya, who responded with awkward courtesy. Joffrey, the crown prince, entered last, strolling with calculated arrogance. He took a seat near his mother, ignoring Arya entirely and casting Jon a glance of faint superiority. Jon avoided eye contact. After the meal, as servants cleared plates, Robert leaned back, resting a massive hand on Ned's shoulder. "Now, old friend, how stands the north? Still half frozen?" Ned forced a small smile. "It's as it always is, Robert, ours." Robert let out a booming laugh. "Ha! Good. I'll not argue with that. May the seven bless you, Ned. For if half the men of this realm possessed a fraction of your loyalty, we'd be in better shape." His gaze slanted to Jon. "And you, lad, how are you finding the capital so far?" Jon glanced around the table at all the expectant faces. "It's a very large, your grace, and busy. I'm still finding my bearings." He spoke evenly, mindful of the tension in the king's eyes. Robert snorted. It's large enough for a man to lose himself if he isn't careful." "Well, keep your nose clean, and you'll do fine." Cersei tapped her fingers on the table. "Indeed, perhaps the lad can be made useful in some capacity. I recall the king has need of additional squires." Robert frowned. But we have enough Lannister squires running about." He gave Ned a pointed look. "Still, perhaps the boy might do well squiring for someone we trust." Cersei's lips curved. "Oh, I'm certain we can find a knight who would appreciate a strong northern lad at his side." Jon stiffened, feeling as if caught in a game he did not understand. Ned cleared his throat. "Jon is a capable swordsman, but I had intended for him to focus on assisting me with some tasks regarding the northern taxes, the logistics we must file for the crown. He's quite adept with numbers and letters, thanks to Maester Luwin's tutelage." It wasn't entirely false. Ned clearly wished to keep Jon out of the direct orbit of the Lannisters or any unscrupulous knights who might question his parentage. Cersei arched a golden eyebrow. "Is that so? A shame to keep a fighter's spirit buried in ledgers. But if you insist, Lord Stark." Ned offered a curt nod, ending the matter with quiet finality. Robert, half drunk, seemed disinclined to press it, draining another cup of wine instead. But the unease in the room lingered. Later, as courtiers dispersed, Jon noticed a sharp-eyed man lingering by the arches of the Solar, a slight smirk on his lips. This was Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger. He gave Jon a smooth, mocking bow, then melted away into the crowd. Another threat, Jon thought grimly, remembering Ned's caution about Littlefinger's cunning and capacity for betrayal. Days passed in much the same fashion. Ned spent long hours in the council chamber, wrestling with matters of debt, logistics, and rumors from the east. Some said the Dothraki were stirring, that a Targaryen princess had married their warlord. Robert grew agitated at any mention of Targaryens, as though it reminded him uncomfortably of the secret he now bore. Meanwhile, Cersei grew watchful, dispatching Lannister guards to spy on whomever she pleased. Arya tried to explore the city discreetly, but the presence of her escorts made that difficult. Jon, at Ned's instruction, split his time between practicing in the yard and poring over the library's records, trying to remain inconspicuous. Still, gossip wafted through the halls like a persistent breeze. Servants whispered that the king and queen were at odds more than ever. Some speculated it was over money, others over Robert's frequent dalliances. A few quietly whispered that Ned Stark's presence had driven a wedge deeper between them. More alarming yet were whispers that Varys, Baelish, and other members of the small council sensed something unusual about Lord Stark's bastard. That Snow never sought out brothels or trouble, that he was polite and guarded, that he bore a solemnity beyond his years. So the rumor mill churned, hungry for scandal. One afternoon, on the way back from the library, Jon found himself cornered by a tall man in gilded armor, Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer himself. With long golden hair, a smirk, and dangerous eyes, Jaime blocked Jon's path in a torchlit corridor. 2 Lannister guards flanked him. Jon froze, hand drifting toward his sword hilt. "Relax, boy," Jaime drawled, voice dripping with a mocking grace. "I only wish to have a look at the Stark bastard I've heard so much about. The one who rides at Lord Stark's side and draws the king's eye." Jon held Jaime's gaze, trying to project calm. "I'm no one special. Only here to serve my Lord Father." Jaime laughed softly, a note of contempt in the sound. "So you say. Yet the king calls for you by name, or so I'm told. And my sister, the queen, has taken an interest too. You must be quite the curiosity." Jon kept his voice even. "I'm but a loyal Stark, Sir Jaime. Nothing more." Jaime's eyes flicked over Jon, studying him. "A loyal Stark. How admirable. Let us hope that loyalty never strays, for your sake." He paused, then added in a softer tone, "You're what, 16? 17. 17, sir. 17, Jaime repeated, shaking his head. "You look older. In the eyes, at least. Wariness beyond your years. I've seen such a look in battle-worn men." His smirk faded. "Be careful, boy. The red keep devours the unwary." With that, Jaime brushed past, his crimson cloak billowing behind him. Jon stared at the Kingslayer's retreating form, a chill running the length of his spine. There had been a note of genuine caution beneath the mocking exterior, and it left Jon more uneasy than outright hostility might have. He confided this encounter to Ned that evening, who simply grimaced. "Jaime Lannister is dangerous, but he's not subtle. He may suspect something is amiss, but I doubt he knows. Keep your head, Jon." Meanwhile, across the castle, Arya found her own trouble. Bored by needlework and stifled by the confines of the Red Keep, she stole away from her septa one afternoon and crept through the winding back corridors, eager to see more of the city. She slipped past a dozing guard and found herself in the maze of passages that led to the lower kitchens, then deeper, to dungeons that reeked of mold and despair. She had no intention of going all the way in, only a spark of mischief drove her. But as she crept, she overheard voices through a grate in the stone, speaking in hushed, urgent tones. She heard fragments, "Targaryen wedding the Dothraki," and "the boy in the north." Her blood chilled. At the mention of "the boy in the north," she immediately thought of Jon. Pressing her ear to the grate, she could barely make out 2 voices. One she recognized as Varys's soft murmuring. The other was unfamiliar, a heavy accent. They seemed to be discussing the possibility of an heir. If the Khal invades, and the Targaryen child remains in Westeros, the king will panic. Arya strained for more, but a rat skittered nearby and squeaked. One of the voices fell silent, and she heard movement as if they were parting ways. Quickly, Arya backed away, heart racing, nearly tripping over her own feet. Scrambling up a winding stairwell, she emerged near the training yard, breath coming in shallow gasps. She had half a mind to run straight to Jon and tell him what she'd heard, but something in her father's repeated warnings echoed in her mind. Telling too much to the wrong person could be lethal. Even if it was Jon, she wasn't sure what exactly she'd heard, and she feared that repeating it might cause him greater worry or lead to hasty action. She resolved to keep her ears open and gather more information before deciding whom to trust. That same evening, a messenger arrived from the Riverlands with an invitation for Ned to attend a tourney at Harrenhal, commemorating the end of the Greyjoy Rebellion a decade ago. A smaller celebration compared to the legendary tourney that had once been held there, where Rhaegar Targaryen crowned Lyanna Stark as the Queen of Love and Beauty, unknowingly setting off a chain of fateful events. The irony did not escape Ned. The letter was signed by Lord Hoster Tully and Lord Walder Frey. Ned wondered if traveling to Harrenhal might be a welcome distraction or a potential minefield. Ultimately, the king had the final say on whether Ned could leave the capital. That night, Ned brought the invitation to Robert over cups of spiced wine. The king was sprawled in a cushioned chair, belt loosened, a fresh bruise on his forearm from sparring with the yard's master earlier in the day. "A tourney at Harrenhal?" Robert rumbled, scanning the parchment. "Bah, that cursed ruin. You remember the last time a grand tourney was held there?" don't you?" Ned's jaw tightened. "Too well." Robert gave a bark of laughter that lacked real amusement. "I, Rhaegar and your sister." He broke off, scowling. "Well, no matter. That was a lifetime ago." He tossed the parchment onto a side table. "Will you go?" Ned measured his words. "If you permit it, perhaps I should. The lords of the Riverlands and the North have extended the invitation. I could use the opportunity to reaffirm loyalties. The realm is restless, Robert." Robert drummed his thick fingers on the arm of his chair. "I can't have you gone too long. The council meets daily, and I rely on your honesty. But perhaps it's for the best. Get out of this viper's nest for a time. Take the boy with you, Jon. Let him see a Torney. That'll keep him occupied." Ned considered. He's never attended a proper Torney, aside from small ones in the north. It might do him good. Arya as well. The king shrugged. "Bring whomever you like. Just come back quickly." Within a se'night, the royal stableyards bustled with activity as Ned prepared to depart for Harrenhal. He would travel with a modest escort of Stark men and a few knights loyal to him. Jon, at Ned's insistence, would ride with them. Arya, beyond thrilled, was permitted to go, under strict instructions to stay close. The king would remain in King's Landing, half relieved to have Ned absent so that he might drown himself in wine without lectures. On the morning of departure, Jon found himself helping Arya strap her meager baggage onto a sturdy chestnut mare. She chattered excitedly about seeing the blackened towers of Harrenhal. Jon, however, felt a prickle of dread. Harrenhal was haunted, some said, by the ghosts of Harren the Black and all who had perished there. Others whispered of curses that doomed any family who held it. More to the point, it was the place where Rhaegar once crowned Lyanna with winter roses. Jon could not escape a certain sense of destiny coiling around him, though he tried to banish such dramatic notions. They rode out in a caravan of 10 or 12 wagons, carriages, and mounted knights. Ser Roderick Castle, the old master-at-arms from Winterfell, led the vanguard. Ned and his children rode at the center. The bannermen's flags fluttered overhead. A gray direwolf on white, the sigil of House Stark. They wove through the busy streets, past columns of foot soldiers drilling in the squares, out the city gates and onto the King's Road. The towering red walls and spires of King's Landing receded into the distance, replaced by rolling countryside. In the following days of travel, Arya insisted on riding ahead or dropping back, exploring the fields or crossing small creeks, much to the annoyance of the guards assigned to shadow her. Jon rode more quietly, often beside Ned. Now and then, Ned pointed out landmarks, from abandoned watchtowers to half-ruined septs, the scars of old wars. Summer still reigned, but the hint of autumn lingered in the breeze, and the golden leaves swayed overhead in the half-dusty, half-sunlit air. They stopped at inns and holdfasts along the way. Though the traveling party was smaller than a royal progress, it was large enough to cause a stir wherever they halted. Jon noticed how each innkeeper's demeanor shifted upon recognizing Lord Stark. Civility abounded, but there was also caution. Everyone knew trouble followed highborn lords. Rumors slipped in from passing travelers, too. Whispers that Lord Tywin Lannister was unhappy about the realm's debts. Whispers that ships bearing the Targaryen sigil had been spotted in the summer sea, though no one knew if it was true. Jon listened silently, feeling as if the entire realm hummed with tension. Finally, after many days on the road, they crested a ridge overlooking the God's Eye, an immense lake glimmering in the afternoon sun. Beyond its waters rose the looming, charred outline of Harrenhal's towers, reaching claw-like toward the sky. Though battered by time and dragonfire centuries past, the castle remained an imposing edifice of blackened stone. Even from this distance, it looked huge, the walls swallowing the horizon. Arya murmured, "It's massive, bigger than I imagined." Jon nodded. A ruin, but formidable still. Ned urged his horse forward. "We'll make camp outside the gates tonight. The Lord of Harrenhal, whichever family holds it now, will host the main event in the lower courtyard, I suspect. We'll arrive in time for the opening ceremonies." As they drew closer, the dark silhouette of Harrenhal took shape in stark detail. towers like melted candles, half collapsed from dragonfire in Aegon's conquest. Walls that could have housed thousands, now echoing with ghosts. Still, a portion of the castle remained usable. Smoke drifted from chimneys, indicating that some lesser lord had the means to maintain part of the keep. Indeed, as they neared the main gate, a cadre of armed guards in the colors of House Went. An old house once famed for hosting a grand tourney here, stood ready to receive them. But the overlordship had shifted. The castle was currently under the guardianship of a minor retainer sworn to the Tullus, though rumor said Lord Peter Baelish had some claim or interest. In Westeros, it was always complicated. They were welcomed with stiff politeness and directed to an open field near the outer wall where pavilions had been raised for guests. Despite the ruin, the expanse of Harrenhal's courtyard could easily host a small city of tents. Other lords had already arrived. The Black Fish of House Tully, the Sunburst of House Dane from Dorne, the Twin Towers of House Fry, the Moose Sigil of House Hornwood, and many more. Banners rippled in the autumn breeze, their colors bright against the charcoal stone. By the time the Stark party had set up its tents and stabled the horses, the sun was dipping low. Fires and torches sprang to life across the makeshift camp, the smoke mingling with the faint stench of stagnant water drifting from the god's eye. Jon stood outside his tent, gazing at the half-collapsed towers. He imagined a once-gleaming courtyard filled with knights and ladies, cheering as Prince Rhaegar unseated challengers. He imagined the hush when Rhaegar rode past all others to place that crown of winter roses in Lyanna's lap. That single gesture had shaped the entire history of the realm and his life forever. A soft voice roused him from his thoughts. Arya sidled up, face lit by the glow of braziers. "You look haunted," she teased gently. "Perhaps I am," Jon murmured. Then he forced a smile. "But let's not dwell on ghosts. We've a tourney to attend." Arya grinned, her excitement returning. "I want to see the jousting up close, and the archery and the melee. Maybe they'll let me shoot an arrow or two, if father doesn't forbid it." Jon laughed lightly. "We can ask." But even as they shared a moment of levity, Jon could not shake the feeling that all of this, the pageantry, the reawakened memories, was the prelude to something larger. The king remained in King's Landing, where the Lannisters and the Master of Whisperers circled like sharks. Here at Harrenhal, old stories of Rhaegar and Lyanna hung in the air. He was a child of both houses, Targaryen and Stark, standing on ground scorched by dragons. If the realm discovered his truth, everything could ignite once more. At dawn, trumpets blared across the field, announcing the start of the tournament. Noble spectators filed into the stands erected by carpenters near the old gatehouse. Knights strapped on their armor, squires bustled, servants hurried with pails of water for the horses. Colors flashed everywhere: crimson, azure, gold, silver. The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Arya nearly vibrated with excitement, dragging Jon toward their assigned viewing area. Ned followed more sedately, exchanging greetings with a few river lords. From the stands, they saw the jousting field. Long lists carefully roped off, with a fenced enclosure at either end. The first challengers were minor knights, crashing lances for honor and the chance at modest prizes. The crowd cheered politely, though the real excitement would come later when the more famous warriors took the field. Jon watched intently, admiring the precision and skill. Arya clapped whenever a rider unhorsed an opponent. Ned kept silent, his face drawn, as though remembering other tournaments and other days. When the noon sun blazed overhead, the heralds announced a break. Servants rushed to distribute flasks of cool water and sweet wine to the spectators. Arya took the opportunity to slip away for a closer look at the knights' horses. Jon accompanied her, mindful that Ned would want them to stick together. They navigated between tents, stepping around muddy patches, passing squires polishing battered helms. Everywhere, they caught snippets of conversation: tourney gossip, speculation about who might emerge victorious, or casual talk of politics. That was how they learned that Lord Baelish had arrived in Harrenhal earlier that morning. Arya wrinkled her nose. "Peter Baelish is a weasel," she muttered. Jon agreed silently, They continued until they stood near the picket lines, where the knight's steeds were tethered. Arya cooed over a dapple-gray courser with braided mane, while Jon patted the muzzle of a chestnut destrier. The animal snorted, flicking ears in the midday heat. Amid the clamor of stable boys, Jon noticed a tall, elegant young man approaching. He wore the badge of House Dane, a sword and falling star on his surcoat. His silver hair was tied back, and his violet eyes gleamed. Jon felt a chill. House Dane was sworn to Dorne, but they had once been intimately linked to Rhaegar Targaryen through the Kingsguard knight Ser Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, whom Ned had slain at the Tower of Joy. This could be a relative. The young man dipped his head politely. "My lady," he said to Arya. Then to Jon, "My lord, or so I presume you must be, traveling with Lord Stark." Arya made a face. "He's not a lord. This is my brother, Jon Snow." Jon bristled at how the word Snow might land upon the Dane's ears, but the young man only offered a civil smile. "Dare I hope you are a distant cousin? My mother's mother was a Stark, though from a lesser branch. The North runs thick with such lines. I am Edric Dane." Jon recalled the name vaguely. Edric Dane, current Lord of Starfall, though still quite young. "Well met, my lord," he said. "You ride in the lists?" Edric's face lit up. "I do, though I'm no Ser Arthur." A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Jon wondered if Edric knew who had killed Arthur Dane. He must. "Still, I hope to do House Dane proud." Arya, thoroughly bored by polite niceties, seized on the name Arthur Dane. Ser Arthur Dane was the greatest knight who ever lived. Father said so. He had donned that great white sword. He died protecting Prince Rhaegar, didn't he? Edric's expression tightened. "He died at the end of the rebellion, yes." His gaze flicked to Jon, a fleeting wariness there. "At the Tower of Joy, against Lord Eddard Stark and his companions." Jon's heart pounded, but outwardly he remained calm. "I've heard the stories. Ser Arthur was by all accounts a paragon of chivalry. He had no wish to defend or condemn the events at the Tower. Ned rarely spoke of it, except to say it had been necessary and tragic." Edric exhaled. "That he was." He studied Jon's face, almost too intently. "It's said that Ser Arthur died to keep Prince Rhaegar's last secrets. Though what secrets those were, none can say." Jon's throat went dry. Had Edric guessed something? Or was it simply the rumor that Rhaegar's child with Elia Martell had been spirited away? So many tales circulated about that period. Arya looked from one to the other, sensing tension. Jon managed a neutral nod. "War is full of secrets and tragedy." "Yes," Edric agreed softly. Then he cleared his throat, as though shaking off the mood. "I must return to my knightly duties. Good day to you both." He bowed and strode away. Arya watched him go. He was odd, but polite. Jon let out a breath. "He's from Dorne. They're rumored to still harbor grudges over the rebellion." Indeed, the Martells had lost Prince Oberyn's sister, Elia, and her children, Rhaegar's wife and offspring, at the sack of King's Landing, an atrocity for which the Lannisters were chiefly blamed. The entire business was a tangle of vengeance and heartbreak. If the Danes knew or suspected the truth about Jon, that might unleash a storm. They returned to the stands in time to see higher-ranked knights tilt. Ser Barristan Selmy was absent, still serving at the king's side in King's Landing, but lesser luminaries took the field. A few lances broke, cheers rose from the crowd. In the midst of this pageantry, Jon noticed Peter Baelish making his way to the dais where Ned sat with other lords, his mockingbird sigil shining on a delicate pin. Jon nudged Arya. "Look." Baelish greeted Ned with a smirk that did not reach his eyes. Ned spoke curtly, presumably not pleased at Littlefinger's presence. Then, to Jon's unease, Baelish's gaze swept the audience and settled on Jon himself. The little Lord of Coin gave him a sly half-smile before turning back to Ned. Arya frowned. "I hate that man." Jon couldn't fault her feelings. He felt an inward jolt of alarm. Baelish's reasons for appearing here at Harrenhal, seemingly unannounced, were suspicious. Perhaps he sought new alliances or intended to whisper rumors where they might cause maximum damage. Jon scanned the stands, searching for other watchers, half expecting to see Varys as well. But the spider was presumably still in King's Landing. As the afternoon progressed, Ned signaled for Jon and Arya to join him in the dais. They carefully skirted the crowd, climbing the wooden steps. Ned rose, inclining his head slightly in greeting. "I see you found the stables," he remarked quietly, glancing between them with mild exasperation. "Don't wander again without telling someone." Arya nodded, chastened. Jon scanned the faces gathered around Ned. Among them were Lord Frey's brood, some 4 or 5 sons of varying ages. Lord Blackwood, gaunt in his black feather cloak, a pair of Mal-Lister knights, and, of course, Peter Baelish standing a pace to the side, a cunning twinkle in his eye. "Lord Stark," Baelish murmured. "I've just been sharing with these good lords how splendid it is to see Harrenhal come alive again with a tourney. Brings back memories of that other fateful event all those years ago." Ned's face was impassive. "That memory is not as fond for me as it seems to be for you, Lord Baelish." Baelish chuckled softly. "No, I don't imagine it would be. The seeds planted then bore quite the bitter fruit for us all." His gaze slid over Jon, but he did not elaborate. Instead, he turned to watch a knight in battered plate ride forth. "Ah, the next tilt begins." Jon kept silent, but he felt the weight of Baelish's remark. The man was a master at dropping hints without revealing true intentions. Ned placed a hand on Jon's shoulder, guiding him to stand on his other side, away from Baelish. The message was clear: distance yourself from that serpent. The joust continued, lances splintering, dust and sweat flying. One knight triumphed, raising his visor to reveal a broad grin. The crowd applauded politely, though the real highlight, a melee featuring some famed swords, would be tomorrow. Ned whispered for Arya to watch carefully, to see how knights moved, how skill was measured in more than brute force. She nodded, rapt. Eventually, the day's events drew to a close. As the sun sank over the blackened ramparts of Harrenhal, Ned excused himself and his children, weaving back to the Stark pavilion. They found their camp abuzz with talk of who might be favored in the melee and which lords had arrived. Jon spied Lord Beric Dondarrion among them, a young, gallant warrior from the Dornish marches who had a reputation for daring. Lady Bracken and Lady Blackwood camped on opposite sides of the field, their ancient feud still alive. If there was any unifying theme, it was the swirl of gossip about the king's poor finances, rumors of Targaryens in Essos, and the worrisome Greyjoys in the Iron Islands. That night, Ned convened a small gathering around the central fire in the Stark pavilion. Robb was not here. He remained in Winterfell as the Stark heir, but Ser Roderick, a few loyal northern knights, Jon and Arya sat near Ned. They ate stewed meat and sipped ale, speaking in hushed tones. Arya recounted her run-in with Edric Dane, and Jon shared the barest details of the conversation. Ned's brow knitted. The Danes might suspect something, but they have no proof. Still, it's best to avoid giving them reason to dig further. I slew Arthur Dane at the Tower of Joy. They must harbor some bitterness. A thoughtful silence followed. Finally, Jon asked softly, "Father, if House Dane were to learn the truth, might they try to proclaim me as Rhaegar's son and rally Dorne to my cause?" He almost choked on the last word, for he wanted no such thing. Ned's jaw tensed. It's possible. Dorne despised Robert for the deaths of Elia Martell and her children. If they learned there was another Targaryen heir, one half Stark, no less, they might see an opportunity for revenge or for some form of restitution. The Martells might ally with them, or they might not. There's no telling with politics. He laid a hand on Jon's arm. "We must not let that happen." Jon nodded, heart pounding. The realization that an entire region might rally around him as a figurehead only amplified his dread. Arya stared at him, wide-eyed. Ser Roderick cleared his throat. "Well, we stand ready to protect you, Jon, as we protect all of Lord Stark's kin. House Dane will not move openly, not in a crowd of so many lords. And as for Baelish, we must watch him carefully." Outside, the wind whistled across the dark waters of the God's Eye, carrying faint sounds of laughter and revelry from other camps. The ghosts of Harrenhal loomed in silent vigil. Jon's gaze drifted up to the sky. On the horizon, the moon hung pale and low, half obscured by clouds. He felt as though the entire realm was a powder keg, with a spark drifting precariously closer every day. If his lineage slipped into public knowledge, if someone with cunning and ambition whispered it into the right ears, Robert's wrath would be the least of their concerns. War could erupt, old loyalties shift, and dragons might rise in the public imagination once more. Morning brought the day of the melee. The knights and lords braced themselves, attaching armor, polishing weapons. The stands filled again, banners flapping in the crisp breeze. Jon and Arya took their seats beside Ned. Baelish, lurking near, offered a mocking greeting. The melee commenced with a thunderous roar, a free-for-all of armed men crashing into each other until one champion remained. Swords clanged, shields splintered, cheers and gasps rippled through the onlookers. Arya bounced on her toes, enthralled. Midway through, Jon spotted Edric Dane locked in combat with a burly knight from the Westerlands. Despite a valiant effort, Edric was disarmed and forced to yield. He limped off, armor dented, head bowed. Jon felt a pang of sympathy. Even so, he was grateful Edric was out of the competition, less visible to the crowd, less chance of stirring trouble. The melee ended with a northern knight in Stark colors emerging victorious, to Ned's quiet satisfaction. Prizes were awarded, cheers rang out, and the day wound down in celebration. Feasts sprang up around the camp that night, with lords, knights, and small folk alike reveling in the aftermath of the tourney. Harrenhal's grim walls stood witness to rare merriment. Jon found a moment of quiet at the edge of the lake, stepping away from the flicker of torchlight. The waters of the gods I lapped gently at the shore, reflecting the moon's pale glow. He breathed in the cool air, thinking of how different life had become since Ned first revealed his parentage. The illusions of his youth, that he might take the black and escape shame, had been shattered. Now he was entangled in a destiny neither chosen nor desired. Lost in thought, he did not hear footsteps until they were nearly upon him. He turned to see Edric Dane once more, helmet in the crook of his arm, hair hanging loose around his face. The Dornish youth inclined his head. Jon Snow. Jon's hand went to his sword out of reflex, but he eased it when he saw Edric was unarmed. Lord Edric, I trust your wounds are not too severe. Edric shrugged, a bruised shoulder and a battered pride. I'll live. He paused, then drew closer, voice low. Listen, I wanted to say something. I've heard whispers. Whispers that you might be more than Ned Stark's bastard. Whispers that your father was someone else. Possibly. My uncle knew something about it. Arthur Dane. Jon felt his blood chill. He forced his voice to remain steady. Those are only rumors. Edric watched him carefully. I assumed as much. Yet the rumors persist, especially among those who recall the Tower of Joy and my uncle's final stand. They say he died defending something or someone. Jon clenched his jaw. If you want to start a war, spread that rumor. But if you care for peace, you'll let it die. Edric's eyes flashed with a mix of curiosity and caution. You speak as if it's the truth. Tell me if you truly were. He stopped himself, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. If you were Targaryen by blood, do you not think the realm might be better served by a king who carries Stark honor as well? Jon hissed softly. I have no ambition for crowns. I don't want a throne. I want my family safe. If you have an ounce of sense, you'll say nothing. The realm would tear itself apart. Edric studied him for a moment, then nodded. I don't wish for war. House Dane has seen enough blood. But I had to know what kind of man you were in case it came to it. You have answered. He sighed, a weight seemingly lifting from his shoulders. I'll keep your secret, if you swear you mean no harm to House Dane or to Dorne. Jon relaxed fractionally. I swear it. A smile, faint but genuine, touched Edric's lips. Then farewell, Jon Snow. May the gods watch over us both. In these times, I suspect we'll need their mercy. He turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving Jon alone once more. When Jon returned to the Stark pavilion, Ned awaited him by the fire, posture tense. As soon as Jon walked in, Ned's gaze snapped up. "Where have you been?" the Lord demanded. "I was about to send men searching." Jon swallowed. "I needed air, Father. Lord Edric Dane found me." Ned stood sharply. "Dane? Did he threaten you?" "Not exactly," Jon said, exhaling. "He wanted to confirm rumors. I denied them, mostly. But Father, he knows." Ned's face tightened. "This is ill news. Yet if he's chosen not to reveal it, that may mean he seeks no vengeance. The Danes are an honorable house." He paced, clearly troubled. "All the more reason we must return to King's Landing soon. Ensure Robert doesn't hear any new whispers." Before they could speak further, Arya burst in, a flush on her cheeks. "Father, Jon, Lord Baelish just left our camp. He was snooping around. Said something about offering you a letter, Father, but you weren't here." Ned cursed under his breath. "I told him to keep his distance, likely sniffing for secrets. We leave at first light, then. This tourney has served its purpose, and no good can come of staying." So it was decided. Early the next morning, while the other camps still dozed or nursed hangovers, the Stark party dismantled their tents, packed their wagons, and prepared to depart Harrenhal. Ned declined any formal farewells, though he sent polite thanks to the castellan who had hosted them. Arya seemed disappointed to leave so soon. She had hoped for more adventures, but Jon felt only relief. Every day at Harrenhal stirred the ghosts of Rhaegar and Lyanna, secrets too raw to be exposed under so many watchful eyes. They rode out through the blackened gates as dawn's first light glimmered on the lake. Jon spared one last glance at the towering ruins. He thought of Edric Dane's parting words. "If you were Targaryen by blood, do you not think the realm might be better served?" He silently reaffirmed his vow. He would not be a pawn in any attempt to seat a Targaryen upon the Iron Throne. He was Jon Snow, raised in the north, and his loyalty was to the family who had loved him. The realm's swirling storms would not change that. Yet as the small caravan wound along the shores of the God's Eye, the sky overhead darkened with thick clouds, the wind picking up, stirring whitecaps on the water. A gull cried sharply, echoing across the waves. Jon felt a stirring in his chest, a sense that the days of calm were fast ending. Destiny, like those clouds, loomed ready to break with thunder and rain. And in his veins, the wolf and the dragon both stirred, an inheritance of ice and fire that might, in time, demand a reckoning he could no longer avoid. For now he pressed on, following Ned Stark's steady lead. He could not know what awaited them back in King's Landing. New intrigues, heightened suspicions, perhaps a swirl of rumors fed by Baelish's meddling or Varys's manipulations. All he knew was that he would keep his secret close, as his mother Lyanna and his father Ned would have wanted. Whatever the realm might try to make of him, he would remain a Stark in spirit, and that would have to be enough, until fate forced his hand and he discovered whether the dragon's blood in him could ever truly be silenced. They left Harrenhal at first light, the faint sun streaking the eastern sky with pale oranges and pinks, while the great ruins towers rose black and silent behind them. Ned Stark led the way, his jaw set, eyes distant. Beside him rode Jon Snow, whose thoughts whirled with images of Edric Dane's grave face and the looming threat that more people might learn of his Targaryen blood. Arya dozed in her saddle at times, having stayed up too late the night before, determined to see every corner of Harrenhal that she could. Their column, a modest escort of Stark men and sworn swords, crossed the moat around the castle's outer walls, then joined the main road running alongside the God's Eye. The morning air was mild, and wispy clouds glowed overhead. Yet a sense of unease plagued Jon, like distant thunder rumbling too low for anyone else to hear. By mid-morning, they had put many leagues between themselves and Harrenhal. Thick stands of oak and elm lined the road on either side, their leaves gilded by early autumn. Jon found himself scanning the tree lines for signs of watchers or riders, a reflex born of his deepening wariness since coming south. Several times he spotted movement, deer or small game darting away, but nothing suggested a hidden threat. Ned kept a steady pace, occasionally halting to water the horses at small streams. He spoke little. When Arya grumbled about how tired she was, he reminded her gently that one could not ride into a tourney and vanish for late-night jaunts without paying the price in weariness. She gave him a sheepish scowl. Jon sensed that Ned's mind was half on Harrenhal and half on King's Landing, and perhaps also wandering to the Tower of Joy, Arthur Dane, and all that had been triggered by their brief talk with Edric. By noon, they reached a bustling inn near a ford in the Trident. Wagons crowded the yard, and the smell of hot stew drifted from the open windows. Farmers, merchants, and a few hedge knights milled about, seeing to horses or hefting crates from carts. Ned decided they would pause for a brief meal before pressing on. Inside the inn, the air was thick with pipe smoke, and the rushes on the floor had seen better days. Yet the tavern keeper, recognizing Ned Stark, swiftly cleared a long table near the hearth and had a serving girl bring bowls of venison stew and loaves of crusty bread. Arya dug in eagerly, moaning at how good it tasted. Jon, seated beside her, ate more slowly, eyes flicking around the room. Several men in travel-worn cloaks huddled in one corner, whispering. A pair of hedge knights, half-armored, chatted near the fireplace about the tourney at Harrenhal. Snippets of conversation drifted. Heard that pup of the north made a decent showing. Aye, but the Dane boy lost out, so much for the sword of the morning's legacy. They say the king's coffers are empty. Targaryens, Dothraki, dragons across the sea. Jon's pulse spiked at the mention of Targaryens, but the speaker trailed off before he could make out details. Nothing new. Everyone in the realm gossiped about the exiled Targaryens, Viserys and Daenerys. No one here suspected that another Targaryen rode among them. He forced himself to focus on the stew. It was rich and hearty, warming him more than he expected. Across the table, Ned sopped up broth with a chunk of bread, managing a small smile at Arya's enthusiasm. For a moment, it felt almost normal, a father and his children on the road. That peace lasted only until the door banged open, letting in a gust of wind and 4 men in dusty leathers bearing the sigil of House Bracken. The newcomers were armed, scowling from their journey. Their leader, a stout man with a red beard, scanned the room, spotted Ned, and paused. Bracken and Stark were not enemies, at least not like Bracken and Blackwood, but the men approached warily. "Lord Stark," said the red-bearded man, offering a rough bow. "Didn't expect to see you here." Ned dabbed his mouth with a napkin, then stood politely. "Sir, my men and I are on our way back to the capital." The Bracken man glanced at Arya and Jon, then back at Ned. "We've just come from Harrenhal ourselves. This accursed place, no doubt. My Lord Father says that place is best left to ghosts." Ned gave a nod. It's a sight steeped in sorrow, but it served well enough for the tourney. The conversation was tense but mercifully brief. The Bracken men found their own table, and Ned retook his seat with a sigh. "We'll finish our meal and ride on. I prefer fewer eyes on us." True to his word, Ned had them back on the road within the hour. Afternoon sunlight slanted through the canopy of leaves, casting dappled shadows. Arya trotted ahead to ride with some of the Stark guards, presumably to beg for stories of battles or the free cities. Jon stayed near Ned. The Lord's features were weighed down with worry. "Is it the king?" Jon asked quietly. "Or Baelish?" Ned glanced at him. "Both. More than that, actually. Everything feels precarious. Robert is uneasy. The Lannisters are circling like wolves. No offense to our sigil, and the realm's finances are in shambles. Add to that the rumors of Targaryen heirs in Essos. And if your secret surfaces, the flames could spread." His voice dropped lower so no nearby rider could overhear. "I'm sorry to put so many burdens on you, Jon. I'd hoped to protect you from this, but it seems the old gods have other plans." Jon's chest tightened. He dipped his head. "I understand, Father. We'll manage." Ned pressed his lips together, managing a faint nod. "Yes, we must." They rode until the sun kissed the horizon, stopping at a smaller, quieter inn for the night. In the morning, they continued south along the King's Road, entering more populated regions. Wagons rumbled by, peasants trudged with goods to market. Towns began cropping up with greater frequency. Jon noted that each mile nearer to King's Landing seemed to bring more eyes, more potential for rumor. He kept his hood up often, avoiding conversation with strangers. Arya complained about the monotony, but Ned brushed her off, urging her to remain cautious. At last, near sunset on the 5th day, the walls of King's Landing came into view, a haze of smoke and the faint tang of sewage drifting on the breeze. Arya wrinkled her nose, but Jon had grown used to the city's stench in the months before they'd left for Harrenhal. Still, it felt oppressive after the open roads. They passed through the massive gates. Gold cloaks examined Ned's sigil, then waved them in. At once, they were swallowed by the city's chaos. Shouting vendors, jostling crowds, urchins darting under horses. The party kept together, forging a path through winding streets until the Red Keep's red walls loomed ahead. Entering the castle courtyard, they dismounted in a swirl of stable hands and onlookers. A royal steward approached at once, bowing. "Lord Stark, welcome home. The king expects you at council come the morrow. He also wishes to see your—" The steward's eyes flicked to Jon. "Your son, if convenient." Jon's stomach nodded at once. Ned stiffened. "Very well," he said, "but we've been on the road for days. We require rest." "Of course, my lord. Shall I have attendants ready a bath and a meal in your chambers?" Ned nodded gratefully. "Yes, do so." Arya hopped off her horse, grimacing at the pins and needles in her legs. "I'll see to it that my things are brought up," she said, waving aside a stable boy who tried to help her dismount. Jon hid a smirk, appreciating her independent streak even here in the heart of Southern power. They made their way inside, Ned pausing every few paces to exchange brief greetings with acquaintances from the court. Jon braced himself for the swirl of rumors to resume. As they passed through a corridor near the throne room, a richly dressed courtier muttered something to his companion about the northern bastard returning. Jon overheard but kept his eyes forward. Now more than ever, he must remain calm. They reached the private apartments reserved for the hand of the king. Servants hustled about, preparing fresh linens, lighting braziers. Ned thanked them, then ushered Jon and Arya into his solar, shutting the door. Outside, the castle hummed with activity, but in here the noise became a dull roar. Arya threw herself onto a cushioned chair with a theatrical sigh. "All that riding. I'm going to sleep for a moon's turn." Ned cracked a small smile, but his posture remained tense. "Rest if you must, but keep your wits about you. There's no telling what the king wants. We'll likely be summoned to court tomorrow, and I want you both looking presentable." Arya groaned. "More fancy dresses and bows. I'd rather face a horde of wildlings." "You'll manage." Ned turned to Jon. "As for you, you heard the steward. The king wants to see you. Prepare yourself, because Robert might put on a show of anger or generosity or both." Jon's heart thudded. "Yes, father." A quiet rap sounded on the solar door. Ned opened it to reveal Sirs Boros and Meryn of the Kingsguard, two men with stern, unyielding faces under their white cloaks. Boros sneered at Arya with palpable disdain. "The king wishes to see Lord Stark's bastard. Now." Arya bristled, leaping to her feet. "He's not." Ned cut her off with a sharp look, then he nodded at Jon. "Go. Be respectful." Jon inhaled and exhaled slowly, steadying himself. "Yes." He strode out, the two Kingsguard closing in like mailed sentinels. Down staircases and torchlit halls they went. Ser Meryn said nothing, only peering at Jon with cold evaluation. Ser Boros spat once, likely for show. Jon ignored it all. They reached the king's private reception chamber, a small but lavish room hung with tapestries depicting hunting scenes. Robert Baratheon stood by a table laden with food and drink, a half-full goblet in hand. He looked more bloated than before, eyes bloodshot and cheeks ruddy. Near him stood Queen Cersei, impeccably composed in emerald silks. She turned to watch Jon enter, eyes sharp as daggers. "Ah, there he is." Robert's booming voice filled the room. My favorite traveling bastard. He barked a laugh that carried little mirth. Jon bowed, forcing the tension from his shoulders. Your Grace. Robert waved the goblet. So, how was Harrenhal? Did you see anything of note? Did the old ruin devour your soul? Jon risked a polite smile. It was grand and unsettling, Your Grace. The tourney was lively, though overshadowed by the castle's dark history. Cersei's lips curved ever so slightly. Dark history, indeed. Rhaegar Targaryen was quite fond of Harrenhal, was he not? She let that hang in the air. Jon's heart lurched. Robert scowled, taking a long drink. Bollocks to Rhaegar. He was a fool, gods rest him. Let him stay dead. Yes, Jon said softly, schooling his expression. Robert set his goblet down with a clunk. You did well not to get into trouble. Word reached me that your father left the tourney early. Some nonsense with Baelish, no doubt. That meddling rat. He rubbed his temple. I'm told your father's returned just in time to help me figure out new ways to pay off these blasted debts. And as for you, stay out of trouble, boy. The city's no place for naive heroics. Jon bowed his head. Yes, Your Grace. Robert eyed him over the rim of his goblet, swirling the wine. You keep quiet, and I'll keep my promise. No harm will come to you so long as you remain loyal. Are we understood? Jon forced himself to meet Robert's gaze. The king's expression was unreadable, a swirl of old resentments and grudging acceptance. I am loyal to House Stark and the crown, Your Grace. Good, Robert snapped. Then, in a softer tone, he added, I'll have no trouble from you, no illusions. Rhaegar's dead. The Iron Throne is mine, and after me, Joffrey's. A sour twist of his mouth suggested he might be less than enthused about that prospect. Now get out, and if my queen here has anything to say, you'll hear it. Dismissed. Jon bowed again. Thank you, Your Grace. He glanced at Cersei, who watched him with an inscrutable stare, her pale green eyes flicking to the sword at his hip as though wondering if he might dare draw it. Then he turned and left, the Kingsguard trailing him back to the corridor. Outside, Jon exhaled shakily. The king's words had carried an unmistakable warning and a hint of fear. Fear that Jon might one day claim what Robert believed to be his own. He felt sick to his stomach. Another audience without bloodshed was a victory, but the tension only tightened the noose around Jon's secret. He returned to Ned's solar, where Arya paced like a caged cat. Ned stood by the window, back stiff. They both turned as Jon entered. What did he say? Ned asked, voice low. Jon recounted it briefly. Ned exhaled in relief. At least he hasn't changed his mind. Still, we must remain cautious. The Queen knows the king's mood better than anyone, and if she senses weakness... Arya clenched her fists. Why must we tiptoe around them? We've done nothing wrong. Ned gave her a sad look. Because power in King's Landing is as dangerous as wildfire, Arya. One spark can consume us all. She sighed but said nothing more. That evening, Ned, Arya, and Jon dined alone in Ned's chambers. Simple fare of roasted duck and boiled turnips. Outside, twilight settled over the Red Keep. Lights glittered from the windows of distant towers, and the hum of the city drifted in on the breeze. Once, Ned had said that winter was coming. In King's Landing, it felt like a different kind of coldness. A moral chill, a shadow that lengthened with every passing day. Jon excused himself early, claiming fatigue. He retired to the small adjoining room that Ned had arranged for him. Despite his tiredness, sleep eluded him. He lay on the bed, staring at the dark ceiling, replaying Robert's words and Cersei's piercing gaze. With a soft groan, he rose and walked to the narrow window. The sky was a tapestry of stars over the black silhouette of the city. A gentle knock on the door frame startled him. He turned to see Arya. She shut the door behind her, crossing her arms. Couldn't sleep either, she murmured. Thought I'd see if you wanted to spar, or maybe just talk. Jon managed a small smile. You're as restless as ever. Sparring at this hour would draw the guard's attention. Arya scoffed, but she didn't insist. She patted closer. Are you all right? Robert was always boisterous, but this seems different. Jon rubbed his neck. He threatened me again, politely in his own fashion. I understand his fears. He thinks I might have some claim that I'd try to press. But I want no part of that. Arya's gray eyes narrowed. Could you claim it if you wanted? He frowned. I suppose, in some hypothetical world, if the realm recognized Rhaegar's secret marriage and my legitimacy. But that's not what I want. Arya searched his face. And if others want it for you? If someone tries to push you onto that throne? Jon shivered at the thought. Then I'll refuse. She placed a comforting hand on his arm. Good. They shared a tense silence, siblings in all but blood, each too young to shoulder such weight. After a moment, Arya let out a quiet sigh. Sometimes I wish we could just run back to Winterfell. Forget all these courtiers and secrets. Jon nodded, a hollow ache in his chest. Me too. Eventually, she left, and Jon sat up by the window, gazing at the stars until exhaustion finally pulled him to bed. The next few days in King's Landing felt much like stepping back into a dangerous dance. Petty squabbles in the courtyard, lords petitioning the king for gold or troops, rumors swirling about the Iron Islands. Ned was pulled into endless council sessions, wrestling with the crown's debts. Arya, restless, pestered him to let her train with the master-at-arms or to explore the city. Ned allowed some swordplay under watchful eyes but refused most of her requests to roam freely. Jon resumed his daily training regimen in the yard, determined to keep his skills honed. Word spread among the castle gossips that he was a formidable sparring partner, though still a youth. Jaime Lannister made an appearance at the training yard one morning, casually observing with arms folded. He offered no taunts this time, only a cool once-over that left Jon uneasy. The Kingslayer's eyes held a calculating gleam. Littlefinger, too, was an unsettling presence. He popped up in corridors or gardens, offering a sly smile and a mocking bow whenever he encountered Jon. On one occasion, Jon was reading in the library, studying the histories of King Aegon's conquest, when Baelish drifted in. My, Littlefinger said. Our northern friend is quite the scholar. Seeking to improve your knowledge of dragons? Are we? Jon tensed. I'm reading about the Targaryen conquest, yes. Is there some law against it? Baelish chuckled. None. But it is fascinating to see Ned Stark's bastard drawn to tales of dragonlords. One might almost suspect a personal connection. Jon closed the book and stood, face carefully blank. I doubt you'd find anything interesting in my reading habits, my lord. Baelish leaned forward, voice dropping. On the contrary, a man such as myself delights in interesting trifles. But fear not, I am a friend. Should you ever need discreet advice, you need only ask. Jon's heart raced with anger and fear. Thank you for the offer, he said tightly, but I have my father's counsel. Of course, said Baelish, not in the least offended. Until we speak again, then. He bowed with theatrical courtesy and slipped away. Jon exhaled, blood pounding in his ears. The man clearly toyed with him, hinting that he knew more than he did, or perhaps actually knowing. Either way, Baelish's interest spelled danger. If it came down to a question of advantage, Littlefinger would sell anyone out for power. That same day, Ned summoned Jon to his solar. The shutters were drawn, giving the room a dim, conspiratorial air. Maester Pycelle had been there earlier, but now only Ned and a handful of Stark guards remained. Ned dismissed the guards at once and beckoned Jon closer. We have a situation, Ned said quietly. I've received word from the Eyrie. Your Aunt Lisa claims to have urgent information regarding the Lannisters. She also harbors resentment, as you know. I suspect it has to do with Jon Arryn's death and perhaps more. Now she's sending letters that hint at conspiracies. Jon frowned. Jon Arryn was the previous hand. The official tale is that he died of a fever. Ned's jaw tightened. Yes, but Lisa says otherwise. Her letters are vague but imply the Lannisters had a hand in it. Baelish claims to know something of it, too. I don't trust him. Jon's mind raced. Do you think it's wise to follow Lisa's lead? She's always been fearful. Ned sighed. She's fearful, yes, but not entirely unreliable, though I must tread carefully. If the Lannisters sense I'm investigating them, it could spark open conflict. The king would be forced to choose sides, and that could be disastrous for us. Especially with your secret floating around like wildfire waiting for a spark. Jon nodded. How can I help? Ned studied him. You can keep your eyes open. Listen at court gatherings. Not overtly, discretion is key. If you hear anything about Jon Arryn, about Baelish's dealings, about the Lannisters, let me know. But do not place yourself in danger. Jon bowed his head. I will do my best. Good, Ned said. And watch out for Arya, too. She can sniff out trouble like a terrier, but she has less sense of caution. Jon managed a slight grin. I'll keep her from getting in too deep. Over the next few days, Jon practiced the subtle art of listening without being noticed. He lingered near council halls, pretended to be absorbed in a book while servants bustled about, or practiced archery in the courtyard while minor lords chatted nearby. He caught scraps. Something about the king's debts to the Iron Bank, talk of Tywin Lannister summoning more levies in the west, mention of the Crown Prince's betrothal to Marjorie Tyrell, though that arrangement was still unconfirmed. None of it pointed directly to Jon Arryn's death. None mentioned Targaryens in the north. Still, a tension underpinned every conversation. King's Landing was like a pot on the brink of boiling over. One afternoon, while waiting in a corridor to see if Ned might emerge from a meeting, Jon noticed Ser Barristan Selmy approaching. The Lord Commander of the Kingsguard was an older man, still upright and proud, with a gentle dignity in his eyes. Jon bowed respectfully. Rise, Ser Barristan said. Lord Stark's boy, is it not? Jon Snow. Yes, Ser Barristan, Jon replied. He'd admired Barristan's reputation, a knight of unfailing honor. The older man regarded him kindly. You were at Harrenhal. Did you enjoy the tourney? It was eye-opening, Ser. Barristan nodded, then lowered his voice. You ride with Lord Stark, so you must know much of his affairs. Is he well? These are trying times. Jon hesitated. He bears the weight of the hand's duties, but he's resilient. Barristan looked relieved. Good. The king has not always appreciated your father's advice, but I fear he needs it now more than ever. The realm stands on uncertain ground, with rumors swirling of Targaryen survivors across the sea. The king still harbors strong feelings. Jon's pulse kicked. Yes, it's difficult to let go of a war so defining. Barristan's face grew pensive. War leaves scars on more than just the body. Prince Rhaegar's memory still haunts many, including the king. I only hope the realm doesn't pay the price for old grudges. He paused, as though remembering something. You seem a good lad. If you ever have need of guidance, do not hesitate to come to me. Lord Stark saved my life once at the Trident. I have not forgotten. Jon swallowed. Thank you, Ser Barristan. They exchanged respectful nods, and Barristan continued on his way. Jon was left with a swirl of thoughts. Ser Barristan had served Rhaegar before Robert. Hadn't he? He'd fought in the war that ended the Targaryen dynasty. Here he was, gently hinting that Robert's obsession with Rhaegar could poison the future. Jon realized grimly that he himself was the living embodiment of that old rivalry, and might become the spark for its resurgence if the truth emerged. That night, Jon shared a brief version of the exchange with Ned. The hand of the king nodded thoughtfully. Barristan is an honorable man, but he'll do his duty to the king first. Keep that in mind. I understand, Jon agreed. Arya, perched on a stool, piped up. Did Ser Barristan say anything about me? I want to learn from him, if he's the best swordsman. Ned gave her a mild glare. He's the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, not a tutor for restless girls. You will train with the master-at-arms I've assigned. Arya huffed but said no more. Soon after, another shock rippled through the Red Keep. News arrived that Daenerys Targaryen, the last known daughter of the Mad King, was pregnant by Khal Drogo, the mighty warlord of the Dothraki. Whispers spread like wildfire, Varys's little birds, or maybe one of Baelish's informants. The king's fury erupted at once. At the next council meeting, Robert railed that if Daenerys bore a son, the Dothraki might invade, or the child might grow up to reclaim the Iron Throne. He demanded she be assassinated. Ned, morally outraged, resisted fiercely. "She's across the narrow sea, your grace, no threat to us," he argued. Killing a girl heavy with child is an unspeakable act, but Robert was adamant. Cersei and much of the small council were either indifferent or subtly supportive. Only Varys feigned reluctance, but Ned suspected the spider had his own hidden reasons. Furious, Ned stormed out of the council. Jon heard of it when Ned returned to the Hand's Tower, pale with anger. "This is monstrous," Ned said, pacing. "Robert wants to kill a pregnant girl because of her name. He thinks if the Dothraki cross the sea, she'll be their banner. It's madness." Jon's stomach turned. He murmured, "Could the Dothraki truly cross the sea?" Ned shrugged, grim. "It's unlikely. They fear deep water, or so rumor goes. But Robert won't be swayed. He's set assassins in motion, if half of what Varys said is true." Arya stood in the corner, face white. "Killing a child before it's born. That's not right." "No," Ned agreed quietly. "It's not." He glanced at Jon, and Jon saw turmoil in his eyes. Perhaps the memory of how Robert had wanted Rhaegar's infant son dead all those years ago. Perhaps the memory that Jon himself had been spared only by Ned's secrecy. Robert's hatred for Targaryens is as strong as ever. Jon clenched his fists, inwardly chilled. If Robert's hatred remained so potent, how long before he turned that lethal focus fully on Jon? As long as Jon kept quiet, Robert might tolerate him. But if the truth came out, or if Robert's paranoia spiked, would he order Jon's death as easily as he ordered Daenerys's? Ned exhaled. "I can't stand by while he commits such an atrocity. If he persists, I may have to relinquish the Hand's title. I cannot be party to murdering an innocent girl." Jon's eyes widened. "Father, if you resign, you'll lose what influence you have. Then who will shield me?" The question hung painfully in the air. Arya looked between them, unsettled. Ned rubbed his brow. "You're right. I cannot leave you unprotected. Nor can I stay and watch Robert send hired knives after a pregnant girl." His voice trembled with conflict. "I'll try one last time to reason with him. If that fails, we'll see." Jon and Arya exchanged worried looks. It felt as though the city walls were closing in, the corridors darkening. If Ned gave up the Hand's position, the Lannisters might move against him. And if Robert's wrath continued unchecked, any Targaryen blood in Westeros, even hidden in Jon, could become a target. That evening, as the gloom deepened, Ned set out to meet Robert again, leaving Jon and Arya behind under guard. Hours passed in agonized waiting. Jon paced Ned's solar, while Arya, restless, toyed with a practiced blade, slashing at imaginary foes. The night stretched on and no word came. Finally, close to midnight, the door banged open. Ned entered, pale but upright. Arya blurted, "Father, did he change his mind?" Ned shook his head, exhaling slowly. Robert refused. He spewed curses about Targaryens, about how his entire reign has been threatened by the ghosts of that family. Nothing I said reached him. I told him I could not serve him in this murder. He told me to go. He offered no violence, but the message was clear. If I cannot do my duty as Hand, he'll find another. Jon's heart hammered. "Then, you're no longer Hand?" Ned sat weary at his desk. "I've not made it official yet, but that's the result of our conversation. I have no choice, Jon. My honor won't permit me to be complicit. But God's help us all. The realm may burn for it." His gaze rose to Jon's. "We must prepare to leave King's Landing. At first light, we'll gather our household and depart for Winterfell." Arya gasped. "So soon?" "But no arguments," Ned cut in. "It's dangerous here. Robert's about to commit a grave sin, and if he sends assassins after Daenerys, the realm could be plunged into war with the Dothraki. Meanwhile, the Lannisters' hold on the court tightens. We must go home. In the north, we can defend ourselves. Jon's relief at leaving King's Landing was tempered by fear. What if the king declares us traitors? Or demands my head for treason? Ned's eyes hardened. He has no grounds for that. Not yet. If he tries, we'll call our banners. The North is strong and loyal, but worry still lined his face. We must move swiftly. They spent the rest of the night in frantic preparation. Maids and servants scurried to pack belongings, gather supplies, arrange horses. Arya bundled her few prized possessions. Jon carefully folded what clothes he had and checked his sword, ensuring it was travel-ready. The sky began to lighten from black to gray. Ned had managed only a few minutes' rest on a chair, head in his hands. Just before dawn, a rap on the door startled them all. Ser Barristan Selmy, unarmored but still cloaked in white, entered. He looked grave. Lord Stark, the king has called a council meeting at dawn. He demands your presence. Ned rose slowly. He fired me. Why call me now? Barristan's expression flickered. I don't know, my lord, but he was unwell last night, deep in his cups. The queen was with him. He hesitated. I fear trouble. Ned glanced at Jon, then at Arya. Continue packing. If I'm not back within an hour, ride to the Rosby Road as planned. Do not wait for me. His tone allowed no debate. He clasped Jon's shoulder. Keep Arya safe. I'll find you if I can. Jon swallowed hard. Father, Ned shook his head, pushing down whatever paternal instincts told him to stay. Go, he said. Then he left with Barristan. Arya turned to Jon, face etched with worry. We can't just abandon father here. Jon tried to keep his voice steady. We'll wait the hour. He gave an order. They resumed packing, each moment dragging. Servants helped them load chests into wagons at a discreet exit gate, trying not to attract attention. The city was stirring. Roosters crowing, vendors clattering in the streets. The hour inched by, the sun creeping above the horizon. At last, the time came. Ned had not returned. Jon exchanged a stricken look with Arya. We have to go, he said, voice trembling. He ordered us. Arya's eyes shone with tears. But Jon, we can't just... Father wants us safe, Jon insisted. He'll find us or he'll send word. If we linger, we risk being seized by the Lannisters or the Gold Cloaks. Torn, Arya nodded. Together, they mounted their horses. A handful of Stark guards formed around them, leading the wagons. The castle gate they chose was lightly guarded at this hour. By chance or design, the Gold Cloaks saw the Stark colors and waved them on. Perhaps no new orders had reached them yet. They threaded through the city's narrower streets, aiming for the Rosby Road that branched off the King's Road. Word might soon spread that Ned Stark was no longer hand, that his children were fleeing. Jon's heart pounded as they neared the city gate. Every shadow seemed to hold Lannister men, but no one stopped them. Soon, they emerged onto open road, the sun climbing behind. The tension eased, but only slightly. For some miles, their party traveled in grim silence. Jon rode at the front with Ser Roderick Castle, who wore a perpetual scowl of worry. Arya followed behind on her chestnut mare, face set in stubborn determination. Servants and guards trailed with the wagons. Jon could not help glancing back, half expecting Ned to appear at any moment. But the road remained empty. The city shrank behind them, a sprawl of red walls and towering spires. They reached a fork in the road, where a tall oak stood. Ser Roderick reined up. Lord Stark said to follow the Rosby Road north, skirting the main King's Road. Less traffic means less risk of pursuit. Jon nodded, though doubt gnawed at him. Aye, let's do so. They turned east, the wheels of the wagons creaking. The day wore on, the sun rising higher. Fields and clusters of trees flanked them, with the occasional farmstead. They encountered a few travelers, mostly merchants, who passed with polite nods. Jon's nerves stayed coiled like springs. Around midday, they took a short rest at a stream. Arya dismounted stiffly, refilling her water skin. She looked at Jon. I hate this. Father should be with us. I know, Jon said softly. But he made his choice. They pressed on. Only in the late afternoon did they spot a small cloud of dust behind them, riders approaching fast. Ser Roderick ordered the column to halt. The Stark guards readied weapons, forming a line. Jon's heart pounded. Was this the Lannisters, come to stop them? Moments later, the riders emerged over a rise, and Jon recognized the lead man as Hallis Malin, one of Ned's loyal guards. Ned Stark was at his side. Relief flooded Jon, so strong it nearly unhorsed him. "Father!" Arya exclaimed, kicking her mare forward. Ned, pale and grim-faced, met them at a canter. He dismounted shakily, bracing himself on the saddle. Arya threw her arms around him. He held her tight. Jon dismounted as well, stepping closer. "You made it!" he breathed, voice shaking with relief. "Yes," Ned panted, eyes shadowed. "But Robert is dead." The words hung like a thunderbolt. Jon's stomach twisted. Arya's jaw dropped. Ser Roderick gasped. "Dead," Jon repeated, stunned. "How?" Ned bowed his head. "He went on a boar hunt after our council argument, drunk as always. The boar wounded him mortally. I was at his bedside. He demanded a pen and wrote out a final decree, naming me protector of the realm until Joffrey comes of age. But the Queen and the Lannisters," Ned's voice cracked. "They refused. They said Joffrey is king now." Arya's hand flew to her mouth. "What does that mean for us?" Ned drew a trembling breath. "It means Joffrey rules. Cersei will control him. They'll come for us soon. I had to flee the castle with the men still loyal to me. I feared for your lives. We must hurry north. War might already be upon us." Jon's heart pounded like a war drum. Robert Baratheon, dead, and Joffrey enthroned, with Cersei as queen regent. The worst scenario had come to pass, and Ned was now a direct threat to their new regime. The Lannisters would not rest until Ned was subdued or destroyed. And Jon. If the new king's mother suspected anything about Jon's Targaryen blood, she might feed him to the crows without a second thought. Ned mounted once more, but his face contorted with pain. Only then did Jon notice a hastily bandaged wound on Ned's left thigh. "Father, you're hurt." "A scuffle with the Lannister guards as I left the castle. It's not mortal. We have no time for rest." He looked at Ser Roderick. "We ride north as fast as we can. Spread word to Lord Robb if we can get a raven off." Ser Roderick dipped his head. "At once, my lord." With that, the ragged band pressed forward at a gallop, the wagons rattling behind. Arya clutched her reins, eyes fierce. Jon felt a fierce surge of adrenaline. War. The realm was on the cusp. Cersei would brand them traitors. And if any hint of Jon's heritage slipped out now, the Lannisters would use it as a pretext for slaughter. They thundered on through the dusk, hearts heavy with the knowledge that the Seven Kingdoms had just lost its volatile king. And in the power vacuum, lions prowled and dragons lurked in hidden corners. Jon's mind spun with the implications. He was Targaryen as well as Stark, fleeing from a newly risen king with an uncertain claim. Fate was weaving a tapestry of chaos, and the only hope lay in the north, in Winterfell, where the banners of House Stark might still offer a shield. In the gathering darkness, Ned's face was set in determination despite his pain. Arya rode close beside him, refusing to be left behind again. Jon kept one hand on his sword, scanning the horizon. The road stretched endless before them, illuminated by the final embers of daylight. Each stride of the horses carried them further from the red walls of King's Landing and deeper into a storm that no one could predict. Robert Baratheon was dead. Joffrey Baratheon, whose true sire some whispered was Jaime Lannister, now sat the Iron Throne. And Ned Stark, carrying the knowledge of Jon Snow's true heritage, galloped north to gather his strength. War loomed in every breath of night air. Jon felt that truth like ice in his veins, and he wondered if, despite all his vows and wishes, the realm would soon clamor for the wolf and the dragon to stand forth or die. He only knew one thing for certain. He would stand by Ned Stark's side, protect Arya, and honor the memory of Lyanna, no matter what storms the future unleashed. And as for the Iron Throne, let Joffrey have it. Jon's destiny lay elsewhere, written in blood and sealed by the vow Ned had made all those years ago at the Tower of Joy. They rode hard under a sky painted with the dying embers of the day, the dusk stretching out in bands of purple and burning orange. Lord Eddard Stark led the way, though he was hunched in his saddle with pain gnawing at his thigh. Arya rode close, refusing to stray more than a half-length from her father's side, and Jon Snow flanked the rear with Harrenhal, who kept glancing nervously behind them, worried they might see Lannister riders cresting the horizon. In truth, few souls could rest easy now. King Robert Baratheon was dead, Joffrey claimed the Iron Throne, and the Lannisters would soon brand Ned Stark a rebel and traitor, sending pursuit across the realm. They had left King's Landing in a flurry of chaos. Ned bore a slash along his left thigh, inflicted by a Lannister guard who tried to bar his way out of the Red Keep. The wound was bandaged, but he bled enough to weaken him. Still, he refused any suggestion of a litter. The only way north was forward, and quickly. With each hoofbeat on the Rosby Road, Ned felt his resignation from the king's service sink deeper into his bones. He had wanted no part of Robert's scheme to assassinate Daenerys Targaryen, but Robert's sudden death changed all. Cersei had wasted no time installing her son, and the new King Joffrey would be no friend to House Stark. Night approached faster than any of them liked. The Rosby Road offered fewer inns and holdfasts than the main King's Road. They rode into the dark, accompanied by torchlight. Some miles later, they reached an abandoned farmstead, a squat building of wattle and daub with a collapsed roof. Its meager walls would not defend them from any serious force, but it was better than sleeping on the roadside. Harrenhal and Ser Roderick Castle, both loyal to Ned, dismounted to check the place. Within minutes, they announced it was empty of brigands. Quickly, the tired company of Stark men set about making camp. A few hardy souls built a small fire in the half-fallen courtyard, the rest tethering horses around back. Ned, flushed and sweating, dismounted carefully, and only then did Jon see how the older man nearly collapsed. "Father?" Arya said, voice tight with concern, catching his arm. "I'm fine," Ned insisted, though his face was drawn. "We'll rest here for a few hours, then ride again at first light." Jon helped him inside the ruin. The roof beams had partly caved, but one corner remained sheltered. Harrenhal laid a cloak on the ground to soften the packed dirt, and Ned lowered himself onto it with a wince. Arya hovered, chewing her lip. Jon knew that look well, the fierce determination of a girl who wanted to help but didn't know how. Ser Roderick Castle knelt by Ned's side. "My lord, that cut needs tending. Let me fetch our maester's kit." A traveling chest included basic medical supplies, for Ned had traveled south prepared. A few moments later, Roderick gingerly unwrapped the bandage around Ned's thigh. By torchlight, Jon could see the gash. Deep, still seeping blood. Arya gagged and looked away. Jon clenched his jaw. The guard's blade that had bit Ned in King's Landing had clearly done more damage than first thought. "Lie still, my lord," Roderick said in a hushed voice. "The bleeding must be stanched." Outside the ruin, the short autumn night fell into a hush broken only by the whistle of wind in the trees and the low voices of the Stark men. Jon heard them talking anxiously about the king's death, about Joffrey's rumored coronation, about how the crown might brand them all traitors for following Ned Stark. Jon stood guard by the broken doorway, sword drawn in case of unwelcome visitors. He could hear Ned's sharp inhale as Roderick pressed a wad of bandages to the wound. Arya paced, her footsteps scuffing the dirt. "It'll be all right," Jon murmured over his shoulder, glancing at her. She scowled. "He's still bleeding. He shouldn't be." Jon took a breath. "Give Ser Roderick time." Gradually, Ned's breathing slowed as the bandaging was tightened. Roderick applied a salve that burned away the possibility of infection. Finally, the old master-at-arms sighed. "He'll need rest, but we haven't that luxury. For now, I've done what I can." Ned's face was beaded with sweat, but he mustered a smile for Arya. "I'm alive. That's enough." Arya nodded fervently, then turned to glare at the door as though daring any foe to appear. Jon bent low, voice quiet. Father, can I get you water or—" "Stay alert, lad," Ned said in a hoarse whisper. "We must be ready to flee if riders appear. They can't be far behind." Jon nodded. "Then rest if you can." Ned complied, eyelids fluttering, exhaustion overtaking him. Ser Rodrik signaled Hallis Malin to stand watch outside with 2 other Stark guards. Jon joined them, though he kept glancing back to check on Ned. Arya, refusing to be dismissed, insisted on helping. They gave her a post near the corner of the house, where she could keep an eye on the dark fields. Wind rattled the bare branches overhead. Somewhere far off, an owl hooted. Jon pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart, remembering Robert's final threat in that private reception chamber. "If you press a Targaryen claim, I'll kill you." Now Robert was gone, and Joffrey wore the crown. But the threat remained. If Joffrey or Cersei discovered that Jon Snow was actually a Targaryen by blood, they would show no mercy. Perhaps ironically, Jon was safer now that Ned had declared himself an enemy to the crown. Everyone would call him a traitor's bastard, not realizing he was so much more. For hours they listened for hooves. None came. At last, in the gloom before dawn, Ned roused and insisted they move on. The men quickly kicked out the fire, saddled the horses, and helped Ned mount. He shuddered through the pain, but he would not be carried. Arya took her place beside him. Jon brought up the rear. They continued north, sometimes leaving the main road to skirt more populous routes, dodging the notice of travelers. Towns became rarer, fields wilder. Twice, they glimpsed columns of smoke in the distance, perhaps Lannister outriders setting torch to areas that had harbored suspected rebels. Yet no armed hosts descended upon them. Ned seemed grim but grateful for small mercies. By the 3rd day since Robert's death, they reached a wide river crossing. Here, at last, they found an inn run by folk who recognized Ned Stark, though they pretended not to. The innkeeper was a stout woman who fidgeted as soon as she saw the dire wolf sigil. A hush fell over the few patrons inside. Still, Ned approached with quiet dignity, hood drawn. Ser Rodrik offered coin for rooms. "We only need a short rest," Rodrik said, keeping his voice low, "and feed for our horses." The innkeeper's eyes flicked to Ned, noticing his pallor and the way he leaned on a crutch. If she recognized him as the former hand of the king, she gave no sign. She simply nodded and beckoned them to a pair of rooms up narrow stairs. Ned was helped into one of the rooms, where he sank onto a bed. Jon and Arya hovered. Rodrik fetched more salve and bandages, redressing the wound. The old man shook his head worriedly. "It's oozing again, my lord. If you push too hard, infection might set in." Ned grimaced. "I can't afford to stay put. If the Lannisters raise the banners, they'll be on us. Once we reach the Riverlands, we might find friends." "You mean your wife's kin?" Arya said. "The Tullis at Riverrun, yes?" Ned inclined his head. "Yes, though the route to Riverrun is hardly safe. The Lannisters patrol that region too, and I suspect Lord Tywin is on the move. We'll see if we can slip by them." Jon settled on a stool, feeling tension coil in his gut. "And from Riverrun we go north to Winterfell?" Ned nodded. "Yes, I sent word to Robb, but who knows if ravens can even get past the Lannisters. The realm is in chaos. Still, we must try." Arya sank down, hugging her arms. "I hate this place. I hate the South. I wish we were already home." Ned offered her a faint smile. "Soon, little one." They let Ned sleep for a few hours in that cramped, dusty room. Jon kept watch in the corridor, half an ear trained on the chatter downstairs. The patrons had begun talking openly about the late king, about how Joffrey had ascended, how the hand of the king, some called him the late traitor Ned Stark, had fled. Some claimed Ned had tried to seize the throne for himself. Others said he'd tried to kill Joffrey. Lies and half-truths spread faster than ravens. Jon's heart pounded, dreading the day an official royal decree labeled them all outlaws. By midday, Ser Rodrik insisted they move again. Ned woke groggy, but the bandages held. They slipped out the back, the innkeeper casting furtive glances after them. Jon wondered if she would sell them out for coin. They pushed on, crossing the river at a shallow ford. The land on the other side belonged to petty lords sworn to House Tully, or so Ser Roderick believed. The sense of relief that came with leaving the Crownlands behind was tempered by the knowledge that Tywin Lannister could still be anywhere in these riverlands. The next days blurred into a weary journey. They traveled at a pace slowed by Ned's wound. At times, he nearly fell from his horse, white-faced with pain. Arya, seeing her father suffer, rode in subdued silence. Jon found himself torn between fear for Ned's life and grim resolve. War was coming, and if Ned succumbed to infection on the road, where would that leave them all? Late one afternoon, they came upon a burnt village. The reek of smoke hung in the air, though the flames were long gone. Charred beams jutted at jagged angles, and a handful of scared peasants huddled among the ruins. When the Starks approached, the peasants scattered like frightened birds. Jon spotted corpses in the wreckage. Some were men wearing scraps of armor, others just unlucky farmers. Arya stared, horrified. Who did this? Hallis Malin surveyed the wreckage. Could be Lannister men, or bandits taking advantage of the chaos. Could be either. Ned, exhausted, forced himself upright in the saddle. If Tywin's forces are scouring the land for me, or for rebellious lords, they might be punishing peasants who won't yield information. Or it could be Gregor Clegane's raiders. He's rumored to ravage the Riverlands whenever Tywin needs him to sow terror. Arya's eyes flashed. That's monstrous. Ned's voice was grim. War is monstrous. They passed through the ruined village with a heavy heart. A few peasants peeked out from behind rubble, eyes filled with desperation. But the Stark party had little to offer besides a few coins or kind words. They had no real supplies to spare and no time to linger. As they pressed on, Jon felt anger coiling in his chest. The Lannisters would punish innocent folk if it helped them sniff out Ned. Their cruelty might spread across the Riverlands. Sometime after dusk, they halted in a copse of trees beside a small stream, more secretive than ever. No fires that night. They ate cold bread and salt beef, watching for distant torchlight that might signal riders. Ned managed a bit of food and then slept fitfully, trembling with fever. Arya curled at his side, tucking her cloak around him. Jon forced himself to stay awake, listening to the quiet, bracing for an attack. None came. By the time they reached the northern fringes of the Riverlands, Ned's wound was grave. Shivers racked his body, and he could barely stand without aid. Ser Roderick and Hallis Malin exchanged concerned glances. At length, Hallis spoke what they were all thinking. "My lord, if we don't get you to a proper maester, you'll not last long." Ned, delirious with fever, simply nodded. "Riverrun, my wife's father, Lord Hoster Tully. He'll help." Jon volunteered to scout ahead, but Ser Roderick refused to risk splitting the party. The situation was too dangerous. Instead, they pressed on as quickly as Ned could bear, passing farmland and shallow valleys. At last, on a rainy afternoon, they caught sight of Riverrun's towers perched at the confluence of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone rivers. The castle stood proud, with bright trout banners fluttering in the drizzle. The drawbridge was up, but once they identified themselves as Stark men, the gates opened. A company of Tully guards came out to meet them, all bristling with wariness, until one recognized Ned Stark. Immediately, they helped guide him in. Within the courtyard, they were met by Ser Brynden Blackfish Tully, a tall, lean man with a salt and pepper beard and sharp gray eyes. Brynden took one look at Ned, swore under his breath, and barked at the guards to bring a stretcher. "We'll get him to Maester Vyman at once. Where is Cat?" She should. But Catelyn Stark was not in Riverrun, as it turned out. She had departed with Robb's summons weeks ago, heading for the north to rally the Bannermen. Ned had missed her by only a short span of days. Word was that Robb Stark was calling the Northern Lords to Winterfell, preparing for war. The Blackfish told them all this while helping carry Ned to a large chamber in Riverrun's keep. The rain fell in a steady hush outside. Arya hovered, pale and silent, while Jon tried to keep pace, his heart pounding at the sight of Ned's waxy complexion. "He's burning up," Arya whispered. "Jon, do something." Jon squeezed her shoulder gently. "The maester will do more than I can." They settled Ned into a bed. Maester Vyman, a spare man with a thinning pate, came hurrying. He examined the thigh wound and frowned. "This is badly infected. I'll need to drain and clean it, and that won't be pleasant." Roderick nodded. "Do whatever you must." Arya refused to leave the room, but Jon coaxed her out into the corridor when the maester began his work. Ned's muffled groans echoed through the door. Jon closed his eyes, praying to the old gods that Ned would survive. After a time, Brynden Tully emerged, wiping sweat from his brow. "They're done. The maester's given him milk of the poppy to ease the pain. Time will tell if the infection recedes." Arya's chin trembled. "Can I see him?" Brynden softened. "Aye, child, but be quiet. Let him rest." She slipped inside, and Jon went to follow, but the blackfish caught his elbow. "You'll see him soon. First, I'd have words with you." Jon allowed himself to be steered away, eventually finding an alcove near a tall window. Outside, the Red Fork's waters swept by in a broad curve, reflecting the gray sky. Drizzle pattered against the stone. Brynden studied Jon with penetrating eyes. "So, the blackfish began, Lord Stark's bastard, or so they say." Jon tensed. Brynden had a formidable reputation, an old campaigner, devoted to his family's honor. "Yes, my lord," he said, keeping his voice respectful. "I fought beside your father in 2 wars. He's as honorable a man as I've ever known. If he's fleeing King's Landing, it means dark business is afoot. I've heard rumors that Robert Baratheon is dead. Is that so?" Jon nodded gravely. "Yes, killed by a boar. But there's more to it. The Lannisters overshadow everything. King Joffrey sits the throne now. Lord Stark refused to assist in the murder of Daenerys Targaryen, which angered Robert greatly. Then Robert died before matters were settled. Lord Stark tried to protect the realm, but the Queen and her son usurped power." Brynden's eyes sharpened. "And so now Ned is named traitor? That's what I've heard from scattered travelers." Jon swallowed. "Aye, they claim he tried to seize the throne himself. Lies, but effective." Brynden let out a slow breath. "Cersei Lannister is cunning, and Tywin even more so. With the king's death, they can spin any tale to secure Joffrey's reign. And if Cat and Robb are mustering the north, we'll be at war soon." He scanned Jon's face. "When Ned recovers, if he recovers, he'll doubtless want to treat with Hoster Tully, but my brother is gravely ill himself. Our Lady is gone, but the Tully banners will be raised if we know the Lannisters are attacking the Riverlands." Jon's mind reeled. "Do you believe the Lannisters will come for Riverrun?" Brynden's mouth thinned. "You saw the burned villages on your way here, didn't you? It's begun already. Raids by Tywin's lackeys, Gregor Clegane, likely. They're testing our defenses, spreading fear. If Tywin marches a host down the Golden Tooth, the Riverlords must unite or be crushed. We'll not allow that without a fight." A heavy silence fell. Jon's thoughts flickered to Ned's condition. Would Ned even be able to lead? If not, who could speak for House Stark here in the Riverlands? Catelyn was gone. Robb was in the north. He felt a surge of dread that an entire war hinged on a wounded man's recovery. The blackfish laid a hand on Jon's shoulder. "One more thing, boy. If you know anything about the Targaryens or the Lannisters' interest, you'd best speak it. This war might have many fronts." Jon's mouth went dry. 1,000 possible confessions rose to his lips, but he stifled them. He'd promised Ned to guard the secret of his parentage. "All I know is that the Lannisters fear any Targaryen threat from across the sea. They believe Daenerys is pregnant by a Dothraki call, and that's enough to make them sea dragons in every shadow." Brynden grimaced. "Madness, yet we'll all pay for it. So be it. For now, rest. We'll see what morning brings. If Ned improves, we can plan. If not..." He trailed off, but his meaning was clear. They might need to plan without Ned Stark altogether. Jon bowed and made his way back to Ned's chamber. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of pungent ointments. Arya perched on a stool near Ned's bed, arms clasped around her knees. Ned lay pale, drifting in and out of consciousness. Maester Vyman hovered, occasionally feeling his brow. Ser Roderick stood guard near the door. "How is he?" Jon asked softly. Arya shook her head. "He opens his eyes sometimes, but he doesn't talk much." The maester said the next day or two are critical. Jon exhaled and moved closer. Ned's eyes were closed, his face drawn and sweaty. For a moment, Jon felt the urge to confess how scared he was, how everything, Ned's life, the entire realm, seemed balanced on a knife's edge. But he couldn't speak such fears aloud. He simply rested a hand on Ned's arm. "I'm here, father," he whispered. "We won't leave you." Over the next 2 days, the tension in Riverrun mounted. Men came and went from the gates, bringing reports of raids, burned farms, missing peasants. Lord Hoster Tully himself was bedridden in the solar tower, too frail to handle the turmoil. Brynden Tully took charge, rallying the Riverlords who arrived in small retinues. Some recognized Jon and Arya as Ned Stark's children, or so they believed of Jon, and they offered condolences but also pressed for answers. Where was Lady Catelyn? Would the North pledge men? Ser Roderick Castle did his best to assure them that Robb Stark was gathering an army in the north, but details were sparse. Meanwhile, Arya spent most of her time by Ned's bedside, or wandering the castle's courtyards in restless worry. She found a practice yard and tried to hone her sword skills with a wooden blade. 1 or 2 Tully guards teased her, but she ignored them, furious at the world. Jon, for his part, was drawn into Brynden Tully's war councils. Though he was not a lord and had no official status, he had traveled with Ned from King's Landing, so men assumed he knew more than he did. Jon gave what information he could about the Lannisters' numbers, gleaned from overheard conversations in the Red Keep. In truth, Tywin's host was rumored to be immense. Thousands of knights and footmen, possibly more. If it marched on Riverrun, the Tully men alone might not hold. They needed the north. On the 3rd day after their arrival, Ned stirred from his feverish sleep, if only briefly. Arya rushed to fetch Maester Vyman, who examined Ned and found him lucid enough to speak. The rest of them crowded around Jon, Ser Roderick, Brynden Tully. Ned's voice came as a rasp, eyes sunken but glinting with resolve. "How long have I been lying here?" he asked. "Days," Arya said, kneeling by the bed. "We're safe in Riverrun for now." Ned managed a small nod, wincing. "Robert is truly dead, isn't he?" Brynden Tully exchanged a glance with Jon. "Aye, Lord Stark. The realm is in uproar. Joffrey's proclaimed king, the Lannisters are on the move, and Tywin's men are burning the Riverlands." Ned closed his eyes briefly. "The king asked me to keep the realm safe, but I refused to murder an innocent girl. Then he died before we could settle anything. So now the realm tears itself apart." Brynden spread his hands. "Your lady wife is in the north with your son Robb. They're calling the banners, or so we've heard. We need direction. Will Robb march south to defend the Riverlands from Tywin?" Ned swallowed, voice hoarse. "Yes, he'll march. If the Lannisters mean to bring war, Robb will not stand idle." Roderick leaned forward. "My lord, we need to get you home, to Winterfell, or at least near our forces, so you can command. Your wound still needs rest, but traveling by litter might be possible in a few days." Ned's brow furrowed. "Riverrun is as safe as any place right now. But the war will come here. When my son marches, he'll likely converge with the Riverlords. I must be well enough by then." Maester Vyman hovered, clearing his throat. "Rest is paramount, Lord Stark. The infection was severe. You're not out of danger. I advise you to remain abed for at least another week." Ned grimaced. "The realm won't wait a week. But I'll do what I must, Maester." His gaze shifted to Arya, then Jon. A flicker of warmth entered his expression. "Arya, have you been safe?" She nodded. "I've stayed by you. We're both waiting to go home." Ned's eyes met Jon's. He did not speak the truth of Jon's parentage in front of the others, but Jon understood the silent question. "Are you all right?" Jon dipped his head, returning the unspoken reassurance. In the days that followed, Ned improved slowly. He was still weak, often dozing off mid-sentence, but the fever had lessened. Arya helped feed him broth and kept him company. Jon attended war councils led by the Blackfish, who was coordinating with other riverlords like Lord Jason Mallister, Lord Carol Vance, and others. Word spread that Tywin Lannister was amassing a great host near Harrenhal, or perhaps near the Golden Tooth, preparing to strike east. Meanwhile, Ser Jaime Lannister reportedly led a separate force harrying the countryside, capturing small holdfasts and creating chaos. One evening, with Ned propped up against pillows, Brynden Tully arrived in Ned's chamber to deliver urgent tidings. Robb Stark had crossed the Neck, leading a host of Northmen. He was rumored to be heading to Moat Cailin, then south along the Green Fork to meet the threat. Ned's eyes lit with relief, though fatigue clearly weighed on him. "Robb is coming," Ned repeated. "Good. I knew I could rely on him." Arya smiled for the first time in days. "He'll help us, father. And once we win, we can go back to Winterfell." Ned's expression turned grim. "War is no easy thing, my child. Men will die on both sides. But we have no choice. Tywin forced our hand. We must protect the Riverlands and the North from Lannister aggression." As Brynden laid out the strategic situation, Jon listened intently. Robb would likely come down the eastern bank of the Green Fork. Tywin's armies might block that route or lure Robb into a trap. The Freys held the crossing at the Twins, controlling a vital crossing of the Green Fork. If they refused to grant Robb passage, the northern host might be delayed or forced into a risky fording elsewhere. Ned's voice was rasping and low. "Then we must do all we can to coordinate with Robb. Dispatch riders. Let him know we hold Riverrun, that the Tully banners stand with us. I pray the Freys do the same." "Lord Walder Frey is notoriously slippery," Brynden said with distaste. "But if he sees advantage in allying with us, perhaps he'll open the Twins. If not, we'll have to pressure him." Ned sighed, leaning back. "So be it." 2 nights later, under a moonlit sky, Jon found himself restless. Sleep eluded him. The castle corridors were quiet, most souls abed or on watch. He wandered toward the courtyard, where guards walked the battlements with torches. The air smelled of damp stone and river water. As he moved along, he glimpsed Arya practicing her footwork in the courtyard, wearing breeches and a light tunic, swirling a wooden sword in arcs. A Tully guard watched with mild curiosity. Jon approached softly. "You're up late." Arya turned, startled, then relaxed. "I couldn't sleep." Her brow creased. "Every time I close my eyes, I see King's Landing, Father's wound, or those burned villages. I feel like I should be doing something." Jon nodded, remembering his own nightmares. "War is coming. I know how you feel. But for now, maybe it's enough that we're here to support Father." Arya's mouth tightened. "I wish I could fight. Actually fight, not just wave a piece of wood around. If the Lannisters come, I want to stand by Father." Jon considered. "In time, you might, but if you truly want to be skilled, you should find an instructor. Remember Syrio Farrell?" He'd heard that Arya had begun training under the Braavosi water dancer in King's Landing before chaos erupted. "Those lessons might serve you well." She scowled. "Syrio's gone, probably dead or captured. I'll never know." Jon laid a hand on her shoulder. "One day you'll cross swords with a real foe. I hope by then you have the skill and the will." He let the last words hang, for killing was no easy thing. Arya only nodded, eyes glinting with fierce resolve. They stood in companionable silence, the moonlight illuminating the courtyard. After a moment, Arya's gaze flicked to Jon's face. "You're quiet more than usual." "I'm always quiet," Jon said. She shook her head. "This is different. Ever since Harrenhal, the King's Landing fiasco, it's like you carry a secret." Jon's stomach twisted. He recalled the promise he'd made to Ned never to reveal his parentage. Arya was bold, intuitive. She might sense something, but he could not tell her. "I'm all right, just worried about Father," he said gently. "We all carry burdens." Arya studied him a moment longer, then nodded. Fine, I won't pry yet. He mustered a faint smile, grateful for her forbearance. On the 5th day at Riverrun, Ned insisted on trying to stand and walk with a crutch. Arya and Jon helped him around the chamber, while Maester Vyman hovered anxiously. The color had returned somewhat to Ned's cheeks, though he was still pale and unsteady. Nevertheless, he forced himself to move. That afternoon, Brynden Tully entered with a letter. The seal was the direwolf of House Stark, a raven from the twins. It's from Robb. Ned, seated in a chair by the window, took the letter with shaking hands. Jon helped break the seal. Ned read silently, Arya peering over his shoulder until he angled the parchment away, teasing her gently. When he finished, his eyes were full of both pride and concern. Robb has reached the twins, Ned announced. Walder Frey is hesitating to let him cross. He demands assurances, marriage alliances, wards, gods know what else. That old weasel. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Robb's young, but he has counsel from your mother, it seems. He'll negotiate or threaten. I hope he finds a way. Brynden crossed his arms. If Frey refuses, your son can't join us. Tywin or Jaime might pick off his forces in detail. We need the North to unite with the River Lords. That's our only chance. Ned set the parchment aside. I must go to him. Maybe not right this moment, but soon. If Walder Frey sees me, the father of the boy he's trying to strong-arm, perhaps he'll relent. Maester Vyman frowned. My lord, your wound is barely healed. Another ride of many days could reopen it. Ned's jaw tightened. If I wait, the realm might be lost. The Lannisters could sweep through here and cut off the North's approach. War doesn't wait for injuries. Jon could see the strain in Ned's face, the longing to do his duty pitted against the physical weakness he couldn't deny. Father, Jon said quietly, maybe if you wait a few more days, then ride with an escort? The phrase might let Robb cross in the meantime. Ned regarded him, then nodded slowly. A few days, no more. Those days passed in an uneasy vigil. Riverrun's gates bustled with armed men from the lesser houses. Blackwood, Bracken, though grudgingly, Vance, Piper, and more. Some had small retinues of knights. Others brought foot soldiers. News came that Jaime Lannister had sacked several holdfasts along the Red Fork. He was rumored to be preparing a siege if the River Lords dared defy the throne. Maester Vyman redressed Ned's wound regularly. The fever seemed to have receded for good. By the 8th day, Ned could hobble around the great hall with a crutch, though it exhausted him. His beard had grown thicker in that time, lending him a ragged look that contrasted with the quiet dignity in his eyes. Finally, on a clear morning, Ned declared he would leave for the twins. Brynden Tully prepared a small party of knights and mounted men-at-arms to accompany him. Arya refused to be left behind, and Ned, though reluctant, allowed her to come. But you will listen to every command I give, he warned, voice stern. This journey is not for sightseeing. The roads are dangerous. Jon approached Ned privately. Father, shall I remain here, or come with you? He half expected Ned to command him to stay put for safety, but a part of him wanted to see the crossing to help Robb if needed. Ned's expression was thoughtful. Robb might need all the support he can get. I'd have you with me. War is upon us. You've proven your loyalty and your skill. Yes, come. Jon bowed his head. Thank you. They set out that afternoon, Ned riding a steady mare instead of his usual warhorse, crutch strapped to the saddle. Arya rode behind him, and Jon flanked them. Brynden Tully led the escort, a band of 30 riders, each armed. The red and blue trout of House Tully waved beside the gray direwolf of House Stark, banners snapping in the breeze. The sun glinted off their armor, and peasants cheered or cowered as they passed, depending on whether they feared retribution from Lannisters for supporting the Starks. Their route took them along the Red Fork, heading northwest toward the twins. The land was green and rolling, dotted with farms and wooded copses. They encountered small groups of refugees fleeing the war's early ravages, but no direct conflict. Occasionally, They passed patrols of Riverlord men who recognized Bryndon's sigil and let them pass with salutes. Each day was a test for Ned's endurance. He bore the pain in his leg with stoicism, though at night he winced when dismounting. Arya hovered, worrying, while Jon and the others helped him walk to whatever tent or inn they found. In quiet moments, Ned would confide in Jon, "I fear for Robb. He's so young. War ages a man quickly." Jon offered what reassurance he could, though inside he too worried. He'd grown up with Robb as a brother, but they'd never been tested in a real war. Now, Robb had thousands of lives depending on his decisions. On the 5th day of travel, they smelled the familiar scent of the Green Fork, a wide, slow-moving river that merged with the Red Fork near the stone fortress known as the Twins. As they approached, they saw the great towers in the distance, each perched on opposite banks of the crossing. A large encampment sprawled across the southern side of the water, the northern host. Blue banners of House Manderley, pine trees of House Tallheart, the sunburst of Karstark, the flayed man of Bolton, and of course the dire wolf of Stark. Thousands of men, it seemed, with tents stretching far into the fields. Arya gasped softly, eyes wide. "There are so many." "Northmen," Ned said, pride in his voice. "Our own." A scout rode up to confirm their identity, then guided them into the massive camp. Soldiers gawked at the sight of Ned Stark returning from the south, though his injury and the tired lines on his face tempered their cheers. They parted to let him pass, some calling out, "My lord," or "the Warden of the North," in admiration. Amid the throng, Jon spotted gray direwolf banners next to tents trimmed in Stark colors. They reined up there, dismounting. Arya hopped off her horse. A stable hand took the reins, bowing to Ned. Then the tent flap opened, and out stepped Robb Stark, taller than Jon remembered, face grim, jaw set. He was dressed in mail and boiled leather, a sword at his hip, the hint of a mustache on his upper lip. Behind him came Lady Catelyn, eyes reddened, her mouth drawn tight. The moment Ned saw them, emotion broke across his features. Catelyn rushed forward, tearful, ignoring the entire camp as she threw her arms around Ned. Carefully, mindful of his wound, he embraced her back, murmuring, "Cat, I'm here. I'm all right." Robb stood a step behind, uncertain. Ned turned to him next, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. "Robb," he said, voice brimming with quiet pride. "You've grown." Robb's eyes glistened. "Father, I heard you were a prisoner or wounded or—" Ned shook his head. "Wounded, yes, but not a prisoner. The Lannisters declared me a traitor. Robert died. Joffrey sits the throne. We had no choice but to flee King's Landing. Now we face war." Robb swallowed hard. "We've mustered the north. Lords Serwyn, Umber, Bolton, Manderley, many have come. But Walder Frey won't let us cross unless we give him certain concessions." He looked pained. "He's demanded one of us marry one of his daughters, among other things." Arya piped up, "One of us? Me?" She looked horrified. Catelyn put a calming hand on Arya's shoulder. "No, child. Walder Frey demanded betrothals for your brother and your cousin. Among other things." Ned's eyes hardened. "The old man's a vulture. He's waited for his chance to extort the great houses." Robb nodded. "He doesn't keep it secret, either. He knows how desperately we need to cross the river." Brynden Tully removed his helm. "Then what is your plan, Robb?" Robb squared his shoulders. "We'd considered forcing the crossing, but the twins are formidable. We'd lose too many men. We can't risk that if we're to face Tywin. So, we're negotiating. Mother's been leading the talks. The old man's demands are steep, but we might have to meet them." Ned frowned. "Your mother is the best negotiator we have, but Walder Frey's price is dear." Jon lingered at the edge of this family reunion, feeling a pang of uncertainty. He had grown up as a brother to Robb, yet now the lines of blood were more complicated. Still, Robb caught his eye and gave him a faint smile. "Jon, thank you for bringing father back." Jon dipped his head. "I did little. We all just survived." Robb snorted. I'm glad you're here. Once we cross, the real fighting begins. Catelyn exhaled, stepping back from Ned. We have a tent prepared for you, Ned. You must be exhausted. I'll send a maester to look at your leg. Ned nodded. I can stand. But yes, I'd welcome rest. They escorted him to a spacious tent near the center of the encampment, ringed by Stark guards. Inside, a cot had been set, along with chairs and a table. Ned settled onto the cot with a groan. Hallis Malin unsaddled Ned's horse while a page bustled about with water and cloths. Arya lingered near the tent entrance, eyes roaming over the ranks of northern soldiers. The camp was alive with movement. Men sharpening swords, cooking stew, laughing or praying. War felt imminent. Beyond the line of tents, the twins rose, the two great towers connected by a stone bridge arching over the river. House Frey's banner, two blue towers on silver gray, floated in the wind. Catelyn returned shortly with the North's maester, who quickly examined Ned's bandages, nodding at Maester Vyman's capable work. You'll recover, Lord Stark, if you don't push too hard. Ned thanked him quietly, leaning back to rest. Then he motioned for Catelyn, Robb, Jon, and Arya to gather. The Blackfish stood by as well. Tell me, Cat, what exactly does Walder Frey demand in exchange for crossing? She pressed her lips together. He wants a marriage alliance. Robb to wed one of his daughters, or in lieu of that, your brother's son, if Edmure were here. But he's not. He's at Riverrun preparing defenses. So that leaves Robb. She cast an apologetic glance at her son. He wants a formal betrothal, too. One of his younger daughters might be for Arya or for Rickon when he's older, but that's less urgent. He also wants a promise that once the war is done, the new Warden of the North, Robb, will remember the phrase kindly in titles and lands. Robb's face twisted. It's humiliating, but it might be the only way. Ned's jaw clenched. Robb, this is your choice. I can't force you into marriage. But if we don't cross... Robb took a shaky breath. I know. I've thought it through. My duty is to the North. If marrying a Frey is the price, so be it. Catelyn laid a comforting hand on his arm. He's pledged to let us cross at dawn if we agree. We can have the terms sealed tonight. In the morning, we'll move. Brynden Tully nodded. We'll be across and on the march for Riverrun or wherever we choose to meet Tywin's host. Ned absorbed this, eyes haunted. Robert Baratheon's death has plunged us into all this. The boy on the throne is a puppet for the Lannisters. War is certain. If we fail, all of the North will pay. He looked at Robb. But we won't fail. Not while we stand together. Robb bowed his head. Yes, father. That evening, the lords and leaders of the North assembled in a large tent to finalize the crossing with Lord Walder Frey's envoys. Walder himself did not appear. He was an old man with suspicious nature, rarely leaving his seat in the twins, but he sent forth some of his brood. A few middle-aged sons, a couple grandsons, a cluster of daughters with pinched expressions. Jon was present, along with Ned, who insisted on attending despite his injury, and Catelyn, Robb, and Brynden. The Frey men read out the conditions from a parchment. They wanted an immediate betrothal between Robb Stark and a Frey girl named Roslyn. Robb struggled to hide his distaste but nodded, glancing at his mother, who looked pained. They wanted a lesser betrothal for Arya, to be fulfilled when she came of age, but Ned flatly refused. Arya is too young for such an arrangement, he said. We will discuss that after the war. A compromise was reached, requiring only that Arya spend some time at the twins as a ward if Walder Frey so demanded, once she turned a certain age. Ned reluctantly agreed. When all was settled, a Frey envoy dipped his head. Lord Frey will honor his word. The crossing shall be open at first light for your host. Catelyn exhaled. Robb set his jaw, resigned. Ned, pale with exhaustion, merely nodded. Thus they purchased safe passage. Night fell. Jon lingered near one of the cook fires, picking at a bowl of stew while the northern soldiers joked and bragged about how they would crush the Lannisters. He felt little appetite. The looming war filled him with dread. Soldiers might be confident now, but many would die. He could almost hear ghosts whispering from the future. A voice spoke behind him, Jon. He turned to see Robb approaching. The fires cast flickering shadows across his face. He looked older than his years. May I sit? Of course. Jon shifted on the log he occupied. Robb settled beside him, removing his gloves. They watched the flames dance for a moment. Finally, Robb sighed. You've been quiet since you arrived. Jon gave a wry smile. That's my way. Robb's lips twitched. But still, I want to thank you for keeping Father safe. I know he was wounded. Many men might have left him behind. Jon's chest tightened. I'd never leave him. He raised me. Robb stared into the fire. In the north, they say you're his bastard. But you've always been my brother. Blood or no. I'm glad you're here, for whatever comes. Jon looked at him. Guilt and loyalty warred in his heart. We'll stand side by side, like we did as children. He forced a slight grin. Though the stakes are higher now than sparring in Winterfell's yard. Robb nodded, a ghost of a smile on his lips. Everything's changed. I'm to marry a Fry. I'm leading an army. I'm not ready for all this, Jon. Jon recognized the raw honesty beneath Robb's confident exterior. He put a hand on Robb's shoulder. No one's ready for war or for responsibilities thrown at them so quickly. But the North follows you. They believe in you. Robb's voice lowered. And you? Jon felt the weight of his Targaryen blood, hidden beneath layers of secrets. But he also felt the bond of brotherhood. I follow you, Robb, as I always have. Something eased in Robb's expression. Thank you. Let's hope it's enough. They fell into a contemplative silence, the crackle of the fire a distant reminder of how fleeting warmth could be in a cold, dangerous world. At dawn, Walder Frey kept his word. The drawbridge was lowered, and the gates opened. The entire northern host began to stream across the massive stone bridge linking the two towers of the twins. Robb led the vanguard, accompanied by his bannermen, while Ned stayed with Catelyn and their retinue further back. He was still not strong enough to ride at the front. Arya rode near them, wide-eyed at the imposing towers looming overhead. Jon found himself in the midst of the columns, guiding his horse over the stone archway. Frey guards lined the path, eyeing them with calculating expressions. One gaunt Frey daughter wearing a stained dress tried to flirt with passing knights, while several male Freys in ill-fitting armor stood by. A hush of tension lay over everything, an alliance forged of necessity and scorn. The crossing took hours as thousands of footmen, cavalry, and wagons passed. Still, the Freys stayed true, letting them through unmolested. Once on the western side of the river, the Northmen gathered on a wide plain of grass. Robb conferred with his advisors, deciding the direction of their next march. The word soon spread. They would move south by southwest, aiming to outmaneuver Tywin's host and possibly strike at Jaime Lannister, rumored to be near Riverrun. The strategy was risky, but if it succeeded, they could break the Lannister forces in two. That afternoon, the northern host advanced in a mighty wave. Pikes, spearmen, knights on chargers, archers, men with axes and swords. They carried the banners of countless northern houses, from the White Harbor Trident to the last Hearth Giant. Ned sat upon a horse at the center of the column, pain etched in his features, but resolved to lead. Next to him was Catelyn, dressed in a riding gown and cloak, face tight with worry. Arya rode with them, sometimes gaping at the sheer size of the army. Jon rode near Ned and Catelyn, keeping an eye on the perimeter. He spotted the Blackfish at the head of a contingent of river lords, guiding them toward their homeland. Meanwhile, rumors flew that Tywin Lannister might be further south near Harrenhal. If so, the route to Riverrun might be open or lightly guarded. Near dusk, scouts reported that Jaime Lannister's force was indeed camped outside Riverrun, laying siege. The defenders inside the castle refused to yield, but their supplies might not last forever. Robb saw an opportunity. If they marched swiftly, they could take Jaime by surprise, sandwiching him between Riverrun's defenders and their own host. That night, Ned presided over a war council in a large tent. Robb was there, as were Brynden, Lady Catelyn, several northern lords, Umber, Karstark, Bolton, Glover, Tallheart, and Jon. Lanterns lit the faces of these men as they pored over rough maps. Robb traced a line along the Green Fork. If Jaime is focused on besieging Riverrun, he might not expect an attack from the north so soon. We can cross at Fairmarket, swing south along the Tumblestone, and hit him from behind. Lord Umber, a gruff giant of a man, nodded. A bold plan, boy. I like it. Put the lions to the sword. Ned cleared his throat, still pale but authoritative. Caution. Jaime Lannister is no fool. He'll have pickets and scouts. We should send outriders to ensure we aren't walking into a trap. Karstark, a dour man with dark hair, agreed. My riders will screen our approach. Catelyn's gaze flicked to Ned. You're wound. He shook his head, expression firm. I'll ride with the main force. I can still command. Robb, you'll take the vanguard. Robb blinked. Father, are you sure? You're still... I'm sure, Ned said. Then his lips curled in a faint, rueful smile. Though I'll have to rely on you for much of the heavy work. We fight together, as father and son, until this is done. Robb looked relieved, though still apprehensive. Yes, father. Jon stood near the map, feeling a mixture of dread and anticipation. War was no place for illusions. He had never truly fought in a pitched battle. Soon he might see its horrors firsthand. He cast a sidelong glance at Arya, who had snuck into the gathering by standing quietly near the tent's entrance. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity and fear. Then we march at dawn, Ned declared. If the gods are good, we'll reach Riverrun in 4 days. May the old gods and the new protect us. And march they did. The Northmen, bolstered by Brynden Tully's riverlords, advanced across fields and wooded glens, always wary of Lannister scouts. Nights were spent in makeshift camps with strict watches posted. Ned's wound held up, though it pained him. He refused to let others see his weakness, setting an example of fortitude. Arya and Jon stuck close, determined not to lose their father again. On the second day, outriders skirmished with small Lannister patrols. Word reached the main army that a few of those enemy scouts had been killed or captured. No large force opposed them yet. Tension simmered, everyone expecting a major clash. By the evening of the third day, smoke appeared on the horizon. Fires from the outskirts of Riverrun, perhaps. Scouts returned with urgent news. Jaime Lannister's camp lay across the Red Fork, siege lines drawn around Riverrun's walls. The Lannisters had built wooden palisades and siege engines, star-bursting with the red and gold lion. If the Northmen attacked swiftly, they might catch Jaime's men off guard. Ned gathered his commanders in a final war council. The plan, a two-pronged assault. Robb would lead the vanguard across a ford and slam into Jaime's flank, while Brynden Tully led a small group around to cut off the Lannister retreat. Ned would direct the main force from a slightly more central position, giving orders and sending reserves where needed. All was arranged with careful precision. That night, Jon could barely sleep. He lay in a tent shared with other Stark retainers, hearing their nervous breathing and the shuffle of feet outside. War was upon them. He thought of Rhaegar Targaryen, the father he had never known, who died in a war long ago. Would Jon share the same fate? Or would he find a different path through the chaos? In the stillness, Arya slipped into the tent, crouching beside him. I can't sleep, she whispered. Jon sat up. The others were dozing or minding their own thoughts. Nor can I, he murmured. She exhaled shakily. If there's a battle, I want to help. Not hide in some supply wagon. Jon smoothed down her hair. Father won't allow you near the fighting. You're only... Arya pulled away. I'm not a child. Then her voice cracked. I'm scared, Jon. I don't want to lose Father again or you. But I want to do something. Jon's heart twisted. I know. War is the worst, but Father will want you safe. Promise you'll follow his orders, whatever they are. She hesitated, tears glistening. Then she nodded, swallowing. All right, I promise. Dawn came, a pale haze over the riverlands. The northern host assembled in silence, men forming ranks with disciplined efficiency. Ned inspected them from horseback, grim-faced. Robb spurred ahead, leading the vanguard with gray wind, his direwolf, padding beside him, a fearsome beast that had grown large. The river lords and the northern bannermen joined him, determination etched on their faces. A low horn signaled the advance. Robb's vanguard broke away, hoofs thundering. The main force followed at a measured pace. Jon rode beside Ned, who looked every bit the Lord of Winterfell, upright in the saddle despite the ache in his leg. Catelyn had insisted on staying behind the lines, but Arya refused to be parted from Ned until the last moment, when guards compelled her to wait at the rear with the other non-combatants. Jon spared a glance back, saw Arya's stricken face, and forced himself to turn forward. They heard the clash of steel and the shouts of men even before the Lannister encampment came into view. Robb's vanguard had smashed into Jaime's pickets, scattering them. Now a line of Lannister spearmen was scrambling to form ranks, red cloaks flapping in the breeze. Siege towers loomed in the distance, half-constructed. Across the river, Riverrun's walls bristled with archers. The main Stark force roared forward. Horns blared. Ned raised his sword, giving the signal. Jon's heart hammered as they galloped into the fray. He saw men in lion-crested helms rushing to defend the perimeter, shouting curses at the unexpected onslaught. The first crash of steel on steel rattled Jon's bones. He found himself in a swirl of chaos. Warhorses kicking, spears lunging, archers loosing arrows overhead. The Lannisters tried to form a shield wall, but Robb's cavalry crashed into them from one side while Ned's force bore down from another. Jon guided his horse skillfully, adrenaline surging. He parried a thrust from a Lannister man-at-arms, then slashed the man's leg. Another lunged at him, but Jon wheeled, blocking the blow with his shield. The clang reverberated through his arm. A swirl of brown hair caught his eye. One of the Northern Banner Knights reeled in the saddle, an arrow through his chest. Jon gritted his teeth, spurring his horse onward. The entire battlefield was a cacophony of screams, horns, the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground. He heard Grey Wind's savage growl somewhere nearby, the direwolf tearing into Lannister ranks. Ned, flanked by several Stark guards, pressed forward methodically. His sword flashed in the morning light. The pain in his leg must have been excruciating, but he fought on. Jon caught glimpses of him giving orders, pointing men to flank the Lannister archers. A group of enemy cavalry charged from behind a palisade. The ground shook under their hooves. Jon spurred his horse to intercept, calling to nearby Stark men. They clashed in a deafening riot of metal and horseflesh. Jon's sword rang against an opponent's breastplate. A Lannister knight swiped at him, but Jon ducked, narrowly avoiding a killing blow. He countered, blade biting into the knight's unarmored gap under the arm. Blood spurted, and the knight toppled with a muffled cry. Jon swallowed bile. War is monstrous, Ned had said. Now Jon saw it firsthand. He pressed on, fear and adrenaline pumping. Elsewhere, Robb and Brynden Tully led their men around the flank, and the lines of red-cloaked soldiers began to crumble under the combined assault. Jon heard horns from within Riverrun as well, their garrison sallying forth to pin the Lannisters from behind. Amid the chaos, a tall figure in gilded armor caught Jon's eye. Ser Jaime Lannister himself, the Kingslayer, leading a desperate charge to rally his men. His golden hair shone even under the grime of battle. Jaime carved through 2-foot soldiers, searching for the commander of this northern host, possibly searching for Robb or Ned. Ned was near, though, spurring forward with grim purpose. Jon's breath caught. Ned's wound made him vulnerable against such a formidable foe. He saw Jaime urging his charger toward Ned. With a cry, Jon kicked his own mount, weaving through the melee, desperate to reach his father first. Jaime's lance angled for Ned, whose guard was partially up, but he was slow. Time seemed to slow. Ned twisted in the saddle to parry, but the strain was clear on his face. Jaime's blow might unhorse him or run him through. Jon lunged into the path, swinging his sword to deflect Jaime's thrust. The impact jolted Jon's shoulder, nearly ripping the blade from his grip. Jaime's fierce blue-green eyes locked on Jon with surprise. Then he snorted, contempt twisting his mouth. "So you stand between me and the traitor Stark?" Jaime snarled, tugging his lance free. Jon steadied himself, hands trembling. "You'll not kill him while I still draw breath." Jaime smirked. "Then you'll die first, bastard." He cast aside the lance, drawing his long sword, a glittering blade honed to lethal perfection. Jon steeled himself, recalling every lesson from the yard. Jaime was the realm's most notorious swordsman, but Jaime was also on horseback, and so was Jon. That gave them some parity. Mounted combat was less reliant on footwork. They traded blows, steel clashing. Jaime's strength jarred Jon's arm with each strike. Twice, Jon nearly lost his balance, but he hung on, deflecting. Sparks flew with each collision. Ned tried to circle around, but his own men blocked him inadvertently, defending him from other threats. Jaime hammered at Jon's guard. A cunning feint nearly cost Jon his head. Jon twisted away at the last moment, feeling cold terror in his gut. This was a man who had fought in countless battles, who had faced the likes of the Smiling Knight in the days of the Kingswood Brotherhood. Jon was outmatched, yet he refused to yield. With a snarl, Jaime caught Jon's blade on his crossguard and shoved it aside, slashing at Jon's exposed midsection. Jon managed to jerk his torso back, the edge scraping the mail links. A shallow cut, but enough to sting hotly. He gasped. Jaime raised his sword for a finishing blow. Suddenly, Ned appeared, leading his horse right into Jaime's flank. His own sword coming down in a mighty arc. Jaime parried just in time, forced to shift his attack from Jon. The two older warriors locked swords. Ned's face was taut with pain, yet fierce. Jaime sneered. "I'd have thought you'd be lying in a dungeon, Stark, or in a grave." "I prefer a battlefield," Ned growled, thrusting again. Their blades met in a ringing crescendo. Jaime's charger sidestepped, and Ned pressed the attack. Jaime moved with fluid skill, grinning as though he relished the challenge. Jon, gasping, attempted to regain his posture, preparing to rejoin. But their swirling conflict had drawn more Northmen, who rushed to Ned's defense. Jaime realized he was outnumbered. With a curse, he kicked his charger, wheeling away. Ned, breathing heavily, tried to pursue, but his horse stumbled on uneven ground. Jaime spurred off into the chaos, presumably seeking a safer vantage or rallying point. Jon sagged in the saddle, panting. Blood trickled from the cut at his side, though it did not seem deep. Ned's gaze flicked over him, relief shining. "Are you badly hurt?" Jon shook his head. "I'll live." Ned nodded, eyes scanning the battlefield. "Then keep your wits about you." Together, they surged back into the fray. By now, the Lannister lines were unraveling. Pockets of their men tried to resist, but the North and the River Lords had them surrounded. Near the river, a mass of Lannisters threw down their weapons, surrendering. Jon glimpsed Jaime Lannister once more, tangling with a group of Karstark knights, but a swirl of riders blocked the view. Then a horn blast sounded, Robb's signal from a distant rise. The Lannisters were broken, retreating, or captured. The siege lines around Riverrun collapsed as the castle gates flung open and Tully knights poured out, cheering. A wave of exultation rippled through the northern ranks. They had won the day. Jon reined in, heart-thumping, scanning for Jaime. He saw a flash of gold as the Kingslayer fought on, surrounded by a ring of northern steel. Then, abruptly, Jaime's horse reared, and he was forced to the ground. Men closed in, disarming him. Cheers erupted. The infamous Kingslayer was taken alive. Panting, Jon pulled off his helm. Smoke from burning tents stung his eyes. All around, men raised swords in victory or slumped to the ground in exhaustion. Bodies littered the field, both friend and foe. The stench of blood hung in the air. He glimpsed Ned, half limping as he dismounted with a grunt, letting Stark guards help him stand. Arya came tearing across the field, having somehow slipped free from her watchers, eyes wild. "Father! Jon!" Jon dismounted carefully, meeting her. "You shouldn't be here," he said, but he embraced her all the same, relief flooding him that she was safe. She surveyed the carnage, face white. I saw the towers. I heard the shouting. I had to find you." Ned, leaning on a soldier's shoulder, made his way toward them. He placed a trembling hand on Arya's head. "You're safe. That's all that matters." A group of northern knights surrounded Jaime Lannister in the distance, stripping him of his gilded armor. Robb joined them, Grey Wind snarling at the Kingslayer's side. The Lannister man's face was contorted with fury and humiliation. This was a massive prize. Jaime captured meant the Lannisters would have to negotiate or risk losing their greatest commander. Perhaps this war could be ended swiftly. But as Jon scanned the field, seeing the fallen men, the ravens circling overhead, he knew the price would be steep regardless. Ned, wincing from pain in his leg, took stock of the dead. Robb Stark had proven himself a capable commander, leading the North to victory this day. Still, Tywin Lannister remained in the field. The new King Joffrey held King's Landing. The realm was riven in two. In that moment, with the sun climbing higher and the smell of blood choking the air, Jon Snow, secret child of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark, realized that no victory on a single field would save Westeros from the storms to come. The dragons still lingered across the sea, the lion snarled in the south, and the wolf howled for vengeance. If Ned's truth ever emerged, it might tear the realm apart once more. Ned Stark leaned on his makeshift crutch, surveying the riverside battlefield in the aftermath of the North's surprise victory against Jaime Lannister's host. The morning sun stretched over a land marred by smoke and carnage. Dead and dying men littered among the wreckage of tents and siege equipment. Crows swooped overhead, their caws mingling with the groans of the wounded. A sour wind blew from the direction of Riverrun, carrying the tang of charred wood. Jon Snow stood near Ned, a hand pressed to the shallow cut at his flank, though he tried not to show how much pain it caused him. His breathing was ragged from both battle and exhilaration. The captains of the Stark and Tully forces were busy collecting prisoners, binding their hands, and corralling them in a makeshift enclosure by the riverbank. Nearby, Grey Wind prowled, muzzle stained with blood, watching for any Lannister man who might think to resist. Ser Roderick Castle rode up, dusted with ash and sweat, his face grim. "My lord," he said to Ned, "we have the bulk of the Lannister survivors rounded up near those burnt-out siege towers. Some tried to flee south, others scattered west. We haven't the mounts to chase them all." Ned dipped his head. "We'll let the stragglers go. Let them carry word of their defeat if they must. We've enough on our hands here." "Yes, my lord," Ser Roderick said. "I've sent men to put out the fires in the siege camp. The castle folk from Riverrun are aiding us. Shall I organize a triage for our wounded?" "Do it at once," Ned said. "We'll set up tents near that line of poplars, away from the worst of the smoke. And we need to keep watch in case Tywin Lannister's host is nearby." Roderick inclined his head and rode off to carry out the orders. Jon tugged at Ned's sleeve. "Father," he said under his breath, "you must let Maester Vyman tend your wound. You can barely stand." Ned's jaw clenched at the pain, but he nodded. "Soon. First, the men." His gaze shifted across the field, taking in the battered forms of Northern and Riverland soldiers stooping to help friends or to finish off enemies too wounded to stand. "War spares no one," Ned murmured. "We've paid a heavy price for this victory." They moved down the slope with care. Jon steadied Ned when his leg threatened to buckle. The older man's face was sheened with sweat, tight with pain, but his eyes were determined. Some of the Stark guards, seeing them approach, rushed forward to offer support. Ned waved them off, hobbling slowly, as though punishing himself by refusing ease. He spoke briefly to each cluster of wounded men, thanking them for their valor or offering a quiet word of comfort for the dying. Jon watched how the men, even in their misery, found solace in Ned's calm presence. He realized anew that many of them had marched all this way for the sake of House Stark. Indeed, for the sake of Ned's leadership. They came upon a grievously injured Karstark soldier whose mail was torn open. 3 arrow shafts protruded from his ribs. He feebly tried to rise upon seeing Ned. Ned knelt, ignoring the sharp protest of his thigh. "Rest," Ned told the man gently. "You fought bravely. Your lord will know of it." Tears leaked from the soldier's eyes. "My lord, I can't feel my legs." Ned pressed a hand to the soldier's shoulder, his face grave. "We'll send a maester. Hold on as best you can." But Jon could see that the man's life was bleeding away, evident in the chalky pallor of his lips. The soldier's eyes drifted shut in a silent acceptance of doom. A retainer with bandages hurried by, and Ned motioned for them to tend this man if possible. As they continued on, Jon's throat felt tight. So many dead for one battle, but they had captured Jaime Lannister, a prize that might shift the balance of the entire war. Not far off, Robb Stark had taken control of the western quadrant of the battlefield. He sat astride a freckled courser, conferring with Brynden Blackfish Tully. Around them, a ring of Karstark, Umber, and Bolton men guarded their most valuable prisoner. Jaime Lannister, stripped of his golden armor, his hands bound behind his back. His hair was lank with sweat, and blood streaked the side of his face where he'd been struck by a pommel. Even so, Jaime managed to look defiant, scornful even, scanning the Starks with a sneer curling his lip. Ned and Jon approached, accompanied by Arya, who had somehow slipped free from her keepers again. She trailed a few paces behind, eyes flicking warily to the prisoners. Grey Wind stood near Robb, ears twitching, muzzle still stained. Jon felt a flicker of unease about Arya being so close to the aftermath of battle, but she was too stubborn to be sent away now. As they drew up, Robb turned in the saddle, relief flashing in his eyes when he saw Ned. "Father, you're on your feet. You should be resting." "I will," Ned said with a weary smile, "after I see to certain matters." Jaime Lannister, upon spotting Ned, spat at the ground. "Stark," he said, voice dripping contempt. "Last I heard, you were rotting in the Red Keep. You're as persistent as a cockroach." Arya bristled, stepping forward, but Ned moved a crutch in front of her to still her. He regarded Jaime. "You lost," Ned said simply. "I advise you to keep a civil tongue, Ser Jaime." Jaime narrowed his eyes. "You have me at your mercy, that much is clear. Are you any better than your friend Robert, though? He'd have hacked me to pieces or had me kneel in front of his court. Perhaps you plan the same." He glanced scornfully at Jon, remembering their brief clash. "Or let your bastard do the honors?" Jon's face colored, and he put a hand on his sword hilt. Jaime noticed and let out a mirthless chuckle. "Come now, boy, you're not half bad with that blade for a mongrel. I'll grant you that." "That is enough," Ned said, his voice low and quiet, but the threat in it was unmistakable. Jaime, reading that cool anger, said no more. "Robb," Ned continued, shifting his weight on the crutch, "we cannot linger here long. Tywin's forces may be near. We should gather the prisoners, see to our wounded, and make for Riverrun. The castle has enough space and supplies to house them. Ser Jaime will need to be guarded at all times. We won't get a more valuable hostage than him." Robb gave a sharp nod. "Agreed. We'll march as soon as the battlefield is secure and the dead are handled. I'll see to it that Ser Jaime is well guarded. The men already speak of exchanging him for Sansa or for peace, but I suspect the Lannisters won't yield so easily." Ned's face tightened. He remembered how Sansa had been left behind at King's Landing, presumably still captive to the Lannisters. The thought pressed on him like a blade to the heart. "We'll see about negotiations," Ned said. "For now, the Kingslayer lives. Perhaps that will gain us some leverage with the Boy King and his mother." Arya scowled at Jaime but said nothing further. Robb ordered a handful of men to escort Jaime away. The Kingslayer walked on unsteady feet, flanked by tall, stern-faced northerners with spears. Before he vanished from view, Jaime shot a final smirk at Jon, as if to say their duel was unfinished. Jon bristled, but Ned laid a hand on his shoulder. "Let him brood," Ned said quietly. He's caged now. Jon nodded. He realized that his side was burning with renewed pain, and he pressed a palm over the blood-soaked cloth. Ned noticed and called over one of the Tully medics. "Tend my son's wound," Ned ordered. "Then send him to the triage tents." Robb dismounted to assist with overseeing the prisoner roundup. Brynden Tully urged more men to clear away the half-built siege towers. Arya followed Ned and Jon toward a cluster of tents near the poplars, where banners of the direwolf and the trout hung limp in the still air. There, the medics were gathering wounded, while the stench of blood, waste, and sweat thickened. Arya's expression turned sickly at the sight. Men cried out for water or mercy. A Tully soldier poured wine into a gash in another's arm to clean it, eliciting a tortured howl. Ned, leaning on his crutch, directed a stable hand to help him unbuckle the bracer on his left arm so the maester could check his own splinted leg. Jon stood quietly, letting a medic cut away the ragged cloth at his flank to examine the shallow cut. Arya hovered, biting her lip. Jon could see the horror in her eyes. This was not the training yard. It was war in all its grim finality. She had insisted on coming, but the experience was clearly shaking her. Maester Vyman, who had accompanied them from Riverrun, arrived to check Ned's leg. He gently peeled back the bandages. The flesh around the stitches was red and inflamed but not festering like before. Ned winced as the maester applied a fresh poultice of herbs. "You must stay off this for at least a week, Lord Stark," Vyman warned. "You've strained it too much already." "I know," Ned said softly, glancing at his daughter, "but I fear the realm won't spare me the time I need." Jon tensed as the medic poked the edges of his wound with a metal probe, testing for hidden debris. He sucked in a breath at the sharp sting. The medic muttered something about it being a clean slice, then stitched it up with quick, practiced motions. Arya grimaced at the sight of the needle and thread going in and out of Jon's flesh. After it was done, the medic splashed on a stinging solution to disinfect. Jon hissed but tried not to flinch. "There," the medic said. "You'll have a scar, but you'll live." Jon exhaled. "Thank you." Arya moved closer, tentatively resting a hand on Jon's forearm. "You fought bravely," she said in a small voice. "I saw part of it. You saved Father." "Or tried," Jon murmured. "Father can handle himself, but Jaime Lannister is a deadly foe." Arya's eyes flicked down. "Don't do something so reckless next time. If you died..." She broke off, swallowing. Jon ruffled her hair gently. "We can't promise not to be reckless in war, but I'll do my best to stay alive, Aerie." Ned watched their exchange with paternal affection, though worry lingered behind his gaze. When Maester Vyman finished changing his bandages, Ned shifted to address Arya. "Your mother will want to know you're safe," he said. "She and your brother have parted ways for now. Catelyn remains at the crossing to finalize certain dealings with Lord Walder Frey, ensuring the twins hold no further demands. She'll be here soon." Arya nodded but said nothing, still staring at the wounded men around her. Ned extended a hand. "Come, let's step away. I want you to breathe some fresh air." They moved from the triage tents to a calmer section of the battlefield where the smell of blood was less overpowering. Hallis Malin and a dozen Stark guards were posted there, along with tethered horses. Workers had begun stacking Lannister arms and armor in mounds, spoils of war to be redistributed or melted down. A few knights from minor northern houses scoured the camp for any remaining pockets of resistance. Just then, Robb approached, flanked by the great Jon Umber, an enormous man with a wild beard, and Lord Roose Bolton, pale and watchful. Robb greeted Ned with a concerned nod. "Father, the Lannisters are thoroughly routed. Their siege lines are undone. Riverrun's gates are open. The Blackfish suggests we move our host inside the castle to regroup." He paused, his face grimy with battle sweat, but eyes alight with the afterglow of triumph. "We've done it, Father. We have Jaime Lannister." Ned nodded. "You've done well, Robb. Now we must see how to use this advantage. Tywin won't be pleased." At the mention of Tywin, Roose Bolton's face shifted, a flicker of something unreadable in his cold eyes. Lord Tywin still commands a considerable army, rumored to be encamped near Harrenhal or the Golden Tooth. He might come east in revenge. We should prepare the castle's defenses." The great Jon rumbled, "Let him come." The lions roared, and we answered, "We'll throw them in the river again." Robb tried to hide a wry smile. "Easy, great Jon. We can't get careless. For now, let's see to Riverrun." "Father, can you ride the short distance there?" Ned frowned, testing his weight on the crutch. "If I must, I'll manage with help." Hallis Malin stepped forward. "We'll get you a litter, my lord. There's no shame in it. You're wounded." Ned drew a breath, about to refuse, but Arya looked at him with such a mixture of worry and hope that he relented. "Very well," Ned said quietly. "A litter, then. Jon, Robb, go on ahead with your men. Secure the castle. I'll follow." Robb glanced to Jon, and Jon nodded. "I'll escort father in the litter," Jon said. "Then we'll catch up." Arya piped up, "I'll ride with you, father." Ned cast her a thoughtful look but did not gainsay her. In truth, he was probably reluctant to let her out of his sight, especially with so much chaos still stirring. "All right," Ned said, "but stay close." Hallis barked orders to the men, who quickly rigged a simple litter, a stout plank mounted on 2 long poles, which could be hitched behind a sturdy horse at a slow pace. Ned was helped onto it, biting back a groan as his leg twinged. Arya climbed up beside him, providing a small measure of comfort. Jon watched, tension in his gut. His father was pushing himself too soon, too hard. But with a war on, they lacked time for convalescence. When the litter was ready, they set forth along the bank of the Red Fork. Robb led the main host in columns, bearing the banners of House Stark, House Tully, and the lesser northern lords. Wagons carried their wounded and their provisions. Prisoners, including Jaime Lannister, were corralled under heavy guard. The battered remains of Jaime's men shuffled in sullen ranks, stripped of armor. Some northern soldiers muttered that Jaime should be hanged or thrown in a dungeon. But Ned's order was clear: treat him well enough that he could be exchanged, if the need arose. Riverrun's walls rose majestically as they approached, the afternoon sun turning the river water to molten copper. Guards atop the battlements cheered at the sight of the triumphant force. The drawbridge was already lowered, and the portcullis stood open, courtesy of the Blackfish and the Tully garrison who had aided from inside. Once across, the soldiers spread into the wide outer yard, forming up in rough lines. Arya peered from the litter with curiosity. She'd been here before, but never in the thick of war. Riverrun was a triangular fortress, built at the meeting of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone. 2 rivers flanked it, making siege difficult. Inside the main yard, banners of the Leaping Trout hung next to stark gray direwolves. Catelyn Stark was absent, still at the Twins, but many Tully retainers bustled about, offering water, bread, and hospitality to their allies. Ned was gingerly helped down from the litter. He leaned on his crutch, wincing. Jon hovered protectively, while Arya hopped to the ground and tried to make herself useful. Servants hustled them into the great hall, a high-ceilinged chamber with tall windows. The windows had been boarded partly shut during the siege, but now they stood open to let in fresh air. Light pooled on the stone floor. Some of the Tully men cheered upon seeing Ned and the victor's banners, though the mood was tempered by the knowledge that many had died outside the walls. Ser Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, awaited them. He embraced Ned carefully, mindful of the wounded leg. "My lord nephew," Brynden said, "we owe you thanks for lifting the siege. Riverrun stands thanks to the swift assault." "You owe more thanks to Robb," Ned corrected. He planned the double envelopment and surprised Jaime's lines. Brynden's eyes lit with pride as he looked at Robb. "Indeed, we might call him the Young Wolf, a name to put fear into the Lannisters." Robb flushed, murmuring that it was a group effort. But the men in the hall took up the cry, clashing swords on shields, chanting "Young Wolf," with a mixture of gratitude and excitement. Jon watched as Robb tried to maintain humility, though a spark in Robb's eye suggested he felt the pride of a commander whose plan had succeeded. Jon too felt a stirring of admiration for his foster brother. The weight of that victory fell on Robb's shoulders, and he had not disappointed. As the cheers subsided, Brynden led them deeper into the keep, where Ned could rest. Once again, Ned was settled into the same bedchamber he'd occupied during his feverish days. This time, though, he had more strength and peace of mind. Arya perched on a stool at his side. Jon helped the maester remove Ned's armor, pauldron by pauldron, so the older man could lie back on the linen sheets. Outside the chamber, the clamor of the castle was relentless. Men calling orders, blacksmiths hammering, wounded groaning. The stench of unwashed bodies drifted in even here. Brynden had already issued instructions for the Tully cooks to prepare a feast of sorts to celebrate the victory. Yet everyone knew it was but the first step in a long campaign. "Jon," Ned said softly, once the door had closed on the hustle and bustle, "tell me the truth. How bad is your injury?" Jon swallowed. "The medic stitched it. It's shallow. I'll be fine." Ned nodded, relief flickering. "Good. We must remain vigilant. Capturing Jaime was a triumph, but Tywin Lannister will not stand idle." He glanced at Arya. "You will stay close to Maester Vyman or to Jon when I cannot watch you. Is that clear?" Arya pouted but agreed. "Yes, father." "Good. Now go on, find some supper. Let me speak with Jon in private." She hesitated, glancing between them, but then slipped away, the door closing behind her. Jon could hear her footsteps fade down the corridor. He turned back to Ned, bracing for a serious discussion. Ned's eyes rested on Jon. "How many men did we lose out there? Do you know?" Jon shook his head. "I only know it was many. We haven't gotten a full count yet." Ned exhaled. "And Ser Jaime? Did he say anything else about Sansa before you arrived?" Jon frowned. "No. He seemed more interested in taunting us. But I suspect we have leverage. If the Lannisters want Jaime free, they might release Sansa." Ned's face was clouded with worry. "I fear for her safety. The Queen is cunning, and Joffrey, well, he's proven himself cruel. Sansa must be terrified or worse, used as a pawn in their game." Jon bowed his head. He remembered Sansa's tears back in King's Landing, her fear of Joffrey. "We'll get her back," Jon said firmly. "I pray so," Ned murmured, "and hope we can do so without more bloodshed. But we must be realistic. War has begun, and the Boy King is under Cersei's sway. She may do anything to keep power." Then he sighed, pressing 2 fingers to his brow. "What of the secret, Jon? Has anyone shown signs of guessing?" Jon hesitated, recalling glimpses of suspicion from Edric Dane at Harrenhal, or the searching looks from Baelish in King's Landing. "No one has confronted me. The only ones who know for certain are you, me, a few of our closest kin, and the king, or rather the late King Robert. But he's gone." Ned's face tightened at the memory. "Robert's secrets died with him. I doubt Cersei or Joffrey realize who you truly are. If they did, they'd have tried to kill you by now or hold you hostage. For the moment, the realm sees you as Ned Stark's bastard. And ironically, that might be your safest shield." Jon nodded. He'd had this conversation with Ned before, but every time, the reality of it struck him anew. The knowledge that he was Rhaegar Targaryen's son, and Lyanna Stark's, weighed on him like chainmail he couldn't remove, especially after facing Jaime on the battlefield, the same Kingslayer who'd served Rhaegar's father Aerys in the Kingsguard before betraying him. The webs of old wars were tangled indeed. Ned closed his eyes, exhaustion overtaking him. "Jon, we will speak more on this. But for now, guard your tongue, guard your life. The realm is in chaos. One day, when peace returns, we will see if revealing the truth serves any purpose." Jon bowed his head. "Yes, father." Ned drifted off, seduced by fatigue and the lingering pain in his leg. Jon stood there in the half-lit room, hearing the muffled bustle of Riverrun beyond the walls. After a time, he left quietly, asking a guard to remain outside Ned's door. He wandered down the corridor in search of Arya and a hot meal. He passed through a gallery that overlooked the courtyard, where lines of captured Lannister men knelt under guard. Some cursed the Starks, others moaned for mercy. Horses were being stabled in every available corner of the fortress, feed running short. Jon saw Robb across the yard, deep in discussion with the Blackfish. They stood near a group of men bearing the scythe sigil of House Hayford, once loyal to the Targaryens generations ago, but now just another house in the Riverlands. The talk looked tense. Jon supposed it was about how to handle the upcoming moves of Tywin's main army. He found Arya near one of the smaller gates to the yard, staring through the bars at Jaime Lannister, who was locked in a small iron kennel for the moment. The kennel was typically used to hold ferocious dogs or perhaps a captured foe for a short time. Jaime sat inside, hands still bound, leaning against the bars. A half-lamp hung overhead, casting him in an orange glow. Arya glared at him with pure loathing. "You shouldn't be here, Arya," Jon said quietly, stepping up to her. She jumped, then scowled at him. "I just wanted to look at him. He's the one who crippled Bran, isn't he?" Jon recalled the rumors that Jaime had pushed Bran from a tower window, back in Winterfell. It was never proven outright, but Ned suspected as much, and so did Catelyn. "He denies it, but we all believe it to be true," Jon said softly. Arya's jaw tightened. "I want him to pay for that." She reached down to the hilt of the sword she called Needle. Jon gently put his hand on hers. "He might pay in time," Jon said, "but that's not for you to decide now. Father wants him alive as a hostage. Come on, let's find some food." Reluctantly, Arya let him guide her away. Jaime's sneering gaze followed them, though he said nothing. Past the gate, they reached a corridor lined with servants carrying trays. The smell of roasted onions and turnips made Jon's stomach growl, though he felt a knot of queasiness left over from the battle. Arya didn't speak until they found themselves in a small side hall, where a few wooden tables were set up for knights off duty. They shared a bowl of hearty stew, mopping up the broth with crusty bread. Arya picked at hers, appetite subdued. Jon forced himself to eat. He knew he needed strength to recover from the day's fighting. In the corner, a group of Northmen laughed raucously, toasting to the young wolf. Another table held Tully knights who drank in grim silence, mourning fallen friends. "What if the Lannisters come for us again?" Arya asked softly, swirling a piece of bread in her stew. "We can't fight them forever." Jon thought of Tywin's cold, calculating face. "We'll fight as long as it takes. If Father's plan works, maybe we can exchange Jaime for Sansa or for peace. Maybe Tywin will yield." Arya's eyes flickered. "He won't. They never yield." Jon nodded, swallowing. "You're probably right, but we have to try. I don't want to see more fields of corpses, more men screaming." Her face twisted with the memory. Then she huddled over her stew. "I just want to go home." Jon wanted to promise that they would, but he couldn't say when. Instead, he gently touched her wrist, offering silent reassurance. She shook him off, turning back to her meal, but her eyes brimmed with emotion. They finished eating. Soon after, Robb found them and beckoned Jon away to talk strategy. Arya returned to Ned's chamber, presumably. Jon followed Robb through a labyrinth of corridors until they reached a private solar that overlooked the confluence of the rivers. The Great Jon was already there, along with Roose Bolton, Ser Roderick Castle, Brynden Tully, and several other commanders. A large candlelit table displayed a rough map of the region, scratched parchment pinned by daggers. "We were just discussing Tywin's next move," Robb said, gesturing for Jon to join them. "Roose Bolton believes Tywin will strike from the west, aiming to relieve Jaime if he didn't know Jaime was captured. Now that he learns Jaime's in our hands, Tywin might attempt a rescue or shift his focus to the south." Roose's voice was quiet, oddly calm. "Lord Tywin is no fool. He may attempt to threaten the Riverlands further, to force us to ransom Jaime quickly. Or he could march on the twins to sever our supply lines. Hard to say." The Great Jon slammed a fist on the table, rattling the daggers that pinned the map. "Let him come. We'll smash him, the same as we did his golden boy." Brynden Tully shook his head. "My friend, Tywin's host is rumored to be double our size. Our success depended on surprise and dividing their forces. If Tywin comes in full strength, we must be prepared to defend or outmaneuver him. Ser Roderick stroked his white side whiskers. With Harrenhal in Lannister hands, they have a formidable base. But Tywin might want to draw us out rather than try to storm Riverrun. Robb frowned, leaning over the map. If we wait for him here, we might get bottled up in a siege ourselves. That's no good, especially if the Lannisters hold Sansa. We can't abandon her. Father and I have considered sending envoys under flag of truce to King's Landing, offering to exchange Jaime for my sister, and perhaps for an end to hostilities if King Joffrey will relent. A few men scoffed. Lord Bolton's lips thinned. King Joffrey is a vicious boy. Cersei rules him from behind the curtain. She'd only be moved if she fears losing Jaime for good. Brynden Tully nodded. But we must be careful not to appear too eager. We have the advantage. The more desperate they believe we are, the less they'll concede. Robb raked a hand through his auburn hair. So we hold Jaime, we hold Riverrun, and we see what Tywin does. Meanwhile, we can send ravens to King's Landing, stating our terms. Free Sansa. Recognize the North's right to rule itself or at least to withdraw from the conflict. Return Ned Stark's name to honor. Possibly even set Arya's future in stone. If the Lannisters reject it, we keep Jaime. If they threaten to harm Sansa, we vow to do the same to Jaime, though that's no outcome we want. The men around the table exchanged looks. Bolton's expression was unreadable. The Great Jon gave a loud harumph, and Brynden Tully pursed his lips. It was dangerous to threaten Jaime's life, but that was the reality of hostages in this war. Jon stood quietly, absorbing it. Finally, he cleared his throat. If Tywin marches east in anger, we'll need to be ready to fight again. But we're still battered. Father needs time to recover, as do many of our men. That might force Tywin to come quickly before we regroup. Roose Bolton gave Jon a long look. A keen observation, Snow. We should accelerate our preparations. Let the men rest for a day or two, bury the dead, mend armor, then begin fortifying. If Tywin tries to cross the Red Fork, we can meet him near the fords. If that fails, we retreat to Riverrun's walls. We do not let ourselves be trapped in open terrain. Brynden Tully concurred. Agreed. My nephew Edmure is still on the mend from earlier battles, but I'll see that all Tully banners remain at the ready. And we have your father's presence. Wounded or not, Ned Stark's leadership will steady the men. They respect him, and they follow you, Robb, as they've clearly shown. Robb looked uncertain for a moment, then he straightened. All right, we'll do as we said. I'll draft a letter to King's Landing, stating our terms. I'll also reach out to the Freys and to the Mallisters, who guard the coast, to see if they'll send more men. Meanwhile, we watch for Tywin. That is our plan. No one disagreed. The meeting broke up, men dispersing to carry out tasks. The Great Jon boomed his approval of the plan, though it lacked the immediate smashing of foes he seemed to crave. Bolton gave Robb a small nod and glided away like a pale shadow. Brynden patted Robb's shoulder. You're doing well, lad, he said, then left. Ser Roderick lingered a moment, murmuring that he would check on Ned, before stepping out. At last, only Robb and Jon remained in the solar. Outside, the corridor buzzed with activity. Guards passing, servants hurrying with trays of bandages or kettles of stew. Robb leaned against the table, exhaling heavily. You all right? Jon asked. Robb shrugged. It's a lot. The men are calling me the young wolf. I'm not sure if I'm that boy or if I'm just faking confidence so they don't see my fears. I keep thinking about how many died out there today. Some are men I've known my whole life. Jon stepped closer. You had to command. You gave them a victory. You can mourn the dead, but don't blame yourself for their loss. War forced your hand. Robb nodded slowly, jaw tight. Father always said war is monstrous. I never truly understood until now. He let out a sharp breath, then mustered a half-smile. Thank you for watching over him out there. I know you risked your life fighting Jaime. Father told me about it. Jon shook his head. He would have done the same for me. and he nearly got himself killed fighting Jaime after I was too slow to match the Kingslayer's skill. No one here expects you to defeat Jaime Lannister easily, Robb said, placing a hand on Jon's shoulder. But you kept father from being skewered. That's enough. Now try to get some rest. We'll need you tomorrow. Jon managed a grim smile. Yes, I'm sure we'll have more duties to see to. They parted ways, Robb going to finalize the letter to King's Landing. Jon wandered back through the labyrinth of corridors, mentally replaying the duel with Jaime. His swift, precise strikes, the taunts. A Targaryen in secret, fighting the Kingslayer. Life had become more tangled than any dream he'd ever imagined in Winterfell's quiet courtyards. Eventually, Jon found himself in one of the castle's smaller courtyards, open to the night sky. The sun had set, and lanterns cast flickering pools of light on the cobblestones. Soldiers and servants moved in subdued clusters. From somewhere distant, he heard a woman singing a lament for the fallen, her voice carrying a strange, mournful beauty. A sense of sorrow weighed on the castle. Victory or not, many would not return to their homes. He stood by a low stone wall, gazing at the dark waters below where the two rivers merged. If he looked farther west, he might imagine Tywin's great army stirring, or across the south, the memory of King's Landing, a nest of vipers. He could still taste the dread from those days, the secret that burned in his chest. Rhaegar's son. If the realm knew, they might brand him a pretender, or worship him as a rightful heir, or just try to kill him out of fear of Targaryen madness. None of it was what Jon wanted. He was loyal to Ned Stark and to the North, but fate cared little for personal desires. A soft voice startled him. "You look haunted," said Arya, stepping from the shadows near the archway. She wore a simple tunic and breeches, her hair in tangles. Jon turned. "Couldn't sleep?" Arya shook her head. "Every time I close my eyes, I see men lying dead, or I see that hateful Kingslayer's face, or I think of Bran, stuck in that bed in Winterfell because of Jaime, or Sansa, held in King's Landing with those snakes." Jon exhaled. "We'll get Sansa back. We'll see Bran again. You must have faith." Arya edged closer, arms folded across her chest. "It's just, everything feels broken. Life used to be simple in Winterfell, lessons, training, hearing the wind in the godswood. Now everything's about war, secrets, hostages. Father's hurt and you nearly died. Robb is burdened with command. I hate it all." Jon wished he had a comforting lie or even a gentle truth. "I know," he said quietly. "I miss Winterfell too." She looked up at him, eyes glimmering in the lantern light. "If the war ends, do you think we can all go home again?" He hesitated. "Maybe. Sometimes wars end with a great many dead and the victors imposing terms. If we win, Winterfell will stand. If we lose..." He trailed off, not wanting to voice the worst outcome. Arya's gaze hardened. "We can't lose. We're Starks. We have wolves in our hearts." Then, in a quieter voice, "But I'm scared." Jon's chest tightened. He reached out and ruffled her hair gently. "It's all right to be scared, Aerie. Everyone is, even Robb, even father. Courage is doing what must be done despite fear." She nodded, biting her lip. "Don't let them send me away to some southern place for safety. I want to stay here with you and father." Jon thought of the vow Ned made about not risking Arya's life, but he also knew how fiercely she would resist being sheltered. He sighed. "Just stay close. Don't wander alone. War isn't a game." He paused. "We'll see how father decides, but I doubt he wants to let you out of his sight anyway." She let out a sigh that might have been relief, then rested her head briefly on his shoulder, in a rare moment of open affection. "Thank you, Jon," she murmured. They stood that way for a breath or two, listening to the hush of the rivers meeting and the distant hum of men talking. The night sky stretched above them, stars winking in vast indifference to mortal struggles. Jon said a silent prayer to the old gods that the battles ahead might be kinder than the last, though he suspected the worst was yet to come. A day passed, then two. Riverrun's halls bustled with rebuilding efforts, funerals for the fallen, and quiet strategizing about Tywin Lannister's next move. Maester Vyman reported that Ned's fever remained at bay, though the wound in his leg was healing slowly. Ned could walk with the crutch short distances now, and he joined Robb for private councils, but the effort plainly exhausted him. Arya rarely left his side unless Jon or Ser Rodrik coaxed her to practice stances in the yard. Meanwhile, captains patrolled the roads and fords around Riverrun, capturing the occasional Lannister scout. None had knowledge of Tywin's whereabouts. Some said Tywin was massing near the ruins of Harrenhal. Others claimed he was riding for the Golden Tooth to regroup. A few rumored that Lord Tywin was even riding to King's Landing to protect the new king from any possible Baratheon resurgence. The truth was uncertain. Jaime Lannister remained their greatest prize, locked in a tower cell now instead of that dog kennel. He had been interrogated politely by Ned and Robb, but gave little away except scorn. He demanded a parley to negotiate his release. Ned said such a parley might happen once their terms were sent to King's Landing. Jaime laughed, calling them fools for thinking Cersei would yield. The man seemed as cocksure as ever, but beneath his mockery, Jon sensed tension. Jaime was, after all, caged, and at the mercy of people who had every reason to hate him. At midday on the third day after the battle, a raven arrived from the twins. Catelyn Stark was returning at once, escorted by a Frey retinue. She had apparently brokered the final terms of Robb's betrothal to one of Walder Frey's daughters, ensuring a stable alliance. The entire North needed that crossing open. Robb grimaced at the news, though he put on a stoic face for the sake of his men. As if the burdens of war weren't enough, now he faced an unwanted betrothal. Jon sympathized but knew it was necessary. Catelyn arrived in the late afternoon with a dozen mounted Freys trailing behind her. She dismounted in the yard, her eyes immediately scanning the crowd until she spotted Robb, Ned, and Arya. She rushed to them, ignoring the protest of her own weariness. Arya flew into her arms, and Catelyn embraced her fiercely, tears in her eyes. Then she turned to Ned, who stood with his crutch. Her gaze flicked to his injured leg, and her expression filled with worry and relief in equal measure. "Ned," she said, voice trembling, "I feared the worst when news came that you rode into battle wounded." Ned's eyes softened. "I'm still here, Cat. The gods were kind." He braced a hand on her shoulder, and she leaned into him for a moment of quiet comfort. Then her gaze hardened as she looked past him to where Jaime Lannister's tower cell rose above the parapets. "You have the Kingslayer," she stated. "We do," Ned said. "He's our hostage, perhaps our best chance at freeing Sansa." Catelyn's mouth thinned. "He pushed Bran from that tower. I know it in my heart. But if he can secure Sansa's release..." She swallowed anger. "We must consider all possibilities." Robb stepped forward, hugging his mother. "You've done well at the twins, I take it?" He forced a tight smile. Catelyn sighed. "As well as can be expected. Lord Walder's demands are many. You know what's required of you, Robb." Robb nodded stiffly. "I do." He glanced away, jaw flexing. "I'll keep my word." Without the twins, our supply lines to the north vanish. Catelyn's gaze flitted to Jon, but she only gave him a curt nod. Jon saw in her eyes the old wariness. She had warmed a little after learning he wasn't Ned's actual bastard, yet it remained complicated. She knew the truth but seemed unsure how to treat him. Instead of addressing it, she said, "We have much to discuss, all of us. Shall we go inside?" They adjourned to the same large chamber used for councils. Ned settled on a cushioned chair, leg propped up, while Catelyn took a seat beside him. Robb stood by the fireplace, restless. Arya perched near Ned, as if refusing to be banished. Jon stood off to one side, arms folded. Around them gathered the lords of the north, the great Jon Umber, Roose Bolton, Galbart Glover, Rickard Karstark, and Brynden Tully for the Riverlands. Ser Rodrik Castle was there, two side whiskers bristling. After pleasantries, Catelyn recounted the final agreement with Lord Frey. "He will keep the twins open and supply us with grain and fodder for our mounts. In return, when the war is done, Robb shall marry Rosalind Frey, Lord Walder's daughter. Additionally, if Lord Walder demands it, Arya will spend a year as his ward, once she's older. We've left that vague, though, she added hastily, seeing Ned's face darken. I doubt the old man truly cares for that arrangement as much as he does for binding our houses. Arya blurted, I won't go to the twins. Catelyn raised a hand. Hush, child. We will see. The arrangement was a last-minute demand by Walder Frey, but I suspect it's mostly for show. He wants to see the Starks under his roof, a sign of trust. It may never come to pass if the war ends quickly. Now, as for the timeline, Walder expects Robb's marriage to take place once the fighting concludes, assuming we're victorious. Robb's jaw clenched. So be it. The great Jon bellowed, a small price for crossing. We'll repay the Freys by holding their tower for them if the lions come knocking. A few men chuckled. Brynden Tully smirked but kept silent. Roose Bolton tapped a finger on the table. All well and good. Now, my lords, we must address the matter of King's Landing. If we plan to send an envoy to bargain for Sansa's freedom, perhaps Lady Catelyn is the best choice. Ned stiffened in his seat. I'd rather not risk Catelyn that way. The Lannisters have shown no qualms about capturing or threatening hostages. If I send her, we might lose both Sansa and my wife. Catelyn touched his arm gently. Nor do I want to be taken again. We should consider a trusted retainer. Someone who can speak for us but won't unravel everything if taken prisoner. Robb nodded. What about Lord Bolton? Or the Blackfish? Or Ser Roderick? The Blackfish, arms folded, shook his head. I'm needed here to coordinate with the other river lords. Edmure's not fully well, and we can't rely solely on him. As for me riding to King's Landing, I doubt Cersei would open the gates for the man who helped lift the siege. Bolton's eyes flickered with an emotion akin to amusement. I doubt my presence would please the Lannisters. They consider me a rumor in the dark. A butcher. I suspect I'd be killed on sight. We need someone less polarizing. Ser Roderick cleared his throat. I am loyal, but I've no skill in the courts. Peter Baelish is there, among others. He is cunning, and I might be no match for his manipulations. A murmur of discontent spread as they realized no obvious candidate emerged. Then Brynden said slowly, we could choose a small group of envoys, not just one man. A handful of lesser knights or even a maester. But would Cersei even grant an audience if we do not bring Jaime Lannister with us? Ned frowned. We're not giving Jaime to them without a firm exchange for Sansa. He's too valuable to risk losing. The moment we hand him over, they might deny any promise and keep Sansa anyway. Catelyn's lips pressed together. Perhaps we hold Jaime here, but we send word that he will be executed if Sansa is harmed or if the negotiations fall through. Harsh, but that's how the Lannisters play this game. They must believe we'll do it. Karstark, who had lost 2 sons in earlier clashes, muttered, we should do it anyway. He maimed your boy. If it were up to me, I'd stake him at the crossroads for all to see. Ned's voice was weary but firm. Bran's injury weighs on me every day, yet Jaime is our best lever. We do not kill him unless we have no other choice. Karstark accepted that with a stiff nod. Robb ran a hand through his hair. So we pen a letter to the court at King's Landing, spelling out our demands. Return Sansa, cease hostilities, recognize the North's autonomy, or at least withdraw Lannister forces from the Riverlands, and we'll negotiate Jaime's release. If they refuse, we keep Jaime and push the war. That sums it up, yes. Catelyn glanced at Ned. Yes, that's the gist. But we must also consider that the King's Council might be divided. Some might push for war, others for peace. We can only hope they want Jaime alive enough to parley. The great Jon belched. I say we present them a choice. The girl for the Kingslayer, or the boy king's beloved uncle loses his head. That's plenty persuasive. They'll come running to bargain. Amid the coarse agreement from a few lords, Ned's eyes strayed to Arya, who looked appalled by all this talk of hostages and decapitations. Gently, Ned motioned for her to leave the council. She glowered but obeyed, perhaps more rattled than she let on. Jon watched her go, thinking again how this war was shaping her. She'd always been fierce, but now her innocence was slipping away every day. His own was too. The lords continued hammering out the details. They agreed that Maester Vyman and a small retinue of Tully knights would deliver the letter to King's Landing under a flag of truce. If Cersei's people permitted the Maester's entrance, negotiations could begin. If they refused, then the war would rage on, and Sansa's fate remained uncertain. By the time they concluded, the candles had burned low, and dusk was upon them. The men dispersed, some to check on their soldiers, others to find dinner or collapse into bed. Jon lingered behind with Robb, Ned, and Catelyn. Ned's face was drawn with fatigue, leg clearly aching. Catelyn knelt beside Ned's chair. "Let me help you to your bedchamber, my love." Ned offered her a tired smile. "That would be welcome." He struggled upright, leaning heavily on the crutch. Catelyn took one arm, Robb the other. Together, they guided him toward the corridor. Jon followed a step behind, overshadowed by their familial closeness. He still felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. Gratitude for Ned, sorrow for Sansa, worry for Arya, guilt for his Targaryen blood. But outwardly he maintained composure. Ned paused before departing, turning to Jon. "You've done well, son. Get some rest. Tomorrow see that Jaime is checked on. We don't want him dying of neglect. He must be kept in shape for the negotiations." "Yes, father," Jon said. He bowed his head respectfully. Then he watched them go, the three of them supporting each other along the corridor. A pang of longing went through him. For the old days at Winterfell, when life was simpler, and he and Robb were just boys. Now, Robb bore the weight of an entire army, Ned was gravely wounded, and the realm stood on a precipice. Jon made his way to the courtyard, where the night air was cool. Soldiers sat by small fires, drinking and sharing tales of the battle. Some hailed Jon as he passed. He nodded back but kept going until he reached a corner near the stables, quiet and dark. A single guard posted near the stable door turned a curious glance at him, then looked away, uninterested. He sank down on a bench beneath a flickering torch. The ache in his side from Jaime's sword cut flared anew. He pressed a hand to it, remembering the Kingslayer's lethal grace. If Jaime had not been forced to check Ned's approach, Jon might have been dead. And yet, there was a wild satisfaction in having survived such a duel, a proof of his own skill. Maybe he was more than just a bastard with a wooden sword, but the other side of him whispered, Targaryen, son of Rhaegar, who had once been hailed as a noble prince. Did he carry that same capacity for valor, or was he cursed by the blood of madness that Aerys had displayed? The doubt gnawed at him. He often recalled Ned's assurance that he was no monster, that Rhaegar himself had not been like the Mad King. But fear was not so easily banished. He let the torch's flames hypnotize him, drawing shapes in the night. He thought of Daenerys Targaryen, rumored to be across the narrow sea, married to a Dothraki Khal, pregnant with the next Targaryen line. If the realm discovered Jon was also Targaryen, might they expect him to clash with Daenerys? Or to join her? The possibilities made his head spin. Footsteps approached from the gloom. He reached for his sword, but relaxed when he saw it was Ser Roderick Castle, face grave. The old knight bowed. "Jon, I hope to find you here. Are you all right, lad?" Jon stood, bowing slightly in return. "Just thinking, Ser Roderick." Roderick nodded. "I worry for you, truly. You carry burdens heavier than your years. But I have faith in you and in the blood of House Stark in your veins. Do not despair." Jon's throat constricted. He said softly, "Thank you." Then, feeling the stirrings of an urge to speak, he confided, "Ser Roderick, do you recall the day my father brought me to Winterfell as a babe?" Roderick's bushy brows rose. Though I was a younger man then, not so wise. I remember your father returning from the war, a bundle in his arms. We believed you were his by another woman. He commanded us not to question it further." Jon swallowed. "He never spoke the mother's name to you?" Roderick shook his head. "Never. He was adamant." Catelyn was upset, but it was not my place to pry. In time, she learned to accept your presence, though not warmly. He paused. "Why do you ask, lad?" Jon's gaze shifted away. "No reason, truly. Just, I wonder if my mother might have died alone." The older man's face softened. "I see. A harsh world, is it not?" Roderick put a hand on Jon's shoulder. "We must cling to what family we do have, even if the past is full of secrets. You're a good lad, Jon. Don't let the rumors about your birth weigh you down." Jon forced a smile. "I'll try." He truly appreciated Ser Roderick's kindness, though the man had no clue of the deeper truth. "Thank you for speaking with me." They stood in companionable silence a moment longer. Then Roderick excused himself to check on some new prisoner arrivals. Jon let out a sigh and returned to the bench. The torch sputtered, throwing wild shadows. War battered them from one side, secrets from the other. But tomorrow, they'd continue step by step, forging alliances, drafting letters, hoping to reclaim Sansa, hoping not to provoke Tywin's wrath too soon. At length, Jon stood and headed back inside the keep, found a small chamber where a pallet awaited him. He sank into it, exhaustion racking his bones, only half aware of the flickering candle on the rough-hewn table. His mind reeled with images. Jaime's golden sword, Ned's pained face, Arya's haunted eyes, Robb's stoic resolve, the red fork soaked in blood. He dreamed of the crypts below Winterfell, cold and silent. A figure stood in the gloom, a woman with dark hair, her face blurred by shifting candlelight. She beckoned to him. He stepped closer, heart pounding, certain it was Lyanna Stark. But before he could speak, a dragon's roar echoed through the crypts, shaking the old tombs. He woke gasping, chilled with sweat, uncertain whether to fear or hope. Morning brought fresh bustle. Word came that a Lannister outrider had been spotted, presumably scouting for Tywin. Robb's men gave chase but lost him in the dense woods. The northern host readied for a possible confrontation, though days passed with no sign of Tywin's main force. Meanwhile, Ned composed a letter to the small council in King's Landing, demanding Sansa's safe return and recognition of the Riverrun's freedom from further raids, in exchange for Jaime's continued life. He placed the Stark seal upon it, then gave it to Maester Vyman, who departed under white flags with a small escort of Tully knights. Jaime Lannister remained locked in the tower, fed decent meals, his wound from the battle bandaged but left sore enough to remind him of captivity. Occasionally, he'd mock the guards or ask to see Ned Stark, which Ned refused, limiting visits to official interrogations. Jon checked on him twice, mostly to ensure the guards maintained civility. Ned would not allow torture or ill treatment. Jaime remained defiant, ironically praising the Starks for their softness, as he called it. Days edged into a week, and the tension in Riverrun only deepened. No replies came from King's Landing. Rumors trickled in that Tywin Lannister was marching at last, heading east from the Golden Tooth with a great host to crush the traitor Starks. Some said Tywin commanded nearly 20,000 men, more than Robb's entire force. Others spoke of a second Lannister force under the command of Lord Stafford or the Mountain Gregor Clegane. War was truly in full motion, yet Catelyn and Ned had a plan. If Tywin approached from the west, they could muster near Riverrun's walls, forcing a siege. Harrenhal might become a secondary front if the Lannisters used it as a base. Meanwhile, the newly titled Young Wolf had begun to attract reinforcements. Lords from the north trickled south with more men, having heard of the victory against Jaime. The tension was like a coiled spring. Arya asked each day if they'd heard from King's Landing, and each day they said no. She ground her teeth, furious that Sansa was left in peril. Jon found himself caught up in drill after drill, training the new arrivals, checking fortifications. He busied himself so he wouldn't dwell on the swirl of secrets. At night, he still dreamed sometimes of crypts, dragons, or glimpses of a distant tower with the scent of blue winter roses. He rarely mentioned such things to anyone, except to quietly confirm to Ned that the dreams persisted. Ned listened somberly but could offer little counsel. The war overshadowed all. Then, one cloudy afternoon, a fresh piece of news arrived that changed everything once again. A black raven from King's Landing, addressed to Ned Stark, soared in and landed on the tower coop. The letter bore the royal seal. A hush fell over the hall as Maester Vyman handed it to Ned in the presence of Robb, Catelyn, Arya, and Jon. Guards hovered, as did a cluster of lords. Ned broke the seal carefully, reading it with narrowed eyes. A muscle in his jaw flexed. "They respond at last," he said, voice tight. "They demand that we free Ser Jaime immediately and swear fealty to King Joffrey, or else Sansa's life is forfeit. They also threaten to name us rebels to the entire realm if we do not submit." Catelyn's face went white. They threaten Sansa's life?" Ned handed the parchment to her. His voice trembled with anger. "Yes, they call me an oathbreaker and a traitor. They say that if I do not come in person to King's Landing to bend the knee, they'll execute Sansa. They promise her head will be displayed on the walls for all to see." A collective gasp filled the hall. Arya made a choking sound. Robb cursed under his breath, fists tightening. Jon's heart hammered, imagining Sansa's terror. The great Jon roared, "Bastards! Let us ride for King's Landing and tear it down." Roose Bolton said coldly, "It might be a bluff, but can we risk it? The Lannisters are known for cruelty." Catelyn crumpled the letter in her hands, tears brimming in her eyes. "My poor girl. Ned, we can't let them kill her. We must do something. Trade Jaime for Sansa at once." Ned closed his eyes a moment. "If we do, they'll demand more. And there's no guarantee they won't harm her anyway once they have Jaime. They hold the advantage if they think we will yield to threats." Robb glared at the floor. "They want you in King's Landing, father, to kneel like a beaten dog. They want the Starks destroyed. This is blackmail." Catelyn looked at Ned, voice trembling. "We can't just sacrifice her." Ned took a steadying breath, though his leg quivered with pain. "No, we cannot. But neither can we walk into a trap. Tywin Lannister marches on us. If I ride south alone, I might be captured or killed, and they'd still have Sansa. We need a better plan." Arya whispered, "They can't kill her. They can't." She looked half feral with desperation. Brynden Tully stepped forward, trying for calm. "We must see if we can arrange a hostage exchange on neutral ground. Or propose that Sansa be sent forth with minimal escort to prove they won't harm her. Then we release Jaime. But that would require good faith from them. And Cersei has given little reason to trust her word." The hall erupted in argument, lords shouting over each other. Some demanded immediate trade, others said it was a trap. Ned sat there, pale, a man torn between paternal love and the knowledge that these same foes had done far worse to the Targaryens in the past. He had sworn not to become a monster like they were. But if Sansa's life hung in the balance? Jon lingered at the edge of the gathering, fury burning in his chest. Sansa had always been proper and ladylike, never imagining a fate as horrifying as this. She'd believed in princes and songs. Now that very monarchy threatened her life. A swirl of helpless rage filled Jon. He wanted to draw his sword, to fight an enemy he could see. But the real enemy was a letter from far away, a serpent's threat. Robb called for order, raising his voice. "Silence!" Slowly, the lords obeyed. Robb turned to Ned. "Father, you command us. What shall we do?" Ned looked up, every line of him etched with sorrow. "We must consider a deception. If we appear to comply but keep Jaime until we're certain Sansa is safe. Or we glean more from the capital. Perhaps we send a small band to King's Landing, under disguised terms, verify Sansa's condition, and if all is well, we conduct an exchange. But can we find a path that ensures her survival?" Catelyn sank to her knees by Ned's chair, tears slipping down her cheeks. "Ned, do something. Please. I can't lose another child. Not like this." Ned pressed a hand over hers. "We will do all we can, Cat. The Lannisters push us to desperation. But we'll push back." His voice grew steely. "If they harm my daughter, the name Lannister will be cursed for 1,000 years. I swear it." The men in the hall bristled with outraged sympathy, calling curses on King Joffrey and Cersei. Arya stared at her father with raw hope, as if trusting him to conjure a miracle. Jon's heart ached. knowing how powerless they all were before the cruelty of a child king who'd already shown sadistic tendencies. He silently resolved that if Sansa was killed, he would never rest until the Lannisters were destroyed. It was a dark thought, and it frightened him to harbor such vengeful rage, but he embraced it nonetheless. Ned inhaled shakily. "We'll convene in the morning with our captains. For now, keep Jaime under lock and key. Double the guard. Prepare for Tywin's approach. We must assume the worst but strive for the best. I won't let them snuff out Sansa's life." He gently clasped Catelyn's hand, meeting her eyes with fierce resolve. "I won't." And so, as the dark clouds gathered outside Riverrun's walls, the Starks stood at another grim crossroads. The realm was in open war. King's Landing threatened Sansa's life. Tywin Lannister's armies marched somewhere out there, hungry for vengeance. Through it all, Ned clung to honor and love, Robb clung to leadership, Arya to anger and fear, and Jon to the quiet knowledge that he was the realm's hidden Targaryen, sworn to House Stark's cause. Winter loomed, and the Game of Thrones now demanded a toll heavier than any of them had ever imagined. Ned Stark clutched the royal letter in a trembling fist, eyes dark with anguish. The nobles gathered in Riverrun's great hall slowly dispersed at his order, leaving only Robb, Catelyn, Arya, Jon, and a handful of loyal guards standing near the dais. Outside, the autumn wind lashed the walls. Within, the tapestries in House Tully's colors hung limp, as though in mourning. A hush, thick with dread, enveloped them. King's Landing demanded Ned's submission, or Sansa's life was forfeit. The brutality of it hammered home what they already knew. War left no place for mercy. Catelyn stood at Ned's shoulder, her face etched with desperation. "We cannot let them kill her," she said, voice trembling. "We must consider their demands, or at least appear to." Ned exhaled a ragged breath. "If I go to King's Landing, they'll seize me as a prisoner again. They might kill me outright, or they'll release Sansa but keep me, or renege on everything." His gaze dropped to the letter, scrawled with Lannister threats. The black wax seal of the Iron Throne was broken in half. "I'd give my life for my daughters, but my life alone might not be enough." Robb, hands clenched at his sides, paced before the dais. "What if we propose a direct exchange at a neutral site? Jaime Lannister for Sansa Stark. We pick the place, somewhere between here and King's Landing, and we bring enough men to ensure they don't betray us. If they refuse, they reveal their bad faith, and the realm sees that we tried." Catelyn's brow knitted. "They'll demand that Ned present himself in person. This letter insists he come to King's Landing to bend the knee to Joffrey. If the exchange is to be at a neutral site, will they accept that? Cersei could send every Sellsword and Lannister retainer she has to ambush us." She shuddered. "Sansa would be at risk regardless." Arya, standing near the side of the dais, looked ready to burst. Fury contorted her features. "We can't do nothing," she cried, eyes wet. "We can't just let them threaten Sansa like this. There must be a way to save her. Sneak into the city, kill Joffrey, kill Cersei, get her out." Jon put a hand on Arya's shoulder, but she jerked away. "I understand how you feel," Jon said softly, "but that's too dangerous, Aerie. King's Landing is teeming with Lannisters and gold cloaks. We'd never make it out alive with Sansa." Ned's voice went taut. "We must think carefully. War is fought with swords, yes, but also with words and illusions. The Lannisters want me to believe I have only two choices: bend the knee or let Sansa die. But perhaps there's a third path, some cunning ploy that buys time or forces their hand." Catelyn drew in a shaking breath. "We could threaten to kill Jaime if they harm Sansa. We've hinted at it, but we haven't made it explicit. If we swear that Jaime dies the moment we receive word of any harm to Sansa, would that stay Cersei's hand?" Robb nodded vigorously. "It's a start. She cares for her brother, more than she might for anyone else in the world. I recall rumors that they're unnaturally close. If she believes we won't hesitate, she might hold off hurting Sansa. He turned to Ned. Let's send that threat in writing, sealed with our sigils. We vow that the moment Sansa is killed or harmed, Jaime's head will roll. That might buy us time until we gather enough forces to mount a rescue or a stronger negotiation. Arya spat. Shouldn't we just kill him now? Catelyn whirled. Arya, hush. Killing Jaime now dooms Sansa. They'd have no reason to keep her alive. This is exactly why we must keep him safe. Our daughter is out there. Arya's mouth snapped shut, though anger still smoldered in her eyes. She lowered her gaze, biting her lip until it nearly bled. Jon frowned at the floor. But Tywin Lannister marches from the west. If we remain holed up in Riverrun, we risk being caught in a siege while King's Landing uses Sansa against us. If we march out to face Tywin, we leave Sansa at the mercy of Joffrey's whims. Are we sure we can afford to keep sitting here? Ned's hand tightened around the crutch that helped support his wounded leg. There's a balance we must strike, he said. Tywin's host is rumored to be large, but not unstoppable if we fight on our terms. Meanwhile, Sansa, if we don't keep pressure on the Lannisters, they might see us as weak and kill her. If we press too hard, they might do the same out of spite. Catelyn's eyes darted to Ned's bandaged thigh. You're still injured, and we can't risk you traveling far. But we can't idle. Perhaps we march a portion of our forces northward, threaten to attack the Lannisters from behind if they move on the Riverlands. Or we feint an attack on Harrenhal to draw Tywin away from King's Landing. Ned nodded slowly. A diversion to keep Tywin from joining Cersei. That could give us an advantage at the bargaining table. Yet we must be sure we don't overextend. Robb's pacing slowed. Let me lead that force, father. I can't rest while Sansa's life is threatened. Put me on the offensive. We'll harass Tywin's flanks, disrupt his lines, maybe even force him into negotiation. Meanwhile, you remain here, secure, and continue the hostage threat. Jaime for Sansa. If we can hold Tywin in check, Cersei may be forced to come to terms. Ned studied Robb's face, seeing the fierce determination in his eldest son. In truth, Robb had proven himself a capable battlefield commander. But the notion of splitting their might was fraught with risk. We'll consult the War Council, Ned said at last. For now, we send an immediate raven to King's Landing, making our vow clear. If Sansa is harmed, Jaime Lannister dies. That's non-negotiable. Catelyn pressed her lips together, nodding. Yes, do it now. Every moment we delay is another moment Sansa stands in mortal peril. Ned gave Jon a look. Find Maester Vyman. Tell him to draft the letter. I'll sign it personally and we'll affix our seals, Stark and Tully. We'll also send it in your name, Robb, as the young wolf. Robb inclined his head, though the mention of that moniker made him grimace faintly. Yes, father. Jon left the dais swiftly. His side still hurt from the sword wound Jaime had given him, but the stitches held, and he forced his body into motion. He found Maester Vyman in a side corridor, where the Maester was updating a ledger of supplies. Quickly, Jon relayed the instructions. Vyman's eyes widened at the news but nodded. They went together to the small scriptorium off the Great Hall. The Maester gathered parchment, ink, and quills, while Jon paced restlessly. This new letter, Vyman asked, setting the parchment on a wide wooden desk. How do you wish to phrase it, my lord? I'm not a lord, Jon corrected automatically, but I can share the gist. Lord Stark wants it stern and unequivocal. If Sansa Stark is harmed, Jaime Lannister dies. We also demand that they not move her from King's Landing or place her in any immediate danger, or the same fate befalls Jaime. Vyman scribbled notes, eyebrows knit. I see, and we sign it with House Stark, House Tully, and I hear they call Robb Stark the Young Wolf now. Will we attach that name? Jon gave a short nod. Yes, as well as Ned Stark's own. That might carry weight. Mention we remain open to peaceful negotiation if they respect Sansa's life. But we do not surrender, nor do we free Jaime. Vyman's quill scratched at the parchment. Jon read over the words as they emerged, each threat carefully etched in black ink. We hold Ser Jaime Lannister, we wrote. Should any harm come to Sansa Stark, your beloved uncle shall meet his end. The realm will know you for the butchers you are. King in name only. The language was blunt, but perhaps it needed to be. When it was done, Vyman sprinkled sand over the wet ink to dry it. Then they rolled and sealed it with wax, pressing the direwolf seal firmly, followed by the Tully Trout for good measure. Robb arrived in the scriptorium soon after, scanning the letter. He nodded tersely, then used his signet ring, more ceremonial than official, to place a final impression on the wax. That done, Vyman went to fetch a swift courier raven from the roost. By nightfall, the message would be winging its way toward King's Landing. Jon, relieved to have done something, sank onto a bench. Robb exhaled. At least we've given them something to think about. Now we see if the Lannisters value Jaime's life as much as we suspect. Jon rubbed the back of his neck. And if they don't? A shadow crossed Robb's face. Then we must be prepared for the worst. They parted ways. Robb went to rally the lords who might march with him if he pursued a campaign against Tywin. Jon drifted into the courtyard, where autumn's chill was creeping into the stone. The sun had slipped behind the walls, painting the sky in strips of murky purple. Guards walked the battlements. The clang of a blacksmith's hammer echoed from near the stables, accompanied by the whinny of tired horses. The northern host was large, but the tension among them was palpable. Men worried about the next move, about Tywin's approach, about the cruelty of a king who threatened to kill an innocent girl. From a corner of the yard, Jon spotted Arya. She stood alone, fiddling with needle. Her head was bowed. He walked over, feeling the bruises of the day in every step. "Arya?" he said softly. She jerked her head up. Her eyes shone in the fading light. "Jon." A beat passed. "Did we send the letter? The threat?" "Yes, the raven's likely airborne by now." She let out a tremulous breath. "I still hate waiting around. Sansa's life. Can Joffrey just kill her on a whim?" Jon tried to keep his voice steady. "He can, but we're gambling that Cersei won't allow it if Jaime's life is on the line. She wants her brother alive." Arya shuddered. "We should be storming King's Landing, not huddling in a castle. War's begun anyway." Jon wanted to agree, but he recalled the might of the capital. "We can't assault King's Landing with Tywin at our back. We'd be surrounded. Father and Robb must do what they can to keep Sansa alive without sacrificing the entire cause." She scowled. "I know. It's so unfair." He put a tentative hand on her shoulder. This time she didn't pull away. "We'll do everything possible," he murmured. Arya sheathed needle with an angry push. "I'll hold you to that. But if they kill Sansa, I swear I'll murder every Lannister I find. I'll start with that smug bastard in the tower. I don't care if it's honorable or not." Jon's chest tightened. He knew the old gods forbid kinslaying, but Arya felt her sister was in mortal danger. He simply said, "Let's hope it doesn't come to that." They stood in silence a moment longer, watchers in a courtyard that felt more like a prison yard each day. Riverrun was now their stronghold, but also a place they couldn't truly leave without risking everything. War's chains were forging tighter, link by link. At dawn, the War Council convened again. Ned arrived, leaning heavily on his crutch, with Catelyn at his side. Robb, Roose Bolton, the Great Jon, Brynden Tully, and other northern lords assembled around a large table bearing fresh maps. The threat to Sansa weighed on them all. The letter they had sent would take several days to arrive and several more for a response. In that time, Tywin might strike. "Reports suggest Tywin is gathering more men near the Golden Tooth," Roose Bolton said, tracing a finger over the map. "We have outriders patrolling these passes. If he moves swiftly, he could be upon us in a fortnight or less, depending on roads and weather." Brynden Tully's mouth tightened. "Riverrun can withstand a siege, but if Tywin invests the castle, we're pinned. He might cut our supply lines. Our men are strong, but it's a dangerous gamble if the Lannisters encircle us. Jaime's capture might not deter Tywin from pressing the advantage." The Great Jon slammed a fist on the table. Then let us meet the lions in open battle again. We showed our claws once. We can do so again. Robb lowered his gaze to the map. That's risky, Great Jon. Tywin's main host could outnumber us heavily. Last time, we surprised Jaime and forced him to divide his men. We won't have that advantage now. Tywin's no fool. Ned cleared his throat, wincing slightly. If we remain behind these walls, Tywin can starve us out. We have supplies, but not endless. Winter is coming. The River Lords have endured his raids already. If he sets siege, it could turn into a battle of attrition. He gestured with his good hand. What if we conduct a partial field campaign, harass Tywin with cavalry, burn the fords behind him, disrupt his supply lines? The rest remain here, anchored at Riverrun. That might lure Tywin into overextending. If he splits his forces, we strike as we did before. Roose Bolton gave a thin smile. A good suggestion. I volunteer to lead a portion of the cavalry. My men are well equipped for swift strikes by night. The Great Jon narrowed his eyes but nodded grudgingly. We Umbers are less suited to covert tasks. We're better in a head-on fight. But if you can sow confusion, we might find an opening. Catelyn's gaze flicked between them all, unsettled. And if Tywin remains cautious? He might simply march slow and steady, ignoring raids until he boxes us in. Robb pressed his lips together. We'll rely on the terrain. We know these lands better than Tywin's southern men. If we can keep them from fully encircling Riverrun, we hold an escape route toward the north. If all else fails, we can fall back across the Twins to regroup. But that would mean abandoning the Riverlands to the Lion's Claws. That's not acceptable if we can help it. Brynden Tully grimaced. We must not surrender our ancestral land. Yet we also can't lose Ned or Robb in some reckless attempt to save it. The Tully banners will do what we must, but we look to you, Lord Stark, for the final decision. You are the ranking warden of the North and father to the king in the North, if the men still whisper about crowning Robb. His gaze flicked to Robb, who wore no crown but had garnered the loyalty of half the realm's north already. Ned set his jaw. We are not naming kings yet, Uncle Brynden. We are fighting for survival, not for a new monarchy. Let that wait. As for our next step, I say we adopt the plan. Bolton leads a cavalry detachment to harass Tywin. The rest of us remain at Riverrun, building defenses, rationing supplies, and waiting for word from King's Landing about Sansa. If Tywin tries to siege, we see if Bolton's efforts can pick him apart from the rear. If an opportunity arises for a pitched battle on favorable ground, we take it. Roose Bolton inclined his head. As you command. I'll need 300 or 400 horse. Some archers as well. We'll strike by night, fade by day. Keep him on edge. Robb nodded. You'll have them, Lord Bolton. The Great Jon pounded the table again, this time in agreement. A cunning hunt for the lions. I like it, though I'd prefer to be out there myself. Cracking heads. There were a few wry smiles. The tension in the room felt momentarily lighter, as though they'd found at least a partial plan to keep Tywin at bay. Still, the shadow of Sansa's plight loomed. Without any knowledge of how the Queen would respond to their threats, it felt like dancing on a sword's edge. Arya, who had slipped into the back of the hall despite being told to remain outside, let out a breath of frustration. No one noticed her at first, though Ned eventually caught sight of her. He gave her a faint but reproving glance. She stayed quiet, however, possibly relieved that at least some action was being taken. The council broke up soon after. Over the next 2 days, men readied the cavalry detachment Bolton would lead. Horses were shod, grain allocated, and the River Lords contributed scouts who knew the hills and forests better than any visitor. Bolton, austere and coldly efficient, organized the mission with minimal fanfare. On the third morning after the letter had been sent, he rode out at the head of 400 horse and a few archers on light mares, vanishing down the road in a swirl of dust. Meanwhile, Riverrun braced for a siege. Carpenters reinforced the gates. The walls were checked for cracks. Supplies were inventoried again and again. Small councils met daily to assess incoming rumors. The mood was grim but purposeful. Throughout it all, Jaime Lannister remained locked in his tower cell. Jon, as tasked, checked in daily to ensure he was alive and not being abused. Usually, he found the same sight. Jaime seated on a low cot, wearing a threadbare tunic, wrists manacled. A pair of guards watched him, rotating every few hours. Sometimes Jaime was quiet. Sometimes he sneered or tossed out barbed taunts. On one such visit, Jon entered to see Jaime pacing like a caged lion, the chain between his wrists rattling. The guard bowed, stepping aside to let Jon pass. Jaime's gaze snapped up. "Come to gloat again?" Jaime asked. "Or have you decided to free me out of pity?" Jon set his jaw. "I don't pity you, Sir Jaime. I just came to see if you need fresh bandages." Jaime barked a laugh. "Your father's courtesy is wasted on me, boy. But let's see the wound, then." He extended his arm where a scabbed-over gash across his biceps still lingered from the battle. One of the guards fetched a small pot of ointment. Jon inspected the injury. It was healing well enough, though the scab looked red in one corner. He applied the ointment carefully, ignoring Jaime's sardonic grin. "There," Jon said, stepping back. "We don't want you dying of an infection, do we?" "Of course not. Then you'd lose your precious leverage." Jaime snorted. "How fares your sweet Sansa in King's Landing? Heard any word of her head on a spike yet?" Jon's gut twisted. He forced himself not to react. "No, and it won't come to that so long as you draw breath." Jaime's expression flickered, as though briefly uncertain. Then he masked it with a sneer. "I see. So, we're all just one big hostage family, are we not?" Jon met Jaime's gaze. "You put her in danger by capturing Ned Stark in the first place by enabling Joffrey's rule. Don't act innocent." Jaime smirked. "Innocent? Never. I'm a Lannister, after all. The day I died inside was the day I knelt for Aerys Targaryen. Or maybe the day I killed him. Hard to say." Jon felt a prickle at the name Targaryen, but he kept his composure. "You're no victim. You set these events in motion when you attacked my father's men." Jaime shrugged his manacled wrists. "Perhaps. War is war. But you have a chance to end it, Snow, if you just slip a key under my door. Then I could fix many things." Jon shook his head. "Right? So you could ride back to King's Landing and let them kill Sansa anyway?" "That wouldn't be wise," Jaime replied. "Cersei might be many things, but she loves me as well. She wouldn't risk my life so casually. The truth is, we both know how this game ends. Either you trade me or the girl dies, or we all kill each other. That's it. All your father's fancy talk won't change the reality. The Lannisters hold the throne. You hold me. The rest is noise." Jon's temper flared, but he kept his voice low. "Then maybe your life is the only reason Sansa still lives. Pray it stays that way." Jaime's grin turned razor-thin. "Oh, I pray every day, bastard." Jon stepped back, signaled for the guard to lock the cell again. "I'll be back tomorrow," Jon said. "Mind your tone." He turned and left, his heartbeat thudding. Jaime's words swirled in his mind. "Or we all kill each other." Could that be the final outcome? A wave of bleakness passed over him. A day later, the first Outriders Bolton had sent returned with news. Tywin's forces were on the move, marching steadily along the main road that cut through the western Riverlands, presumably heading for Riverrun. They numbered at least 15,000, maybe more, including cavalry, pikes, and crossbowmen. Roose Bolton's men had launched small raids on the baggage train, but Tywin remained unshaken. The Lannisters advanced carefully, not leaving themselves open to ambush. Ned grimly decreed that all civilians in outlying villages be warned to evacuate and seek shelter behind Riverrun's walls or flee east. The castle bustled with refugees, farmers, millers, fisherfolk. Anxiety mounted as days ticked by without any new raven from King's Landing. Catelyn hardly slept, pacing the corridors, waiting for news of Sansa. Arya trailed Ned or Robb, her face set in permanent worry. Jon sometimes found her practicing in the yard until her arms shook. She was no longer the bright-eyed girl who only wanted to show off her swordsmanship. She was driven by fear and anger. Autumn storms rolled in, soaking the fields and roads, turning them muddy. This slowed Tywin's progress but also hindered Bolton's cavalry raids. The tension coiled ever tighter. The daily war councils turned more urgent, as Ned and Robb planned for a siege. The courtyard filled with sharpened stakes, siege engines, stockpiles of arrows. Jon joined the archers on the ramparts, practicing from vantage points so he could help repel an assault. On the 6th day after sending their letter to King's Landing, the watchers on the western battlements spotted a figure on horseback galloping toward Riverrun's gates under a white flag. The rider wore the armor of a Lannister outrider, battered and mud-splattered. At once, the guards bristled, longbows trained on the approach. Ned and Robb rushed to the walls, joined by Catelyn, Arya, and Jon. The man in Lannister armor halted out of arrow range, shouting for parley. Robb narrowed his eyes. Could this be a trick? Tywin might want to draw us out or gauge our defenses. Ned studied the rider from atop the battlements, pressing a hand to the stone merlin. We'll see. Let him approach alone if he seeks parley. Keep the gates barred. I'll speak to him from the walls. A horn signaled the rider that he was allowed to advance. The man nudged his horse forward across the muddy plain, watery sunlight glinting off dented steel. Once he was near enough to be heard but not to do harm, he lifted his visor. His face was gaunt, stubbled, wearing an expression of fatigue and wary determination. "Hail, Riverrun," he called. "I come under flag of truce from Lord Tywin Lannister, with a message for Lord Eddard Stark." Ned braced on his crutch, leaning over the battlement. "I am Eddard Stark. Speak your message." The rider swallowed. "Lord Tywin says, release Ser Jaime Lannister at once, or we shall lay siege to Riverrun. None shall leave, none shall enter. We will burn every village in the Riverlands until my son is returned. We shall see if your daughter is saved by threats alone." Catelyn's sharp gasp carried on the wind. Arya's fists curled at her side. Ned's gaze hardened. "Is that all he says?" The rider hesitated. "He also says, we know you hold Jaime. We hold your girl in King's Landing. But that is the Queen's matter. I care only for my son. Give him back or watch your castle starve." Winter is coming, indeed. A hush fell on the battlements. Rain dripped from the stone edges, pattering on Ned's cloak. Finally, Ned spoke in a clear, loud voice. "Tell Lord Tywin that we have already stated our terms. We will exchange Jaime for Sansa. If he will not free my daughter, then Jaime remains our prisoner. And if Sansa is harmed, your precious Kingslayer dies. That is final." The rider shifted in the saddle, clearly uneasy. "I only carry Lord Tywin's words, my lord. If you refuse, he will proceed with the siege at once." Ned narrowed his eyes. "Then let him try. You'll find us no easy prey." The rider bowed stiffly. "I'll bring your words back. May the gods have mercy on us all." He turned his horse, galloping away into the gloom. Robb let out a harsh breath. "So it begins. Tywin's threat of total war." Catelyn's face was ashen. "He doesn't mention Sansa's safety. That's left to Cersei. He's purely fixated on Jaime." Ned clenched his jaw. "Then we must brace ourselves. Tywin will come, and soon." Indeed, within hours, a black-hulled boat rode upriver with the Tully scouts, reporting that Tywin's vanguard was only a day's march away. The storms had slowed them, but not enough. They might attempt to encircle Riverrun from multiple angles, using the fords. If the Riverlords had not destroyed certain key crossings, Tywin would be able to station men all around the fortress. That evening, the Starks conferred in Ned's chamber for a final check on the defenses. The air felt tense, every breath weighed down by the knowledge that tomorrow could bring the Lannisters in force. "We have archers on every tower," Robb said. "Oil casks are readied, the drawbridges prepared to lift at a moment's notice. The castle can close itself off with portcullises. We can withstand a lengthy siege, if that's Tywin's plan." Ned sat in a high-backed chair, leg propped, wincing from the throbbing pain. "Supplies are the issue. We have enough for a decent span, but not indefinite, especially with the refugees. We can ration, but we must be strict. Catelyn paced by the shuttered window. If only we had more time, or a chance to rescue Sansa before Tywin's lines tighten. Arya lingered near the bed, arms crossed. We can't just watch them surround us. It makes me sick. Ned's eyes rested on her, sorrowful. War is sickness, Arya, but we do what we must to keep you all alive. Jon stood by the fireplace, the crackle of flames warming his side. What if Tywin attacks right away? The moat, the rivers, he might try to cross them with siege towers, rafts, or something else. The Tully defenses are strong, but not unbreakable. Robb answered, We'll meet any direct assault with archers, flaming arrows, pitch, and the walls themselves. Riverrun stands at the confluence. Tywin can't easily sail up large war galleys. It's too shallow for most. He might try to starve us out with a siege. Then the only question is how soon he grows impatient, and whether King's Landing's next letter offers any hope for Sansa. The possibility that no letter would arrive at all hung unspoken in the air. Perhaps they would kill Sansa to force Ned's hand, or perhaps Cersei was too cunning to do that yet. Or maybe they were stalling for time, letting Tywin crush Ned. Jon forced the darkest thoughts aside, focusing on the immediate threat, the Lannister host. Eventually, Ned dismissed everyone except Catelyn, wanting time alone with his wife. Arya lingered at the threshold, then retreated. Jon, sensing her anxiety, followed her down the corridor. She walked stiffly, head lowered, until they reached a balcony that overlooked the courtyard. There, the wind buffeted them, and torches flickered below. Arya gripped the balustrade. I feel so helpless, she muttered. All the training in the world, and I can't do anything about Sansa. And soon we'll be stuck in here, pinned by Tywin. Jon placed a hand on the cold stone. Father and Robb are doing everything they can. The war will decide many things. But it won't last forever, Aerie. She stared out at the dark battlements. Bran's still in Winterfell, crippled. Sansa's in King's Landing, hostage. Rickon's just a baby, probably confused why we're all gone. It's all wrong. Jon's heart squeezed. He recalled the warmth of Winterfell's halls, the quiet snows, the sense of belonging he'd sometimes felt there. We'll get them all back together someday, he said, though his voice betrayed uncertainty. We're Starks. Winter can't last forever. She nodded, tears glinting in her eyes, but said nothing more. Night slid into a restless dawn. Rain pelted the ramparts, making footing treacherous. A mist rose from the rivers, wrapping Riverrun in a clammy shroud. Soldiers cursed under breath, shifting in their damp cloaks. Up in the watchtowers, horns waited to be sounded if the enemy appeared. Shortly after sunrise, the horns did indeed blow. Tywin's vanguard materialized out of the western haze. Columns of men with lion-crested banners, spears bristling. Scouts counted at least 3,000 in the front lines alone. More swelled behind them, including clusters of knights in polished armor. The Lannister flags burned scarlet against the gray dawn. From Riverrun's walls, the defenders peered anxiously. Archers strung bows, ballista crews readied bolts. Robb and the Blackfish climbed a watchtower for a better view. Ned tried to join them, but his leg gave him trouble on the slick steps, so he remained in the courtyard. Maester Vyman hovered anxiously by his side. Catelyn stood with him, gripping his arm. Jon took position on the ramparts near the gatehouse, scanning the approaching tide of enemy men. Rain slicked the stones underfoot. Arya was kept inside under guard, at Ned's insistence. She'd raged, but he refused to risk her on the walls. The Lannisters halted just beyond bow range. Sentries relayed that more men were forming ranks behind the initial lines, thousands, maybe the majority of Tywin's host. It was a grim sight, the steel glint of a disciplined army, far outnumbering the defenders if all were present. Minutes stretched. Then, with a flourish of horns, a small party of knights rode forward under a white banner of truce. Jon recognized a golden lion emblazoned on the surcoats of two men. One carried a trumpet, another held the banner. They stopped within hail of Riverrun's gate. A knight in gilded plate called out, voice echoing in the drizzle. Lord Tywin Lannister demands parley with Lord Eddard Stark. Will he come forth to speak? Ned, hearing the call, exchanged a look with Catelyn. She shook her head vigorously. It's a trap, he grimaced. I can't go beyond the walls, but perhaps I can speak from the gatehouse. I must at least hear them out. Catelyn wanted to protest, but he was already gesturing to the guards to help him. They escorted Ned up a short flight of stairs to the walkway above the gate. Rain pounded his cloak as he emerged. Jon, from an adjacent vantage, saw Ned leaning on his crutch, wincing at each step. The wind whipped his hair. Robb and Brynden Tully arrived from the watchtower, taking positions nearby. Archers lined the battlements, arrows knocked. Ready. Ned raised his voice over the wind. I am Eddard Stark. Speak. The knight below doffed his helm, revealing a head of pepper-gray hair. I am Ser Flemont Brax, sworn to Lord Tywin. My lord demands your immediate surrender and the release of Ser Jaime Lannister. Do so, and he pledges mercy to you and your wife, and any who lay down arms. Resist, and you face annihilation. Robb murmured a curse. Brynden glowered. Ned's face was set in stone. We will not yield, Ned called back. My daughter remains hostage in King's Landing. We have offered a fair trade, Jaime for Sansa. Tywin refuses it. So be it. We are prepared to fight. Ser Flemont's horse stamped at the rain-soaked ground. Lord Tywin says you have no guarantee the girl lives. Surrender now or he begins the siege. A hiss of breath escaped Robb. Bastards, he muttered. Brynden shook his head in disgust. Ned's voice carried, tight with rage. If you harm one hair on Sansa's head, Jaime Lannister dies. You may tell Tywin that from me. Let him weigh his son's life against my daughter's. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Ser Flemont's face. Very well, but you cannot hold out forever, Stark. Lord Tywin's forces are many. You have perhaps half his number behind those walls. Ned responded in a freezing tone. We have enough to ensure you pay dearly for each stone of Riverrun. Tell Tywin we stand resolute. No release without Sansa's freedom. Ser Flemont's gaze swept the battlements, seeing archers ready to rain death if he advanced. He replaced his helm. Then we are at an impasse. May the gods pity your souls. He wheeled his horse, returning to the Lannister lines. Moments later, horns blared once more. The Lannister host advanced in stages, establishing a ring around Riverrun. The watchers on the ramparts saw squads move to the fords, bridging them with timbers. Others erected pavilions for the lords. More men marched around to the southern banks, sealing the fortress in a blockade from every direction. Within hours, a sea of red and gold tents dotted the horizon, and the black silhouettes of siege engines under construction rose. The siege had begun. Robb's knuckles whitened on the rampart stones. They're building catapults or trebuchets, he observed. We'll see if the walls hold. Brynden Tully spat. We have thick walls, moats, and the confluence of the rivers. Let them come. But it's going to be a slow strangulation if they just camp out there. Ned turned from the edge, leaning on his crutch. Catelyn had come up behind him, pale-faced. We are truly besieged, she said softly. Ned bowed his head. Yes, now we must endure. If they think to starve us out, we'll see how well they fare in the rains. Perhaps Roose Bolton's riders can harass their supply lines. Without supplies, Tywin can't maintain a siege forever. Catelyn's eyes shone with tears she struggled to hold back. This could last weeks, months. Sansa. Gods know what they're doing to her in King's Landing. Ned gently set a hand on her shoulder. We must hope our threat keeps her alive. They want Jaime, so killing her gains them nothing. Yet the doubt in his voice betrayed how uncertain he was. That night, the fires of the Lannister army glowed like a ring of malevolent stars surrounding Riverrun. From the battlements, one could see torches, hear the distant clang of metal as siege machines were assembled. The defenders tried to rest in shifts, but every hour, Horns or drumbeats from Tywin's lines stirred them. It was a campaign of intimidation, a slow clamp of the noose. Arya again tried to climb the walls, but the guards ushered her back. She seethed and threatened to carve them like training dummies, but they held firm under Ned's orders. Reluctantly, she retreated to her father's chamber. Meanwhile, Jon joined a small group of archers in case of a night raid. None came, but anxiety gnawed at them all. By dawn, the Lannisters had ringed the fortress fully, placing watchtowers at intervals, building earthen ramparts facing the castle. More men arrived from the western roads, likely reinforcements. Riverrun now lay firmly under siege. Ned moved about the courtyard on his crutch, encouraging the defenders. "Stand fast," he told them. "We are the North and the Riverlands united. Lord Tywin cannot break our will if we hold strong." Yet inside he fought despair. Time was not on their side. A night passed. Every day, the Lannister camp grew thicker with men, the ring of steel unbroken. They tried a few probing assaults, small detachments feigning an approach on the northern walls, easily repulsed by arrow fire. No large-scale attack came. Tywin was content to starve them, it seemed. Inside Riverrun, rations were cut. The refugees bemoaned the lack of bread. Horses were conserved for cavalry if the gates ever had to open. Men fished from the river as best they could, but the Lannisters had posted archers on the far banks, making it dangerous. Disease threatened if the latrines overflowed. The Tully stewards set strict rules for sanitation, hoping to avoid a plague. Catelyn grew thinner, her eyes shadowed by sleepless nights. Arya scowled at every passing guard, a restless predator caged. Robb tried to keep morale up among the men, leading training drills, but he confessed to Jon that he felt powerless. Ned's leg wound improved slowly, though he walked with a limp. He spent hours drafting letters that never left the castle, as ravens attempting to break the siege risked being shot down. They had no word from Bolton, no response from King's Landing. It felt like the realm had abandoned them. A fortnight into the siege, a rumor spread that Tywin might attempt a direct assault soon. Scouts atop the towers reported new siege towers being built, and catapults tested by flinging rocks into the river. Tension soared. The defenders readied boiling oil, sharpened every arrow, braced timbers behind the gates. Ned, Robb, and Brynden Tully took positions on the ramparts. At sunrise on the 16th day, the horns sounded across the Lannister lines. Dozens of siege towers began to roll forward through the mud, each tower bristling with archers. Catapults lurched, lobbing stones that crashed against Riverrun's walls. The defenders fired arrows in sheets, blackening the sky. Tywin's men hoisted ladders, trying to bridge moats or clamber onto ramparts. The first true assault of the siege had begun. Jon manned a vantage on the southwestern wall, commanding a small squad of archers. Rocks slammed into the battlements, sending shards of stone flying. Men cursed. Jon bellowed for them to keep firing. He loosed arrow after arrow, the string biting into his bracer. Below, the Lannisters pushed one of the siege towers through the muddy moat, boards laid across. Flames flickered where defenders hurled pots of pitch and torches. One tower caught fire, sending men leaping from the top. Another tower rumbled on, battered by rocks launched from Riverrun's own catapults. The clash reverberated across the fortress. From a corner of his vision, Jon saw the Great Jon leading a group of spearmen at the base of a collapsed section of walkway, throwing back Lannister assault squads that tried to scale ladders. Screams filled the air. Smoke billowed from multiple fires. Rain, ever present, slicked everything into a haze of mud and blood. Somewhere near the main gate, Ned and Robb coordinated the defense. A Lannister ram hammered the outer portcullis. Arrows rained down from the defenders, cutting down men at the ram, but fresh soldiers replaced them. The ram battered methodically. Crash, crash. The sound vibrated through the fortress. Catelyn watched anxiously from an upper rampart, as did Arya, who had slipped past the guards in the chaos. Fear twisted her features, though she clutched needle as if to find courage in the blade. Jon fired until his quiver was nearly empty. Then he grabbed a spear from a fallen man and joined a cluster of soldiers who rushed to a breach in the parapet. Lannister men in half-burned tabards had gained a foothold on the walkway. Jon stabbed one through the thigh, forcing him to topple over the side. Another lunged with a sword, steel screeching. Jon barely parried. Pain flared in his stitched flank. He gritted his teeth, pivoted, and slammed the man with his shield, sending him tumbling down the ladder. Another wave of Lannisters tried to climb, but scalding oil poured from above, sending them shrieking into the moat. Throughout the day, the battle raged. Blood slicked the stones. The moats ran red. At intervals, the Lannisters retreated to regroup, only to surge again. A few times, they nearly crested the walls, once near the southwestern tower where a siege tower pressed close, but defenders lit a mass of pitch-soaked hay bales that ignited the tower's base. With terrible cries, the attackers had to scramble down before the tower collapsed in flames. By mid-afternoon, the Lannisters seemed to falter, their losses mounting. Tywin's horns signaled a withdrawal. Slowly, the wave receded. Riverrun's defenders slumped in exhausted relief, battered but alive. Fires still crackled in the remnants of the siege towers. A black haze choked the sky. Bodies littered the moat and the base of the walls, some still writhing. The stench was unbearable. Ned, leaning on his crutch, dragged himself along the ramparts, checking on the wounded. Robb, helmet dented, and arms splattered with gore, helped men carry the dying to triage tents. Jon sagged against the wall, panting. He clutched at the fresh wound in his side, a shallow slash this time, feeling blood trickle. Archers near him coughed, spitting out soot. They had held, but at what cost? A sentinel's shout rang out. "They're pulling back to camp, my lords." Men cheered faintly, though the cheers were half sobs. They had survived the first major assault. Inside, Jon's relief was tempered by dread. Tywin would not abandon the siege entirely. He'd merely test their defenses, and now he knew more about where they were strongest or weakest. Next time might be more brutal. That night, the fortress was a scene of devastation. The triage tents overflowed with wounded, their cries echoing in the dark. Blood ran in rivulets through the muddy yard. Arya, despite Ned's attempts to keep her away, ended up helping carry water to the surgeons. She looked pale, trying not to retch at the sight of torn flesh. Catelyn knelt by the wounded, tears in her eyes as she offered what comfort she could. Ned refused to rest, limping from one cluster of survivors to the next, commending them, urging them to stand strong. Jon found a corner to have his side stitched again. A harried medic with shaking hands cleaned the cut, poured wine over it, and applied a few rough stitches. He hissed at the sting, fighting off dizziness from blood loss. But he couldn't rest yet. The adrenaline of the day still coursed through him. In a quieter moment, he made his way to the tower cell, wanting to see if Jaime Lannister had tried anything amid the chaos. He climbed the spiral stairs slowly, heart pounding at each step. Outside Jaime's cell stood a pair of Stark guards, each with a fresh bandage from the battle. They nodded at Jon, letting him pass. Jaime sat on his cot, hands still bound, though the chain was longer now, allowing him to move about the cell. He glanced up as Jon approached. "Lively day out there," Jaime said in a deadpan tone. "I heard the horns. How many of my father's men died on your walls?" Jon glared. "More than enough, and many of ours too. War spares no one." Jaime's expression turned sardonic. "My father, it seems, has begun to lose patience with your siege strategy. Are you prepared to starve together with me?" Jon exhaled sharply. "We'll see who starves first. You, no doubt. My father's not the forgiving sort. He'll fling wave after wave at you until you're drowned in blood." Jon's nails dug into his palms. "We could say the same about how many men we'll kill. The question is, does he value your life enough to stop?" Jaime shrugged, leaning back against the cell wall. My father values his family name more than anything. As for me, his face hardened. I suppose I'll find out, won't I? Jon said nothing, feeling a surge of bitterness that the entire war hinged on these monstrous calculations. He turned to leave, ignoring the slight tremor in his legs. Behind him, Jaime called quietly, "Better hope your sister outlasts me in this game of who's more stubborn. Otherwise, it's all for nothing." Jon didn't bother responding. He trudged back down the stairs, the torchlight flickering ominously. His side burned. Each breath felt heavier than the last. Outside, the night air was thick with the odor of charred wood and the moans of the wounded. He caught a glimpse of Arya near the stables, leaning against a post, face hollow. She stared at the fires reflected on the river's surface. He approached, bracing himself. "Arya," he said softly, "what are you doing out here?" She glanced at him, her eyes glazed with exhaustion. "Carrying water for the wounded. I saw a man with half his face burned off. He was screaming. I tried to help, but he—" Jon's throat tightened. "War is a horror. I wish you didn't have to see it." She turned her gaze back to the dark waters. "I want to be strong, like Father or Robb, but I feel sick inside. I want to scream at the Lannisters, at Joffrey, at everything." Jon gently set a hand on her shoulder. She didn't shrug it off this time. "It's normal to feel that way. None of us should ever get used to this. It's not a place for children, or any of us. But we have no choice." Arya breathed shakily. "I hate them all so much. I want to kill them for Sansa's sake, for Bran, for all the men they've hurt." Jon felt her trembling. "We'll do what we must to protect our family. But don't let hatred consume you, Arya. It'll only lead to more pain." She swallowed hard and nodded, though tears edged her lashes. "Sometimes I feel like it's the only thing I have left," she whispered. He stepped closer, hugging her gently. She was stiff at first, but then she melted into him, weeping softly. He stroked her hair, murmuring comforting words, though he felt no real comfort in his own heart. The realm bled, and the threat to Sansa hung like a scythe. They'd survived one assault, but many more might follow. Morning dawned bleak and rainy again. The Lannisters did not attack that day, presumably licking their wounds. Riverrun's defenders tried to clean the blood-soaked ramparts and repair the damage. Ned pressed for a messenger raven to slip out under the cover of night, hoping to reach Roose Bolton or any ally. They loaded a swift black raven with coded letters, trusting it to navigate the storm. The next dawn, the watchers spotted the raven's body on the ground outside the walls, pierced by an arrow. A Lannister archer had shot it down. The siege ground on. Tywin's men catapulted stones and flaming pitch occasionally, probing for weaknesses. The defenders retaliated with arrow volleys or small night raids from the postern gate, men creeping out to set a Lannister supply wagon ablaze before retreating. Casualties climbed on both sides. Occasionally, the Lannisters dangled severed heads near the moat, Riverlanders or captured outriders. They shouted curses, demanded Ned release Jaime. Ned responded with flights of arrows, forcing them back. Another week slipped by, each day heavier than the last. Food grew scarcer. Riverrun's granaries had been well stocked, but refugees and the continuous strain of feeding the wounded drained supplies. Morale flagged. Men whispered that they faced slow starvation. Rumors circulated that Tywin was summoning reinforcements from the Westerlands to further swell his ranks. The defenders prayed for Bolton's cavalry to land a decisive strike behind Tywin's lines or for the King's Landing negotiations to yield fruit. But no word came from King's Landing, no sign of Sansa's fate. Robb tried to keep hope alive, mustering a small group to sally forth one moonless night to sabotage Lannister siege engines. Jon volunteered, determined to do something besides watch the walls. Ned, though reluctant, allowed it, seeing no other path to break the stalemate. The plan was for a stealthy infiltration, using the darkness and a river crossing known to the Tully scouts. If they succeeded in burning the largest catapults and supply wagons, Tywin might ease his grip. They set out in silence, about 50 men, including Robb, Jon, the Blackfish, and a handful of archers and spearmen. The night was pitch black, clouds blotting the moon. They slipped from a small sally port at the fortress's base, creeping along the riverbank. The water was waist-deep in some spots, forcing them to wade slowly. Each step threatened to splash or slip in the mud. Yet they managed to keep quiet, guided by a Tully scout who'd memorized every bend of the Red Fork. An hour later, they reached the far side near a cluster of Lannister tents, faintly lit by torches. The catapults loomed beyond, silhouettes against the gloom. Guards patrolled with spears, though it seemed sparse. Perhaps Tywin did not expect such a bold raid after the last savage assault. Robb motioned for them to split into two groups, one led by him to the southern catapults, the other led by Brynden Tully to the northern supply wagons. Jon stayed with Robb, heart pounding. The plan was simple. Place oil-soaked rags at the bases of the siege machines, then light them and retreat swiftly before the Lannisters could mount a response. They crept through tall reeds, approaching the first catapult. Two Lannister guards dozed near a small brazier. The flicker of embers showed their faces slack with fatigue. Jon held his breath. Next to him, Robb crouched, eyes focused. A signal from the Tully scout, and they moved. Two northern spearmen rushed in, clamping hands over the guards' mouths and cutting their throats swiftly. It was silent, brutal. Jon suppressed a shudder. War demanded stealth kills, no time for honor. They began dousing the catapult's wooden frame with oil from skins carried on their backs. The rank smell filled Jon's nose. Rain threatened to wash it away, but they poured enough that the frame dripped. Another man scattered oil on a stack of replacement stones. Robb nodded grimly, pulling a flint. They lit a torch behind the catapult's wheel, shielding it from immediate view. The flames danced. Jon's pulse hammered. One false move and the entire Lannister camp would be on them. When the catapult was sufficiently doused, Robb pressed the torch to the base. Fire leapt up with a hiss, devouring the oil-soaked wood. The group retreated at once, leaving the flames to grow. If they lingered, the guards would spot them. Indeed, within moments, shouts rose from a nearby tent. Fire! Fire! A horn blew. Figures erupted from the gloom, brandishing spears. Robb's men melted into the reeds, pulling the bodies of the dead guards with them. They repeated the process on a second catapult, though this time a watchman nearly stumbled onto them. One archer placed an arrow in the watchman's throat. He dropped with a gurgle, but the alarm was rising. The flames roared higher, illuminating the swirling smoke. Elsewhere, Brynden Tully's group must have done the same, for an orange glow spread among supply wagons near the northern edge of camp. Lannister soldiers rushed, some half-dressed, to douse the fires. Confusion reigned. More horns blared. The night turned chaotic with shouts of "Attack! Attack!" Some cried that the entire northern army was upon them. Others scrambled for buckets to fetch water from the river. Jon gripped his sword, ducking behind a bush as a patrol ran past. Robb crouched next to him, watching the flames consume the second catapult. The plan was working, but they had to flee before the entire camp mobilized. A spear whistled overhead, thrown blindly. Another glance revealed more Lannisters converging, torches bobbing in the dark. The night was alive with chaos. Robb caught Jon's eye. "Retreat," he mouthed. Jon nodded. They signaled the others, who quietly peeled away from the blazing catapults, vanishing into the reeds. Jon's heart thudded as they waded back into the river, careful not to slip. The water felt icily cold, swirling around his thighs. From behind came the roar of flames and the clamoring of men. A handful of Lannisters sounded close, crashing through the reeds. One scout hissed for them to hurry. Suddenly, a Lannister soldier burst from the brush, sword raised. He saw Jon, bellowed a challenge. Jon lunged, steel meeting steel. The soldier was strong, but sloppy with panic. Jon blocked the strike, twisted, and rammed his hilt into the man's temple. The soldier staggered, falling into the river. Another northern man finished him with a spear thrust under the water. Bubbles rose. The man was gone. Grimly, they pressed on. The rest of the group moved swiftly but quietly. Overhead, The sky churned with clouds, offering minimal starlight. Shouts and horns receded behind them, though the glow of the fires grew, painting the horizon in a sickly orange. By the time they reached the sally port, panting and soaked, they heard sporadic arrow flights in the darkness, but none found them. The gate guards ushered them in, bolts slid shut. Cheers broke out among the watchers on the walls as they glimpsed the towering flames in the Lannister camp. "We got at least 3 catapults, maybe more," Robb said to the guard captain. "And Brynden was targeting supply wagons. Let's hope he did as well." The guard captain grinned wearily and said he'd seen multiple blazes from his vantage. Soon enough, Brynden Tully and his men returned, triumphant. They'd ignited 2 wagons of grain and pitch barrels. Possibly more had caught from the spreading flames. Losses on their side were minimal. Another small victory in a war of attrition. Ned was waiting in the courtyard, leaning on his crutch, eyes flaring with hope at the sight of them. "Robb, Jon, you live. Thank the gods." Robb, breathing hard, nodded. "We cost them a chunk of siege equipment, father." Ned pressed a hand to Robb's shoulder. "Well done. This may buy us a respite. Tywin can't launch those catapults until he rebuilds or brings new ones. But the respite might be short." Catelyn stood behind Ned, face etched with worry. "If Tywin's truly enraged, he could still fling men at us come dawn, catapults or no." Ned conceded the point. "True, but you gave him a bloody nose at least. Let us be thankful for small mercies." Servants arrived with towels and cloaks to warm the returning raiders. Arya darted into the courtyard, ignoring the guards' calls. She saw Jon and her eyes lit with relief, but she tried to mask it with a scowl. "You're hurt again," she said, spotting a fresh cut on Jon's forearm. "It's nothing," Jon murmured. "I'm fine." He indeed felt a dull ache, but adrenaline still coursed in his veins. She pointed at a smear of blood on Robb's leather armor. "And you? Did you kill many?" Robb exhaled. "Enough to do the job, Aerie." His tone was subdued. He looked older, worn from another night of slaughter. Catelyn placed a trembling hand over her mouth. "We'll get you both cleaned up. Then we must see what daybreak brings. Tywin may retaliate harshly." They moved inside, each step weighted by fatigue, but a faint spark of victory gave them a moment's solace. A meal of stewed turnips and salted pork awaited, meager but hot. The men ate quickly in an antechamber, discussing how the flames must still be raging in the Lannister camp. Jon learned that at least 4 northern men had died in the raid, but many more had returned alive, an acceptable loss given the risk. Brynden Tully called it a good night's work, though nobody truly smiled. At dawn, watchers on the walls confirmed the success. 2 catapult frames had collapsed in charred ruin, and a third was damaged. A cluster of blackened wagons lay near the northern perimeter. Dozens of Lannister corpses dotted the scorched earth. Tywin's camp was abuzz with frantic activity, smoke drifting skyward. That morning, the Lannisters launched only a few sporadic volleys of arrows from frustration. Their big catapult attacks would be delayed until repairs or replacements arrived. Within Riverrun, morale rose a notch. Ned congratulated Robb in front of the men, calling him a true Stark for his bravery and cunning. The great Jon roared his approval, men clashing spears to shields in support. Even in the face of siege, small victories could sustain hope. Yet the time continued to grind, an unrelenting wheel. Day after day, the blockade pressed in. None could leave or enter the fortress. Food rations shrank further. The wounded languished with fewer supplies to treat them. Rain kept falling. The Lannisters, despite the loss of some catapults, had begun constructing new ones from local timber. They also built trenches and palisades to protect against further raids. Meanwhile, their foraging parties scoured the countryside, gathering what they could or burning fields to starve Riverrun. The slow suffocation wore on every soul behind the castle walls. Weeks passed in this miserable stalemate. Ned counted the days in his head, worrying more and more about Sansa's fate. No letter had arrived from King's Landing. Had the Queen dismissed their threats? Was Sansa already dead? And they not yet informed? Each new sunrise brought the possibility that the Lannisters might fling Sansa's remains at the walls in a final act of cruelty. The fear gnawed at them all. Arya sank deeper into a restless gloom. She practiced her sword forms with men too fatigued to indulge her, or pestered the gate guards about any news. Catelyn's eyes were red from tears. She prayed in the small sept daily. Robb maintained a facade of composure, but Jon saw the toll it took on him. Nightmares, clenched teeth, doubts about whether they were slowly losing this war. Ned's leg healed to a point where he could walk with only a cane, but he hardly found that a relief, given the dire situation. Then, on a chilly dawn that felt no different from the others, a horn sounded from the eastern watchtower. At first, men on the western walls paid it no mind, thinking it a misblow or some Lannister trick. But the horn's note was distinct. 3 blasts, repeated. Friends approaching. The defenders rushed to see. Ned and Robb, awakened from uneasy slumber, hurried up the steps, hearts pounding with hope that Roose Bolton or another ally had arrived. They crowded the eastern rampart. A dull white haze clung to the land, but from that fog emerged shapes. An army, banners flapping in the gloom. The watchers cursed, hearts lurching, until they saw that these were not Lannister banners. A black flayed man on pink fields in the vanguard, House Bolton. At their flanks, other northern sigils. The white sunburst of Karstark, the Merman of Manderley, the battle-axe of Serwyn. And behind them, the Mallister eagle, the Bracken horse. It was a convergence of northern and Riverrun banners, thousands strong. Cheers exploded along Riverrun's ramparts, echoing like thunder. Ned's lips parted in disbelief, tears glinting in his eyes. Roose Bolton had returned with reinforcements, far more than expected. Possibly Robb's loyal bannermen from the north had marched south in response to repeated pleas for help. The Watchers glimpsed horse, foot, archers, maybe as many as 10,000 men. Enough to challenge Tywin's siege lines from behind. The aftermath of the great battle felt unreal to many who had survived the siege. The smoky skies over Riverrun, still tinged with red from the lingering fires, seemed an omen of both deliverance and the costs yet to be paid. In the courtyard, the wounded lay in rows awaiting the maester's care, their groans and ragged breathing a testament to the brutal struggle it had taken to break Tywin's encirclement. Officers barked orders at exhausted footmen, carting away shattered planks of the ruined siege equipment. More men trudged onto the field beyond the walls, searching for survivors amid the carnage, or dragging Lannister prisoners back behind stout iron bars. Ned Stark remained in the courtyard, unwilling to withdraw to the keep until he had personally thanked or consoled as many men as he could. He used a tall cane now. The crutch had been set aside in favor of something less cumbersome, though his limp was plain. He walked from cluster to cluster, pausing where northern soldiers stacked the dead in grim layers. Occasionally, he asked a name or turned a face to see if it was someone he knew. Each time he found an old friend or a loyal retainer among the fallen. A stabbing pain twisted in his chest sharper than his legs' ache. Some men noticed, bowing stiffly and urging him to rest, but he only shook his head. Eddard Stark would not leave these tasks to lesser officers. These were his men, and he loved them as he might love his own kin. In the chaos, Lady Catelyn approached, escorted by 2 Tully guards who were half-limping themselves. She placed a hand on Ned's arm, quiet tears in her eyes. The sky overhead was an ashen hue, and gusts of wind sent ash swirling. They stood together for a moment, gazing at the rows of bodies, the living and the dead. More men were hauling corpses over wagons to bury them. The entire courtyard stank of blood and smoke, but also of something faintly hopeful, the sense that they had at last slipped free of Tywin's chokehold. "Come inside soon," Catelyn whispered to her husband. "You need rest, Ned. We've won a battle, but there may be more to come. You cannot fight if you collapse." He glanced at her pale face. The lines of worry there seemed deeper than he remembered. "A few more minutes," he said quietly. "I must see how many of our wounded still need care." After that, I promise I'll come. She nodded, brushing away a tear. Her voice was thin from weeping. Joy for the victory, sorrow for the cost. I'll wait for you in the great hall then. Ned watched her go, leaning on the cane to walk further along. He recognized Roderick Castle's figure assisting a group of men who hammered makeshift stretchers together for the injured. Nearby, the great Jon stood tall, bellowing orders that the battlefield beyond the walls be scoured for any Lannisters hiding in the gullies by the river. Once Ned had spoken a few solemn words to the men, and said quiet prayers over 3 of his household guard who had fallen. He made his way indoors to keep his promise. He passed under the tall archway of Riverrun's main keep, where the banners of House Tully still hung. Inside the great hall, candelabras lit the wide space. Smoke had drifted in through the high windows, leaving the air hazy, but it was warmer than outside. Servants with anxious faces shuffled about, carrying trays of simple fare, brown bread, boiled carrots, weak ale, all they could spare for the moment, given how supplies were worn thin by the siege. Robb was there, near the dais, in conference with Brynden Tully and Lord Roose Bolton, who had finally entered the castle grounds once the battle ended. The men were coated in grime, their armor scratched and streaked with blood. Roose Bolton in particular was an unsettling sight. Though slight of build, he had a calmness about him that belied the ferocity his men had shown on the field. He was quietly reporting the last sightings of Tywin Lannister. Headed south, from what our scouts say, Bolton was explaining as Ned approached. With a remnant of no more than 300 or 400 riders, their foot is shattered. If he reaches the Blackwater, he might regroup with forces in King's Landing, but it will take him time. Robb's hair was damp with sweat and caked mud. He glanced at Ned and stood straighter. "Father," he said, a tremor in his voice that betrayed both exhaustion and relief. "We were just discussing our next move. Lord Bolton's men have the outer roads secured for now. Tywin has fled. The siege is lifted. We have Riverrun back in our hands, and the Riverlands are free of Lannister occupation, for the moment." Ned inclined his head to Bolton and Brynden. "You arrived when we needed you most," he said to Bolton. "How did you gather so many men?" Bolton dipped his head in an almost courtly gesture. "Word of Lord Stark's captivity and the war spread. Many northern bannermen assembled at Moat Cailin once we knew King Robb." He paused as Robb bristled at the title, though a faint wry smile crossed the man's lips. "Pardon me, the young wolf, as they name him, had broken Jaime's forces. But we also learned from ravens that you were trapped here with Tywin sieging. Myself, Lord Serwyn, Lord Karstark, and more rallied. Even the Manderleys have sent a strong contingent. It took time to cross the neck. The roads were not friendly, and Lannister scouts threatened us. Yet we prevailed. Our numbers are greater than ever." Brynden Tully nodded. "The River Lords, emboldened by your victory over Jaime and now Tywin's flight, have begun calling their banners more freely. We can rally a large host if we march forth from Riverrun." Ned's gaze flickered to Robb, who pressed his lips together. "We can press on King's Landing," his son said, echoing the thought that all of them had likely considered. "We have the advantage. Tywin is on the run with only a fraction of his men. King's Landing might be forced to yield Sansa." Catelyn, who had been sitting on a bench with a cup of watered wine, rose and joined them. The fatigue in her expression lightened momentarily at the mention of pushing south. "If we appear at the capital's doorstep, threatening to lay siege ourselves, Cersei may see no choice but to release Sansa. She cannot hope to withstand the combined might of the North and the Riverlands, not with Tywin's army in tatters." Roose Bolton's pale eyes flicked from Catelyn to Ned. "But King's Landing is well fortified, and the city is large, with many potential reinforcements. There is also the possibility that the Tyrells might throw their weight behind the throne. We cannot discount them. It is a risk to march on the capital blindly." Robb inhaled, glancing at Ned. "We won't do it blindly. We'll gather the lords, plan thoroughly. If the realm sees that Tywin is beaten, maybe they turn on Joffrey. Some in the Crownlands might have no loyalty to a Lannister king. We could avoid a protracted siege, force negotiations." Brynden Tully tapped a knuckle on the dais. We must also consider how many men we lost in retaking Riverrun. We should let the survivors recover, bury the fallen, and reorganize before marching again. And the small folk are in dire need of safety. Many have lost their homes. If we leave them unprotected, brigands or stray Lannister companies might terrorize the countryside. Catelyn's hand trembled on Ned's arm. We can't let Sansa languish longer. The Queen might see our new strength and become desperate enough to do something monstrous. We must strike quickly or show a strong front to force them to the table. Ned felt the weight of all these arguments pressing on him. We must do both, he said at length. We see to the immediate needs of the Riverlands, rebuilding, caring for the small folk, and then make preparations to march south. Lord Bolton, I would ask your men to keep the roads behind us secure. If the Freys are still friendly, we can rely on the twins for passage. Once we are ready, we move, but no reckless haste. Robb's knuckles whitened on the edge of the table. If we wait too long, Sansa dies. If we move too fast, we risk losing half our army in an ill-prepared assault. Father, time is short. The next letter from King's Landing might say they've already taken her head. Or no letter at all. The mention of that possibility made Ned's heart lurch. He covered Robb's hand with his own. I understand, son. I do. But we must gather enough force to ensure we can actually achieve her rescue. We cannot ride in like avenging knights and dash ourselves on the city walls. I cannot lose another child, Robb. A tense silence followed. Finally, Catelyn exhaled, hugging herself as though cold. Ned is right. We prepare swiftly but carefully. We cannot be paralyzed. Let us do so as soon as is feasible. But let us not sabotage ourselves by rushing unready. Roose Bolton nodded. We'll muster within a fortnight, perhaps less. My men are weary from travel and battle, but we'll sharpen our swords again soon enough. Brynden Tully turned away from the dais, stepping onto the main floor where a large table had been laid out with fresh maps. I'll rally the river lords who can march with us. The day after tomorrow, let's call them in for a war council. That should give us time to bury the dead, treat the wounded, and begin stockpiling for the campaign south. Ned's shoulders slumped. Yes, and we should draft a new letter to the Iron Throne. Make it known we stand with a vast host now, that Tywin is defeated. Demand Sansa's release or we march. At that, Robb gave a curt nod, pivoting away. He was caught between eagerness and dread, and it showed. As the conversation ended, Ned noticed how his son left the hall quickly, refusing to meet anyone's eyes. Perhaps the memory of so many lost men weighed heavily on him. Ned let out a quiet sigh. When the gathering concluded, servants came to place a few simple dishes on the dais. Salted fish, a bit of dried venison, a kettle of thin broth. The siege had left them with limited fare, though the men had begun retrieving supplies from the Lannister camp outside. Catelyn coaxed Ned to sit and eat a little. As he did, glancing around, he saw more exhausted soldiers limping into the hall for rest. Some slumped by the hearth, half asleep. Arya appeared soon after, still dressed in muddied breeches. She hovered by Ned, her expression hopeful. Is it true, father? Are we going to King's Landing? Will we get Sansa back now? He stroked her hair. If the gods are good, yes. We're making plans. In a fortnight, we march. Her mouth twisted. A fortnight? That's so long. What if she dies tomorrow? Pain flickered through him. He paused, mindful of the half-dozen men within earshot. He lowered his voice. I know. I hate the wait too, Arya. But we must be wise. We can't rescue her if we're destroyed on the road. Joffrey's men still control the city gates. The gold cloaks might be loyal to him. We need an army large enough to make the Queen think twice about harming your sister. Arya was silent for a moment, then nodded stiffly. All right, I just hate it. She swallowed, eyes glimmering with an anger that never seemed to dim. I'm going to train with the others now. Maybe they'll finally let me practice archery. He mustered a faint smile. Don't run yourself ragged. You've earned rest. She rolled her eyes. It's better than sitting around feeling helpless. With that, she scurried off, weaving through the throng of weary men. Ned let her go. There was a part of him that longed to keep Arya safe in a tower, far from war, but the truth was that none of them were safe anymore. At least in the yard with a sword in her hand, she felt some measure of purpose. Sighing, he returned to picking at his food, though the taste barely registered. Each bite might as well have been ash. Across the hall, he saw Jon speaking quietly with a pair of northern archers. Jon had streaks of soot on his cheeks, and the bandage on his flank was newly changed. Though half a year ago he'd seemed a boy with uncertain station, he now carried himself with a grim confidence. Ned felt a jolt of sorrow, recalling the vow that once he had recovered Sansa and all his children were safe, he might finally speak openly of Jon's true parentage. But that day was still far off, the war raging. Jon was safer if the realm believed him only a bastard. Safer, in theory, if no one suspected Targaryen blood flowed in his veins. He forced the thought aside when Catelyn touched his hand. "Come," she murmured. "You're going to rest now." He knew better than to argue with her in front of the men. So he rose, leaning on his cane, and allowed her to guide him toward the keep's inner stairs. His leg ached, but he could manage. A final glance over his shoulder showed him the great hall in all its battered state, full of soldiers but buoyed by the new sense of hope that had come with Tywin's defeat. In the days that followed, Riverrun thrummed with renewed life. Freed of the siege, supply wagons rolled in from the surrounding countryside, some from the frays at the Twins, others from sympathetic riverlords. Food, fodder, arrows, and raw materials poured into the castle. Surviving refugees who had fled the war trickled back, reuniting with loved ones among the battered houses by the rivers. Columns of Bolton's men scoured the roads, ensuring no Lannister stragglers lingered to prey upon the small folk. Spirits lifted further when Brynden Tully and the Great Jon returned from a short ride into the western outskirts. They arrived with new prisoners in tow, dozens of men who had deserted Tywin after the battle, including a minor Lannister officer who claimed to have knowledge of King's Landing's plans. Ned oversaw the interrogations personally. The officer, a lean man with a bandaged shoulder, insisted that King Joffrey was furious at the news of Tywin's defeat, and that Cersei might soon attempt a desperate measure to show her power. Ned gleaned no direct confirmation that Sansa was still alive, but the officer's words hinted that she had not been executed, if only because the Queen did not want to provoke the realm while Tywin's position was uncertain. Ned clung to that single, precious scrap of hope. He prayed nightly to the old gods that Sansa would endure, that their next letter or next move might finally free her. Robb, meanwhile, spent hours each morning training with the men, refining cavalry tactics, drilling foot soldiers, and testing the new recruits who had come south. The young Stark had the bearing of a commander, though now and then Ned glimpsed the boyish grin that reminded him how young Robb truly was. In stolen moments, Robb confessed how the burden weighed on him. "I see them call me the young wolf, and I feel I must be as fearless as they believe. But sometimes, Father, I just want to be in Winterfell again, wrestling with Bran or practicing in the yard with you. I never asked for a war." Ned would grip Robb's shoulder, whispering that no one asked for war, but they had to see it through for Sansa's sake, and for all the innocents trampled by Lannister cruelty. That seemed to steel Robb's resolve anew. Jon assisted Robb often, leading small squads of archers in field drills. He'd become a calm presence among the men, serious but not aloof. Some archers called him Snow the Steady, noting how he never wavered in a fight. One afternoon, after a rigorous session, Jon stood by a trough in the courtyard, splashing water on his face. A broad-shouldered archer approached, clasping his arm. "We trust you, Jon," the man said. "You've led us well. If we march on King's Landing, we'll follow you anywhere." Jon, taken aback, only stammered a thanks before the man walked away. The realm might see Jon as Ned's bastard, but these soldiers recognized his worth. That moved him, though it also reminded him that he lived behind a shield of lies. If they knew his Targaryen heritage, how might they react? At last, the day of the War Council arrived. Lords from the Riverlands and the North had come to Riverrun. Lord Karstark, with the memory of his lost sons fueling his hatred of Lannisters. Lord Serwyn, who had once served as a steward at Winterfell. Lady Manderly, the head of the Manderly household since the passing of her husband, flanked by White Harbor knights. From the Riverlands came Lord Mallister and Lord Bracken, each bringing retinues. Even Lord Blackwood, feuding bitterly with House Bracken, had set aside differences to unite under Ned's banner. The hall was full to bursting, each banner lord accompanied by sworn swords, some wearing fresh bandages from recent battles. They all listened raptly for Eddard Stark's next move. Ned stood at the dais, leaning on his cane, with Robb at his right and Catelyn at his left. Brynden Tully hovered near, along with Roose Bolton. Jon and Arya were present too, albeit Arya was asked to stand behind a row of guards so she would not interrupt. The air smelled of wax, steel, and sweat. Outside, the rivers lapped at the castle's foundation as a mild breeze rattled the windows. Ned began quietly, addressing them about the cost of war so far, acknowledging the fallen, praising the courage that had driven the Lannisters away from Riverrun. Then his voice took on a firmer edge. "We have won a great victory, but the war is not done. The Queen still holds my daughter Sansa hostage in King's Landing. Ser Jaime Lannister remains our prisoner here, and though Tywin's host is scattered, we must assume he will regroup with what remains of the Crown's forces, or even seek new allies." He paused, sweeping his gaze across the gathered lords. "Our next move is to press the advantage. We will not remain idle and let Joffrey rule unchallenged while Sansa's life hangs by a thread. With your blessing, we shall march south, gather more loyal houses on the way, and demand the safe release of my daughter. If the throne refuses, we must be prepared to continue this war." Lord Karstark stood first, fists clenched at his sides. "I lost 2 sons to the Kingslayer and the Lannisters. My sword is yours. Let us avenge every Stark child they have wronged." Lord Mallister concurred, pointing a gauntlet hand at Ned. "The outrages committed by Lannister raiders upon my lands cannot be forgiven. If it means taking King's Landing by storm, we stand with you." Lady Manderly spoke more calmly. "Winter is coming, but my city stands ready to supply your host, Lord Stark, if you pass near White Harbor. We can sail men down the coast as well, if the Royal Navy does not block us." Lord Bracken and Lord Blackwood, bitter rivals, each made a vow to set aside feuds. They both voiced support for pressing on. Others joined in, some shouting readiness to bring down the Mad King's Get, referring to the Lannister-laden monarchy, ironically mixing up lines of Targaryen-era curses with the current feud. Ned found that more lords seemed to yearn for vengeance than had any interest in negotiation. The Lannisters had caused too much bloodshed. Robb listened, brow furrowed. Then he raised a hand for quiet. "We do want vengeance for the harm done, but not at the expense of our own innocence. If King's Landing yields Sansa, halts all aggression, we might find a path without more slaughter. We must be open to that if it ends this war swiftly. Our men have bled enough." Some of the lords, fired with passion, grumbled. Lord Karstark snapped, "They'll never yield. The day Joffrey yields is the day a lion bows to a direwolf. But we will follow your command, my lord." He inclined his head reluctantly to Ned. Ned cleared his throat, leaning heavier on the cane. "This remains a matter of honor, but also of practicality. We shall send a final letter to King's Landing, stating our terms. Release Sansa, show good faith, or face an army at your gates. If they refuse, we march. If they agree, we see how real that agreement is. Meanwhile, we must decide the route of our march. The main roads through Harrenhal lie open, or we might skirt around. Either way, we will need to keep a watch for any sign that Tywin is regrouping. We cannot ignore him." Roose Bolton spoke up with measured calm. "If Tywin tries to block the roads, we can use Harrenhal as a lure. That castle is ruinous but still formidable. If he aims to hold it against us, we can circumvent or lay siege. We have the manpower now. My scouts say Harrenhal is under partial Lannister control by the mountain Gregor Clegane. But after hearing of Tywin's defeat, they may retreat or become disorganized. A strong blow could drive them out. That name, the Mountain, rippled through the hall. Men recalled the atrocities Gregor Clegane had inflicted on peasants, how he had carried out Tywin's orders to ravage the Riverlands. Brynden Tully rapped a knuckle on the table. I'd like nothing more than to see that beast hammered down. If we can secure Harrenhal, it opens a direct route to the capital. And it frees the Riverlands from further terror. Ned allowed a grim smile. Then Harrenhal it is. We'll gather our host, march in that direction. If King's Landing surrenders Sansa by the time we reach Harrenhal, we might parley. If not, we press on. Lords, gather your men. We depart within a fortnight's end. No later. He could feel the current of approval in the air. The lords nodded, some pounding fists on the table in agreement, others calling out that they'd ride in 2 weeks or less. A sense of momentum filled the hall, lifting the gloom that had lingered for so long. Robb, meeting his father's eye, gave a small, determined nod. Arya stood in the back, fists clenched at her sides, eyes bright with fierce satisfaction that, at last, they had a plan to move for Sansa. Catelyn hovered near Ned, her worry tempered by a faint hope. We must ensure that no letter from King's Landing goes astray, she murmured. They might attempt to trick us with false messengers or worthless promises. We must keep watch for cunning from Cersei, or from the Master of Whisperers, Varys. They spin webs. Ned grimaced. True, our best recourse is force. If they see an army, they cannot ignore us. Let them spin webs. We'll cut them with steel. The rest of that day was spent in a flurry of activity, forging new alliances, drafting letters, and sending out riders to the Riverlands lords who had not yet arrived. The keep bustled like a beehive, with half the men reshoeing horses, half reorganizing the supply lines. Jon rode out with a small patrol to check for signs of Lannister remnants. They returned at dusk, reporting that most roads were clear, though a few bands of brigands lurked. Meanwhile, scouts ventured south, hoping to see if Harrenhal was truly garrisoned by the Mountain or if he'd fled at Tywin's recall. Late that night, Ned found himself alone in the solar that had been allocated for him and Catelyn. The walls bore tapestries of Riverrun's past glories, now marred by soot and half in tatters from the siege. He leaned on his cane by the window, gazing at the moonlit rivers. The shapes of watchfires dotted the banks, men on guard for any resurgence of the enemy. This quiet was fleeting, he knew. A lull before another storm. A gentle knock sounded. Come, he said wearily. The door opened to admit Jon, who looked hesitant. Ned offered a faint smile. Jon, it's late. Is something amiss? Jon stepped forward, voice soft. I apologize for disturbing you, father. I wanted to ask if you need me with Robb or here, or what you see for me in this campaign. The men are calling me a capable officer, but I'm still unsure of my place. Ned studied him, thinking of the swirling secrets beneath that question. You are my son, he said carefully, and I value your leadership. Robb will lead the main vanguard, but he can use you by his side. You've proven yourself among the archers and in close combat. If we face the Mountain, or if we must scale Harrenhal's walls, I need men I trust. Robb does too. Jon nodded, gaze lowered. I understand. I'll follow him then and do what must be done. A breath passed, and Jon's face darkened. I only fear what might happen if King's Landing somehow learns, well, the truth. Ned's expression tightened. He moved closer, pressing a hand to Jon's shoulder. That remains our deepest secret. Robert Baratheon is dead. The war is all about the Lannisters now. If they suspected you carried Targaryen blood, I cannot predict the chaos that might bring. Perhaps some houses would rally behind you, thinking you the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Others would call you abomination. War might double in fury. That's not what we want. Jon swallowed. No, father. I don't want it either. I want only to protect this family. Ned's smile was sad. You do that by standing with us as Jon Snow, Ned Stark's son. We must keep it that way until the realm knows peace. Then maybe we can decide if the truth should ever be told. Jon bowed his head. Yes, I won't betray your trust. Sometimes it's a heavy weight. Ned squeezed his shoulder. All of us carry heavy weights in war. Yours is just more secret than most. You've done well. Continue to fight with honor, and we'll see this through. Pray to the old gods we can rescue Sansa and restore some measure of peace. A long silence fell between them. Then Jon inclined his head in farewell, stepping back into the corridor. Ned watched him go, feeling a pang of love and regret. So many secrets, so many dangers. But at least for now they had a plan. In a fortnight they would set out for Harrenhal, and from there perhaps King's Landing. Perhaps at last Sansa would be freed. The next 2 weeks crawled by in a whirlwind of preparations. Messages arrived from various houses confirming they would ride with the Starks. Scouts returned from Harrenhal with partial news. Gregor Clegane held the castle with a small, vicious garrison, rumored to be pillaging the local villages. The monstrous night had not retreated, which meant a confrontation was likely. In the yard at Riverrun, Robb oversaw daily musters. The gates never stayed quiet. New arrivals poured in, swelling the ranks to an impressive size. Some men whispered of crowning Robb the king in the north outright, but Ned firmly set aside that talk, urging them to focus on the mission at hand. On the 12th day, a raven arrived from King's Landing. At once, it caused a flurry of alarm. The guards rushed the scroll to Ned's solar, where Catelyn and Arya hovered along with Maester Vyman. Ned broke the seal with trembling fingers, half expecting some vile pronouncement of Sansa's death. Instead, he found only a short, contemptuous note bearing the lion sigil. It read, "Lord Stark, do not think your victory at Riverrun grants you dominion over the crown. Your threats mean nothing. The girl remains the king's hostage. Release Ser Jaime Lannister, or no further words need be spoken. If you choose to march upon the capital, you invite the realm's wrath. Queen Regent Cersei Lannister." The letter ended with a flourish that made Ned's stomach twist. The queen had not mentioned Sansa's well-being at all, nor did she respond to the notion of an exchange or negotiation. She simply repeated, "Release Jaime or the girl stays hostage, possibly subject to Joffrey's cruelty." Arya read over Ned's shoulder, face contorting with fury. "Monsters!" she shouted, stomping a foot. "We're coming for them. If they won't talk, we'll force them to." Catelyn looked ill, leaning against the table. She says nothing of Sansa's safety, nothing about a willingness to trade. It's as though she's ignoring our demands entirely. Ned's fists clenched. Then we have our answer. We gave them a chance to treat with us in good faith. They refused. The best hope for Sansa is to show them our united host. They must see that continuing to hold her only dooms their cause. Maester Vyman tried to sound calm. "Shall I draft a reply, my lord?" Ned exhaled raggedly. "Yes, though I suspect she won't heed it. Still, we must reaffirm that Jaime's life hangs in the balance, and that we will have no mercy if Sansa is harmed. Then we march. I've had enough of her threats." Catelyn closed her eyes, face wan. "So be it." That sealed their course. Ned convened the final gathering of his war council the very next morning, announcing that in 3 days they would depart Riverrun. A portion of the garrison would remain to defend the castle under the command of Ser Brynden Tully, while the bulk of the army, Northmen, Riverlanders, and whomever else had pledged, would head south, presumably toward Harrenhal to confront Gregor Clegane, then onward if King's Landing refused to yield. Roose Bolton would handle detachments that scouted the roads for any sign of Tywin. Lord Mallister would secure the shoreline to deter any Royal Navy incursion. For the first time, Ned stood before such a vast assembly of lords and knights and common soldiers, all wearing their house insignias, as they gathered in Riverrun's courtyard. He used no cane that day, though his legs still hurt, for the sake of projecting strength. Men cheered as he spoke of liberating Sansa and punishing the Lannisters for the atrocities in the Riverlands and the captivity of Ned's daughter. Robb rode forth on a gray stallion, greeted by roars of the young wolf as he raised his sword. Arya, forced to remain behind Ned, glowered at the idea that she might be left in safety, but Ned insisted that she travel with the baggage train. She would not be left at Riverrun or sent north. She insisted on going south with them at least, and he conceded, keeping her in the rear columns. Jon checked the lines of archers, ensuring every man had new arrows from the restocked armory. He gave crisp instructions for them to march near the center, guarded by heavier infantry if a surprise attack occurred. In the stables, stablemasters prepped horses, loading them with feed for the road. All around the castle, the hum of an army forming rank thrummed in the morning light. Drums signaled each column to muster. Finally, on the appointed day, they marched. The gates of Riverrun swung wide, and a long, winding column of men poured out, banners snapping in the wind. The gray direwolf of Stark, flanked by the Tully Trout, joined by the flayed man of Bolton, the Karstark Sunburst, Manderly's Merman, Mallister's Eagle, and a host of lesser sigils from the Riverlands, Piper, Vance, Blackwood, Bracken. They stretched for half a mile or more, cavalry at the vanguard, foot soldiers in the middle, supply wagons and camp followers at the rear. Ned and Robb rode near the front, flanked by knights and outriders. Catelyn rode in the baggage train, keeping a watchful eye on Arya, who was furious but grudgingly cooperative. As they left behind the battered walls of Riverrun, many men looked back with emotion, remembering the siege. Others turned their eyes south, hearts hungry for resolution. The roads ahead were uncertain, but the ambition was clear: force the Queen to free Sansa or face the might of a united North and Riverlands. Ned felt tension coil in his chest, but also a faint stirring of hope. They had come this far, endured so much. Perhaps they would not fail now. During the initial days of marching, the summer storms battered them intermittently. Mud splashed across boots, and wagons often bogged down, forcing halts while men pried wheels free. Despite these hardships, morale stayed relatively high. Rumor spread that the dreaded mountain had only a few hundred men at Harrenhal, easily outnumbered. By day 5, scouts confirmed that the roads near the castle were patrolled by rough knights in Lannister service, but no large force. Gregor presumably believed they could hold Harrenhal's mighty walls with cunning and fear. At dawn of the 7th day out of Riverrun, the Stark host approached the outskirts of the cursed fortress. The trees around the God's Eye loomed in the distance, and Harrenhal rose like a blackened monolith, its towers melted centuries ago by dragonfire. The sight was eerie, twisted spires against a pale sky. The memory of the last time Ned had come near Harrenhal, back in the days of the Great Torney, when Rhaegar had crowned Lyanna Stark as the Queen of Love and Beauty, stirred deep sorrow within him. Now he returned under far darker circumstances. Jon rode beside Robb, scanning the towers. "We should be cautious," Jon said. "A small garrison could still inflict heavy losses if we rush the walls." "Harrenhal is enormous." Robb nodded, setting his jaw. "We'll do as we did at Riverrun. Surround it, cut off supplies, demand they yield. If Gregor tries to sally out, we'll smash him in the open. If he stays inside, we starve him out or find a weak point in the walls." Ned guided his horse forward, flanked by Hallis Malin and a guard. "We'll send a herald to call for the garrison's surrender. Gregor's men might waver if they see how outnumbered they are." He paused, lips thinning. But Gregor Clegane is not known for reason. By midday, the entire northern and Riverland host had spread around Harrenhal's massive curtain walls, establishing a perimeter. Catapults were not readily available, but they could cut off any chance of the defenders escaping. The fortress soared above them, a sprawling labyrinth of half-ruined towers and courtyards. Smoke drifted from a few sections, indicating the Lannisters had fires or forges inside. No defenders appeared on the battlements, at least not at first. Robb had the horns blown to summon a parley. A hush fell as the echoes died. For a time, nothing happened. Ned waited grimly near the front line, scanning the walls. Finally, a figure emerged on a rampart, tall and broad, wearing battered plate. Even at a distance, one could sense the brute force in him. Gregor Clegane. He gazed down at them, the angle of his visor hiding his face. 2 or 3 lesser knights stood behind him, glancing nervously at the huge man. In a booming voice, Hallis Malin read out a prepared statement. In the name of Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North, and in alliance with the Tullis of Riverrun, we demand your immediate surrender. Release any captives you hold, throw down your arms, and you may receive mercy. If you refuse, we shall assault Harrenhal and show no quarter to those who have pillaged these lands. Gregor's snarl of laughter carried over the walls. "Stark whelp!" he roared, voice echoing. "Tell your lord I hold this castle for the king in King's Landing. I yield to no traitors. You want Harrenhal? Come and die in its halls. I'll hang your corpses from the melted towers." A ripple of fury passed through the ranks. Robb's face darkened. Ned stared upward, addressing Gregor's silhouette. "We far outnumber you, Clegane. You cannot stand forever behind those walls." Gregor replied with a guttural sneer. "I'll gut your men if they dare scale them. You think me a fool? Harrenhal is mine to hold. The king will send reinforcements soon enough." Ned's voice cut like steel. "The king's armies are broken. Tywin is defeated. Best you yield before we tear your fortress down. Spare your men needless suffering." For a moment, it looked as though Gregor might shout something else. Instead, he turned and stomped away from the ramparts, the lesser knights following. The watchers below glimpsed only a huge gauntlet hand pointing in their direction. Then the men vanished. No more words were spoken from the castle. Robb spat on the ground. "He'll not come peacefully," Ned sighed. "Then we do as planned. We encircle the castle, block every gate, and starve him out. Meanwhile, we see if we can find a breach or a lesser-known postern to infiltrate. Harrenhal is too large to be manned by such a small garrison. We can exploit that." Thus began a second siege, though smaller in scale than the one at Riverrun. Harrenhal's black walls loomed, and the men set up tents in its shadow. Scouts rode the perimeter of the God's Eye, ensuring no boat could slip in with supplies. Robb assigned archers to vantage points where they might shoot anyone who ventured onto the ramparts. For days, they tested Harrenhal's defenses, launching small feints. A few times, Gregor's men tried to sally out in small raids, resulting in vicious skirmishes. Jon joined in repelling one such sortie, losing 2 archers to Gregor's unstoppable charge. That monster of a knight left half a dozen Northmen dead in the mud before retreating within the gates. The gloom of Harrenhal weighed on the army. Men spoke of curses, of ghosts in the melted towers, whispers that any who claimed Harrenhal came to ruin. Still, the Northmen and Riverlanders had faced the Lannisters in open battle and refused to be cowed by legends. They ate their rations, patrolled the lines, and waited. On the 5th day of the siege at Harrenhal, a raven arrived from King's Landing, shot at by Lannister archers but somehow slipping through. It bore a short, ominous missive. Ned read it in the presence of Robb, Catelyn, and the other high commanders. The Queen demanded again the release of Jaime Lannister. She threatened that if the Stark forces set foot closer to King's Landing, Sansa's life would be forfeit. The letter seemed more frantic, referencing rumors that Tywin had not managed to rebuild his host. Yet Cersei ended with the same stance. "Bend the knee or watch your daughter die." A new line added a chilling note. "The king grows bored with his prisoner. His patience wears thin." Ned's hands shook at the thought of Joffrey's cruelty. Even Catelyn, as she read that line, let out a faint cry, pressing a hand to her heart. Arya, reading over their shoulders, hissed that she wanted Joffrey's head on a spike. Ned wrote a reply that very hour, stating that their army would not relent, that Jaime remained alive only so long as Sansa was not harmed, and that they marched onward. He underlined in bold strokes that any violence to Sansa would mean the immediate execution of the Kingslayer, as well as the unstoppable wrath of the North. Then he sealed it and sent it by Raven, hoping it would evade Lannister archers. The next morning, the watchers on Harrenhal's walls saw the faint stirring of a white flag near the gatehouse. A small party emerged, 2 knights and a few men-at-arms, plus a single figure wearing a hood. The watchers tensed, expecting some trick. But the party moved slowly across the courtyard inside, up onto the ramparts. There, one of the knights hoisted the white banner, calling out that they wanted parley. Robb and Ned rode forward with a contingent of men, stopping within arrow range of the massive gate. The herald atop Harrenhal's battlement repeated that Gregor Clegane wished to meet them halfway, between the outer moat and the walls, to discuss terms. Murmurs rose among the Northmen. Could the mountain be ceding ground so soon? Ned weighed the risk. A trap? Possibly. But if Gregor was finally ready to yield, it could spare more bloodshed. He settled on a compromise. They would meet halfway, but with each side bringing only a small escort in plain sight. If Gregor tried treachery, archers on both sides would likely cause a bloodbath. Brynden Tully insisted that a ring of northern bowmen remain hidden in the brush, covering Ned and Robb. So, an hour later, in the bleak morning drizzle, Ned and Robb dismounted by a patch of muddy ground that served as a no-man's land near the castle gate. Hallis Malin and 10 other Stark men formed a half-circle behind them. Opposite, the drawbridge rattled down, and a half-dozen Lannisters marched across, with Gregor Clegane at their head. Truly a giant of a man. Beside him strode a gaunt knight with an uneasy expression. Ned's pulse hammered. He glanced to Robb, who kept a firm grip on the hilt of his sword. The drizzle made the scene colder still. Gregor halted roughly 20 paces away, close enough that Ned could see the man's scarred jaw, his brutish eyes. He stank of stale sweat and a rotten stench, as though he seldom removed his armor. The men behind him shifted anxiously. Gregor's voice boomed. "Stark, you waste your time. Harrenhal is mine." Ned leveled his gaze. "We have you surrounded. Your men must be running short of supplies. Surrender. Surrender the castle and any captives you hold, and you may receive the king's justice. Or continue this folly, and we'll tear your gate down." Gregor laughed, a hideous, rasping sound. "You think I fear you? I hold the advantage in these walls. My men can slaughter any force that tries to breach. Even if we die, I'll butcher your best men first." Robb snapped. "Why summon us if you mean to threaten? Speak your purpose." Gregor's glare flicked to Robb with open disdain. "I summoned you because it said your father is honorable. I propose a trade. I hold nearly a dozen peasants your men might care about, plus some lesser knights we took captive. I'll free them if you grant me safe passage out of Harrenhal with what remains of my garrison. We ride free, you get the castle and your precious small folk. No more bloodshed." A murmur rose among Ned's retinue. Some thought it a trick, others seemed relieved at the notion of no direct assault. Ned regarded Gregor coldly. "You propose to simply ride away with your men, presumably to rejoin the queen? Why would we let you slip off to kill more innocents?" Gregor shrugged. "Do as you like, Stark. If you refuse, we'll fight. You'll lose men. The peasants, I'll kill them now. The knights, I'll nail to the gates. Harrenhal is a big castle. We can hold out for a while, certainly long enough to make you bleed." Robb looked ready to spit. "You can't be taken at your word. You're known for treachery." The mountain's gaunt companion said quietly. "He means it, my lords. We have hostages. They won't see another sunrise if we sense an attack." Ned felt bile rising. He despised bargaining with a monster, but innocence was at stake, and an all-out assault on Harrenhal might cost hundreds more lives on their side. He swallowed, glancing at Robb. The choice was stark. Either accept Gregor's departure, letting him rejoin the Lannisters, or risk a bloody siege, possibly lose many men, possibly see those captives butchered. Ned's hatred for the mountain warred with his oath to protect the innocent. "You want safe passage with your men," Ned said, voice taut. "And you'll release all hostages? Will you swear on your honor they remain unharmed? Will you vow not to burn Harrenhal as you leave, or sabotage the gates?" Gregor bared his teeth. "You want me to vow on my honor? I vow on my sword. I don't give a piss about your false courtesy, but I'll do it if it gets me out of here. We'll ride out with what gear we can carry. We won't set the castle ablaze, nor kill the hostages. If any of your men try to interfere, we'll fight to the last. That's my final offer." A hush fell. Ned's heart pounded. He was certain Gregor would remain a threat if he escaped. Yet how many lives might be lost storming Harrenhal's black walls? Or if Gregor murdered those captives? War demanded harsh compromises. He felt Robb's eyes on him, waiting for a sign. Hallis Malin quietly gripped his sword, as if urging Ned not to trust a single word from the mountain. Ned took a shaky breath. "We will permit you to leave Harrenhal unmolested, but only if you do not harm a single hostage or a single stone in that castle. You relinquish all siege defenses, all supplies, and you depart by the eastern gate. If we see any sign of betrayal, we attack." Gregor's lips curled into something like a smirk. "Agreed. I'll gather my men. By tomorrow's dawn, we'll be gone." He cast a baleful eye over Robb. "Pray we don't meet again on the battlefield, pup." Robb clenched his jaw but held his peace. Ned nodded to the half-dozen men behind Gregor. "We'll keep a ring around Harrenhal to ensure you do not deviate. If you attempt any southward raid or rejoin Tywin's host," Gregor scoffed, "we'll find a path. Enough talk." Without further ceremony, he turned and stomped back toward the drawbridge, his men following. One turned back briefly, as if expecting some treachery from the Starks, but Ned and Robb only stood in silence. When the Mountains party had retreated inside and raised the drawbridge, Robb released an angry breath. "You're letting that beast slip away?" Ned looked pained. "He'll kill those prisoners otherwise, and we might lose hundreds more in a direct assault. Harrenhal is crucial to our campaign, but Gregor's life is not worth so much blood." Robb shook his head bitterly. "He'll join up with Cersei, no doubt. Possibly even find Tywin. We'll face him again." Ned laid a hand on Robb's shoulder. "I know, but for now we gain Harrenhal with minimal loss. Perhaps that will speed our push toward King's Landing. The mountain's brutality can wait. I want to save lives here." Robb let out a slow exhale, nodding reluctantly. "Very well." They returned to camp, announcing that Gregor would depart at dawn. The men were confused or outraged, but Ned insisted it was a necessary measure. That evening, an uneasy hush lay over the siege lines. Archers kept watch in case Gregor attempted a trick. But the hours passed, and no surprise attack came. At first light, the castle gates opened. A ragged column of Lannister soldiers, perhaps 100 at most, emerged, leading a half-dozen wagons of equipment. At their head rode Gregor Clegane, even more massive in the light of day, his helmet shaped like a twisted, fanged dog's face. Behind them walked a group of peasants, men, women, a couple of children, released from captivity. Some wore fresh bruises or old scabs, but at least they were alive. Ned's men rushed forward to guide them to safety. Then a handful of trembling lesser knights stumbled out, arms bound behind them, apparently forced to serve as hostages within the castle. They breathed gasps of relief to be out. The Starks parted ranks to let the Lannisters pass, flanked by archers in case of betrayal. Gregor glowered from atop his warhorse. Robb, halting near Ned, stared the mountain down. Gregor said nothing. He nudged his horse forward, continuing eastward with his battered men. Ned watched them go, feeling revulsion. He had wanted Gregor brought to justice for his crimes. But war demanded compromise. The best he could do was free Harrenhal swiftly, spare the hostages, and keep momentum for the push on King's Landing. When Gregor's column had receded into the distance, Robb dispatched outriders to shadow them, ensuring they truly departed the region. Then Ned gave the order, "Take Harrenhal, secure it, treat the wounded, see if we can glean supplies." A cheer rose. The portcullis was left open, the fortress deserted by all but a few stray servants. Soldiers and knights flooded in, fanning out to each courtyard. Soon they discovered the carnage inside. Half-ransacked halls, battered gates, old bloodstains marking some corner where the mountain had tortured or killed. But no large garrison remained to resist. A handful of cowering servants emerged from hidden chambers, grateful not to be murdered. The biggest threat proved to be the castle's sheer size, a labyrinth with collapsed towers and cavernous halls. Some men joked that Harrenhal could house half the realm if it weren't cursed. By noon, A banner of House Stark and House Tully flew over the blackened parapets. Ned, accompanied by Robb, Arya, and a retinue, walked through the ruined yard to the Grand Keep. The scale of Harrenhal dwarfed anything. Even the partially melted towers soared overhead, testaments to the ancient Targaryen conquest. Arya stared, subdued, recalling maybe the stories of Harrenhal's curses. Jon joined them, expression grim as he took in the scorched masonry. Ned could not help but think of Rhaegar and the war that had ended House Targaryen's reign decades ago. Now, ironically, he stood here with Rhaegar's secret son at his side, claiming Harrenhal in the name of House Stark. Catelyn arrived, dismounting from a gray palfrey. She gazed at the gargantuan courtyard, lips parted in dismay at the echoes of violence. But she clutched Ned's arm. "We have Harrenhal," she murmured. "That's one step closer to the capital." Ned nodded. "One step indeed. We'll rest a day or two, gather any resources, then press on. Cersei's letter gave us no hope of peace, so we keep to our plan. King's Landing is next." Arya's eyes sparked with a fierce glint. "We're coming, Sansa," she whispered, as if she could cast her voice over leagues. So the stage was set for the greatest thrust of the war. A march on the capital, with Jaime Lannister still held prisoner at Riverrun, and Sansa still in the clutches of the Queen. Ned's host was stronger than it had ever been, buoyed by the victory at Riverrun and the unopposed occupation of Harrenhal. Yet the realm was wide, King's Landing formidable, and the cunning of the Lannisters had proven deadly more than once. As Harrenhal's melted towers loomed overhead, Ned felt the old gods stirring in his heart, cautioning him that the hardest trials were yet to come. But he pressed on, for the sake of his daughter, for the sake of peace, and for the memory of every comrade lost in the swirl of war. And so, in the ghostly hush of Harrenhal's cursed halls, the northern banners settled, forging a new foothold in the Riverlands. Soldiers roamed, clearing debris and rummaging for salvageable supplies, while camp followers pitched tents in the courtyards. The battered remains of Rhaegar Clegane's cruelty would take time to erase, but they had won another step without a pitched battle. Now only one great question loomed. What final measure of blood and cunning would be required to free Sansa and shatter the Lannisters' hold on the Iron Throne? Eddard Stark could not say, but he walked beside his children, his son Robb and his daughter Arya, with Jon Snow at their flank, all carrying the sorrow and hope that had bound the North together for centuries. Somewhere in that direction lay King's Landing, the realm's beating heart, where Joffrey wore a crown and Sansa remained a captive. They would not rest until she was saved, or until the realm was drenched in the tears of every house who dared oppose them. Only time would tell whether this final march would bring rescue and resolution, or if it would drag them further into the endless storms of the great Game of Thrones.